Demon's Diary Chapter 1527 to Chapter 1552. The leader of the Jindan realm was a white-robed woman dressed like a young married woman. Lu Ming turned his head to look, and his eyes flashed slightly. He had some impression of the white-robed woman's appearance. It seemed that she was an inner disciple of the Misty Peak that he had seen before. Hearing the white-robed woman's words, the surrounding disciples of the Taichin Gate suddenly whispered. They looked curiously at Lu Ming and Callan, but more people's eyes fell on Lu Ming. In these patrol teams, there were several disciples of the Misty Peak. They had naturally heard some rumors about Callan, the stunning elder with the heavenly succubus body. They knew that she had a dual cultivation partner hundreds of years ago, who was once a well-known figure in the entire Taichin Gate. Unfortunately, he suddenly disappeared in a war, and it was said that his whereabouts were still unknown. In addition, Callan was quite famous in the sect, and the disciples of other peaks had more or less heard these rumors. As a result, seeing Callan, who had always been cold, actually throwing herself into the arms of a man, combined with the name that the white-robed woman shouted out, the surrounding people almost guessed the identity of Lu Ming. Yes, I am Lu Ming. I remember you are junior sister Yin of the Misty Peak. Lu Ming said with a faint smile. It really is you. The white-robed woman looked up and down at Lu Ming in surprise. I haven't seen you for many years. Senior brother Lu's cultivation seems to have made great progress, but can you first release those disciples of our sect? The white-robed woman said and raised her hand to point at the slowly rotating yellow ball next to her. Lu Ming was somewhat dumbfounded. He raised one hand, and the yellow ball suddenly disintegrated and collapsed. Several disciples of the Taichin Gate staggered and fell out. After several people stabilized their bodies, they looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of horror, especially the yellow-robed man who had spoken rudely to Lu Ming. He even retreated to a distance with fear. After the patrolling disciples confirmed Lu Ming's identity, they started whispering to each other. That person is the rumored dual cultivation partner of Elder Callan. His appearance is extremely ordinary. A love-struck fool who only knows how to stare at the handsome young master. That senior brother Lu used to be a Jindan realm secret disciple of our sect. Now, his cultivation has probably reached the peak of the Jindan realm. Even Elder Yin is so respectful to him. Maybe he's already a celestial phenomenon ascendant. Ah, celestial phenomenon realm. I remember that our sect's Heavenly Sword Peak's Elder Sha Tong Tian has been painstakingly pursuing Elder Callan all these years. If that's the case, Elder Sha doesn't have much hope. Lu Ming did not intend to eavesdrop, but with his current hearing ability, he could clearly hear the discussions around him. His expression could not help but change slightly. Senior brother Lu is indeed an influential figure of our sect in the past. You have left the sect for hundreds of years, but there are still so many people who remember you. The white-robed young woman said with a faint smile. Lu Ming smiled and did not say anything. He turned his head and looked in a direction. There were several rays of light flying over at an extremely fast speed. It seemed that another patrol team had discovered the commotion here and rushed over. The person leading the team was a young man in a brocade robe. His appearance could be considered handsome, but he looked a little sinister. It was Sha Tong Tian, who had met Lu Ming several times and had repeatedly requested to spar with him. When Sha Tong Tian saw Lu Ming's figure clearly, he was immediately stunned. Then he saw Lu Ming and Callan holding hands, and his expression immediately became extremely ugly. Over the years, he had been carrying out sect missions all over the place and fighting stemborers. After years of hard work, his cultivation had progressed very quickly. Now he had long reached the middle stage of the Jindan realm. His attainments in the imperial sword technique were also not bad. Even if he were to fight against ordinary cultivators at the peak of the Jindan realm, he would not be outdone. He had been desperately improving his cultivation because of Callan. Secondly, he wanted to compete with Lu Ming one day. Lu Ming's whereabouts had been unknown for more than 700 years. There were even rumors that he had died long ago. This made Sha Tong Tian slightly disappointed, but also somewhat happy. Therefore, over the years, he had not stopped pursuing Callan. Although Callan had always believed that Lu Ming was still alive and had always ignored him, he believed that as long as he persisted, he would one day make her change her mind. This time, the Alliance army attacked the Gufeng mountain range. Sha Tongtian was originally going to go with the army, but for the sake of Callan, he chose to stay. He thought he could take the opportunity to make some progress, but he didn't expect to see such a scene in front of him. Sha Tongtian's face was livid. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. As a result, as his divine thought swept toward the other party, his pupils couldn't help shrinking. With his divine thought that was not weak, he couldn't detect any aura of Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming glanced at Sha Tongtian faintly, then he looked away and said to Callan lightly, "This is not the place to talk, let's change places." Jiao Lan naturally wished for nothing more and nodded her head lightly. Lu Ming pulled Callan and was about to leave here. At this moment, a young man with a thin face flashed and stopped in front of Lu Ming. He was a Tianjian peak disciple of the crystallization period next to Sha Tongtian. This person was one of Sha Tongtian's confidants. He had just roughly figured out the situation. Seeing Sha Tongtian's ugly face, he immediately volunteered to stop Lu Ming. "May I know which faction you are from? Elder Fuji ordered us to patrol the mountain. If other disciples have nothing to do, they are not allowed to leave the mountain gate at will. Quickly retreat." The thin man looked at Lu Ming and scolded with a proud expression. His cultivation was only at the intermediate stage of the crystallization period, so he naturally couldn't sense Lu Ming's cultivation. However, he had always relied on Sha Tongtian as his backing. He was used to intimidating the ordinary inner disciple in the clan, so he naturally didn't put Lu Ming, this seemingly ordinary strange disciple, in his eyes. "Get lost." Lu Ming's face suddenly turned cold. He waved one hand, and a strong wind appeared out of thin air, directly sweeping the thin man in front of him away. He rolled dozens of times in a row before barely stabilizing his figure 1,000 meters away, but he was still dizzy and embarrassed. At the same time, a powerful spiritual pressure radiated from Lu Ming's body. It directly pressed on Sha Tongtian and others like a substance. Sha Tongtian and others' faces changed drastically. They staggered back a dozen steps before standing firm. They looked at Lu Ming with horror. The other patrol teams around were also more or less affected, and their faces changed drastically. After Sha Tongtian saw the indescribable spiritual pressure of Lu Ming, cold sweat dripped down his face, then his face became ashen. He suddenly realized that Lu Ming's cultivation was already far above him. The resentment and jealousy in his eyes suddenly disappeared without a trace. He sighed softly, cupped his fist and said to Lu Ming, "Since you have returned to the sect, please treat junior sister apprentice Callan well in the future." After he finished speaking, he suddenly turned around and flew off into the distance without even looking back. When the few people beside him saw this, they hurriedly followed with terrified expressions. Seeing this, the other patrol teams also scattered sensibly. Even the young woman in white robe from the Piamiao Peak also left quietly. Callan also looked at Lu Ming in surprise. The spiritual pressure that Lu Ming just exuded almost exceeded the level of the celestial state, but her cultivation was only at the Jindan intermediate stage, so she couldn't accurately judge. "Let's go." Ignoring the surprise in Callan's eyes, Lu Ming gently took her hand, and the two turned into a black light, shooting into the distance. After a quarter of an hour, the two arrived in front of the Piamiao Peak. Lu Ming didn't know whether his cave abode in the Taiching Gate was still there, and he couldn't find a quiet place, so he could only come to the residence of Callan in the Piamiao Peak. Speaking of which, this was the first time Lu Ming came to Callan's cave abode. The interior of the cave abode was extremely elegant, very different from the usual simple style of Lu Ming's cave abode. Callan personally made a cup of spirit tea for Lu Ming, and the two sat down. Callan originally had a lot to say to Lu Ming, but at this moment, the two sat opposite each other, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. "Callan, I know you want to know where I have been all these years, and why I have only returned to the sect now. Even if you didn't ask, I would have told you in detail," Lu Ming suddenly said with a faint smile. Callan held Lu Ming's hand, and her heart felt much more at ease. Hearing Lu Ming's narration, she nodded slightly. "Back then, during the battle with the Stemborer Queen, I was accidentally sucked into a spatial rift, and luckily didn't die. Instead, I was transported to the sea region." In the following time, Lu Ming recounted in detail how he was transported to the sea region, then to the Wasteland continent, and then to the Myriad Demons continent. However, he didn't mention some secret things, such as the rebirth state, the people of the upper realm, and the primordial demon lord. He only said that he fell into a secret realm, where he cultivated hard for 500 years, and finally killed a big enemy, and obtained the method to travel between continents. After I returned to the Middle Sky continent, I didn't expect this place to be like this. Lu Ming couldn't help sighing in the end. If we can't seal the spatial rift of Gufeng mountain range in a short time, once other eternal life realm foreign races come, our human race may really be extinct. Callan sighed faintly. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He didn't mention his cultivation to Callan just now, but he naturally must go to Gufeng mountain range. By the way, there is one thing I forgot to tell you. In fact, a few decades ago, Masters Junior Yi Tianmei and Ruping came to Taiqing Gate. They also came to find you, and now they have joined our sect. Callan said with a flicker in her eyes. It turns out that they have already joined our sect, that's good. When Lu Ming heard this, he couldn't help but feel surprised and happy. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel relieved. The Middle Sky continent was now full of Stemborer Chuyao, and he had been quite worried about the safety of Yi Tianmei and Qian Ruping. In this way, he could travel to the Gufeng mountain range without any worries. Masters Junior Yi is now a celestial state cultivator, and she is regarded as a guest elder by the Sky Halberd sect leader. Ruping has also successfully formed her core, and she is good at array, so she has become a pivotal figure in our sect. The enchantment that protects the entire sect now is improved by her. Callan continued. It's good that they are all safe. Lu Ming nodded, and there was a hint of relief on his face. Callan looked at Lu Ming, and there was a strange light in her beautiful eyes, but it was immediately hidden. She whispered faintly, Masters Junior Yi doesn't like to interact with other people in the sect. Perhaps because we are both from Yunchuan. We can talk quite well. I can see that Masters Junior Yi. Masters Junior Yi has deep feelings for you. She has been waiting for you all these years. A complicated expression flashed across Lu Ming's face. He seemed to want to say something, but he didn't know how to speak for a while. Actually, we have been getting along well these years. If you want us to be together, I don't mind. Callan stretched out a white finger and stopped Lu Ming from speaking. She whispered with a slightly red face. When she said the last sentence, her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Callan, when Lu Ming heard the words, his heart was slightly warm. He reached out and took Callan's finger, then held her whole jade hand in his hand. Looking at Callan's beautiful and flawless face, Lu Ming was touched, and he couldn't help but sigh. There was indeed such an indescribable feeling between him and Yi Tianmei. This feeling reached a certain sublimation when he encountered Siren King on Buyuan Island. When they reunited in the Wild Continent, it fell into silence for a while. In the end, when he was about to take her back to the Middle Sky continent, there was a sudden change, and they were once again stranded. Yi Tianmei stayed in the wild for 500 years because of his promise to take her to the Middle Sky continent. Finally, she came to the Middle Sky continent from thousands of miles away. While he and Jiao Lan seemed to be pulled by an invisible thread in the unseen world. From Yunchuan to the South Sea region, and then to the Middle Sky continent, the two of them had a lot of interactions, and there had been a lot of love and hate entanglements between them. Due to a freak combination of factors, they decided on a marriage contract. It could be said that their fate was not shallow, and it was hard to cut them off. Especially after his disappearance, this woman had waited in the Taiqing Gate for 700 years without changing her mind. Not only did he feel guilty, but he was also touched by the fact that she cared about him. The two women were loyal and affectionate to him. Lu Ming's heart was not made of stone, so how could he not know? However, that was his personality. Coupled with the fact that he had been fighting against fate for his entire life, if he had been the slightest bit careless or made the slightest mistake, he would have perished a long time ago. Therefore, he subconsciously hid his feelings deep in the bottom of his heart. After 1,000 years of cultivation, he had attained eternal life. At this moment, he was already invincible in this world. He should be able to completely control his own fate and emotions and protect the people he thought were important to him. Unfortunately, the heavens did not grant one's wish. Or rather, fate made fools of people. At that time, in order to kill the primordial demon lord, he accepted the power of law from Master Jiutian, which directly led to the rejection of the power of law in the lower realm. Now, he could only stay in the lower realm for less than 3 years. Regardless of whether he could successfully ascend or not, he knew that he could not repay the debt he owed to the 2 women. Even so, he did not want to escape anymore. He secretly made a decision in his heart. After the matter with the stem borer Xianxia was over, he would spend the last of his time with the 2 women as much as he could. Thinking of this, even with Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could not help but be a little absent-minded. But after a while, he came back to his senses and asked, "Where are they now?" "I just used my divine sense to check. It seems that they are not in the sect. Sister Tian Mei and Ruping have gone to the Gufeng mountain range with the main force of the sect. I originally wanted to go with them, but my great heavenly succubus technique had little effect on the stem borer Xianxia, so I was asked to stay in the sect to lead the disciples to guard the sect," Callan said. Hearing this, Lu Ming frowned slightly. This battle would not be much easier than the previous battle against the stem borer queen. Although Yi Tianmei was already a celestial state sword cultivator, in a group battle, there was no guarantee that she would be safe. "This matter concerns the safety of the continent. I also plan to go to the Gufeng mountain range. Maybe I can do my part for the alliance." Lu Ming pondered for a while and said. At the same time, after some consideration in his heart, he decided to tell Jiao Lan about the matter of his impending ascension after this matter was over. "I will go with you." Callan's hand that was held by Lu Ming held Lu Ming's big hand and said in a decisive tone. Lu Ming's expression changed, and he looked at Callan. His lips moved slightly, and just when he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Callan's next words. "This time, don't even think about leaving me behind again. Even if the alliance loses, I will live and die with you." Callan looked straight at Lu Ming, her eyes extremely firm. "Okay, then you follow me, don't act on your own." Lu Ming did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. Callan's face suddenly lit up, and she held Lu Ming's hand even harder. "By the way, how is the fallen phantom bee now? Are Master Yin and senior sister Xiao safe now?" Lu Ming was about to get up, but he suddenly thought of something and asked. "Master Yin Jiuling went into a life and death retreat a few decades ago to break through to the celestial state, and he has not come out yet. Senior sister Xiao went out with our army." Callan said so after thinking about it. Lu Ming nodded thoughtfully when he heard this. He was still quite concerned about Yin Jiuling and Xiaowu. "In that case, let's go," Lu Ming said and pulled Callan out of the cave house in a flash. Then a burst of black light wrapped the 2 of them, and they turned into a black light that soared into the sky. Just as Lu Ming and Callan set off, the Human Race Alliance camp located in the Qiyun mountain range in the center of the continent, all the major forces had gathered here. Now in the entire mountain range, there were more than 100,000 cultivators gathered. In terms of military strength alone, it was not inferior to the last battle against the stem borer queen. These cultivators were already the core and the last combat power of the Middle Sky continent. And this battle would also become the last battle to determine the life and death of the human race. If they couldn't seal the space crack of the Gufeng mountain range in one fell swoop, the human race would only perish. A murderous aura permeated the entire camp. 3 days later, with the order of the high-level leaders of the alliance led by the 4 ancient sects, more than 100,000 cultivators rose from the ground in an orderly manner and rushed to the direction of the Gufeng mountain range in a mighty manner. For a time, giant flying boats, flying cars, and other things almost covered most of the sky, looking extremely shocking. Such a large-scale movement of the human race cultivators naturally couldn't be hidden from the stem borers and Qiao. The stem borers and Qiao who were wreaking havoc everywhere in the Middle Sky continent had long given up on attacking cities and camps, and they had gathered toward the Gufeng mountain range. There were also countless stem borers and Qiao constantly attacking the Human Race Alliance along the way, seemingly deliberately delaying the progress of the Human Race Alliance army. However, with the trump cards and means of the Alliance army, these stem borers and Qiao were naturally like ants trying to shake a tree, unable to stop the Alliance army at all. At the forefront of the Alliance army, there were dozens of giant flying boats of 1,000 meters long. The flying boat was divided into 3 floors. The whole body was made of some kind of metal material. It looked heavy, but it was actually light as if it was weightless. The surface of the boat was painted with countless strange cloud-like spirit patterns, emitting bursts of white spiritual light as it flew. There were rows of black holes on both sides of the hull, which looked bottomless. These were the secret Chuyun warships of the Celestial Work sect for hundreds of years. In battle, they could transform into giant puppets of 1,000 meters tall. They could only be operated by 5 Jin Dan state cultivators with extraordinary spiritual sense at the same time. Over the years, they had made great contributions in the battle against the stemborers. The combat power of each warship was comparable to that of a celestial state cultivator, and their defensive power was amazing. On both sides of the Alliance army floated black clouds that were hundreds of feet in size. Among the black clouds, there were densely packed black monsters wearing black armor and holding long weapons such as spears and tridents. It was just that the exposed skin of these freaks looked black as if they were mummies. Although they wore black helmets on their heads, only half of their faces were exposed. However, there was no trace of flesh and blood on these faces. They looked hideous and terrifying. These were the Een Talisman soldiers refined by the demon mystic sect. Although their strength was not very strong, most of them only had the combat power of the condensation period. The highest one was only equivalent to the early stage of the crystallization period. However, these talisman soldiers were numerous. They were not afraid of pain and death. Even if they were shattered, they could be reassembled under the control of the demon mystic sect cultivator. They were a great weapon against the stemborers. Taiching Gate and Howren Academy also carried their own secret means, but they did not reveal it in front of others. Other sects, such as the 8 Great Families, Sky Beastkin Valley, Big Dipper Pavilion and other major forces, were also fully prepared for this war. At this point, they naturally wouldn't hold back. Although it was a desperate attempt, the morale of the Alliance army was high. Each sect was also full of confidence that they could successfully seal the space crack of the Gufeng mountain range. In front of the army, on a giant ship of the Nature Work sect, dozens of people of Taiching Gate in green robes were gathered on the deck in front of the cabin. These people were all cultivators of the Jin Dan state and Celestial state. In the more than 700 years of fighting with the Stemborer tribe, although each sect suffered heavy losses, this race war that swept the entire continent was also a once-in-a-lifetime great opportunity. It naturally promoted the cultivation of the younger generation of disciples. Now in Taiching Gate, more than half of the elders of the Celestial State and Jin Dan State were newly promoted in the past hundreds of years. The same was generally true for other sections. The older generation was getting fewer and fewer due to many factors such as the premature death of the war. The new replaced the old. It had been like this since ancient times. Among these young generation cultivators of Taiching Gate, Jin Liang, Long Yanfei, Luo Tiancheng and others were among them. In this war, the higher-ups of the alliance had already made arrangements for Zhou Xiang. These people were the attacking force of this war. Of course, on this giant ship, there were not only people of Taiching Gate, but also young cultivators of the Celestial State and Jin Dan State sent by other sections. However, there were still about a few days of travel before they reached the Gufeng mountain range. These Celestial State cultivators had nothing to do for the time being. Some of them meditated in seclusion in their rooms, some gathered in groups of 2 or 3. In a corner of the giant ship, a woman in a silver-white palace dress was standing there quietly. This woman's appearance was extremely beautiful. Her silver-white palace dress was spotless, but her expression was a little cold. It was Yi Tianmei, who came to Zhongtian from the wasteland continent on a giant ship and eventually became a guest elder of Taiching Gate. On her back was a silver longsword that was around 2 feet in length. There was a crescent inscription on the hilt of the sword, and there were silver patterns that resembled flowing water on the surface of the sword. There was spiritual light flowing over the entire sword, and it was as if there were water ripples flowing over the longsword. It was clearly an extremely rare treasure. From time to time, there would be enthusiastic gazes sweeping over here. Naturally, most of them were male cultivators who were attracted by her appearance. Yi Tianmei did not seem to notice the surrounding gazes. Her pair of ethereal beautiful eyes looked at the void in the distance. No one knew what she was thinking. "Senior Yi, why are you here alone? What are you thinking about?" A sweet female voice came from behind. It was a picturesque girl in a light purple robe walking over with a smile. Junior Long, you are here. I was just thinking, after the battle in a few days, I don't know how many of us will survive. Yi Tianmei retracted her gaze, turned to look at Long Yanfei, and said with a light smile. The two women seemed to be quite familiar with each other. Since Yi Tianmei came to Taiqing Gate with Qian Ruping, other than Callan, she had some contact with Long Yanfei. She had always been cold to others, as if she was 1,000 miles away. Even when facing the leader of Sky Halberd's sect and some other elders, she did not smile. At this moment, she smiled slightly, like a snow lotus suddenly blooming. Not to mention the people around who were peeking, even Long Yanfei's mind was slightly dazed. With Senior Ye's exquisite sword control technique and this 9-moon mother and son sword, even if it is against a metaphysic realm insect, it will not be inferior. After this battle, there will be no need to worry. Long Yanfei said with a light smile. Thank you for your kind words, junior sister Long. Yi Tianmei faintly thanked her. Seeing senior sister Yi reminds me of an old friend, the younger brother Liu of Fallen Serene Peak. Unfortunately, he disappeared hundreds of years ago. If he were here, he would most likely be able to progress to the celestial phenomenon stage by now, and possess power comparable to the ethereal enlightening realm. If that were the case, our human race would have a better chance of winning this war. Long Yanfei sighed as she murmured to herself with a reminiscent look on her face. When Yi Tianmei heard this, a strange look flashed in her eyes, but she didn't say anything. Ah, I forgot. Senior sister Yi has only been in our sect for a few decades, so you still don't know about Lu Ming's younger brother Liu. This person is an esoteric disciple of our sect. Not only is he a sword cultivator who is proficient in the imperial sword technique, but he is also a body cultivator. Long Yanfei noticed that Yi Tianmei didn't speak. She realized that her previous words were a bit inappropriate, so she quickly explained. I see. Yi Tianmei nodded slightly. After she came to Taiqing Gate, she didn't reveal her identity. Except for Callan, she didn't mention Lu Ming to anyone else. In the following time, Long Yanfei and Yi Tianmei chatted for a while. Seeing that the other seemed to have something on her mind, she found an excuse and left. After Yi Tianmei watched Long Yanfei leave, Lu Ming's figure appeared in her mind. After sighing softly, she didn't stay outside any longer. Instead, she turned around and walked into the giant ship. Seeing Yi Tianmei leave the deck, everyone around couldn't help but sigh and feel a sense of loss. However, now that the enemy was in front of them, the elite disciples of various sects were also quite strong-willed. They quickly came back to their senses and went on with their own business. Yi Tianmei walked on the ship for a while, and soon came to a room in the giant ship. She waved her hand and a white light flashed on the door, and then the door opened. She pushed the door and walked in. Suddenly, she was startled. At this moment, in the room, a beautiful girl in a green robe was sitting. Hearing the sound, she turned around and smiled. It was Qian Ruping. Ping Er, why are you here? Yi Tianmei smiled slightly, closed the door, and walked in. The two met because of Lu Ming. They waited together for hundreds of years in the wild continent surrounded by alien races. They also experienced hardships in the dangerous Sea of Death. Their relationship had long been like that of sisters. However, this giant ship was carrying cultivators of Celestial State and Jindan State who would be in charge of the raid. Yi Tianmei couldn't help but feel a little strange that Qian Ruping appeared here. I missed Sister Yi, so I sneaked here. Can't I? Qian Ruping said with a smile. There was a hint of slyness and naughtiness in her eyes. Yi Tianmei patted Qian Ruping's head gently, but there was a rare soft smile on her face. Sigh, I thought that when I came to the Middle Sky continent, I could find Brother Ming. Who knew that in the end, it was still in vain. Qian Ruping suddenly thought of something. She frowned slightly and sighed with emotion. I believe that he must be still alive, and now he may be in other continents. When the war is over, if there is still no news of him, we will leave Taiqing Gate and find a way to look for him in other places. Yi Tianmei said faintly. Qian Ruping nodded slightly and said N. The two didn't have much sense of belonging to Taiqing Gate. It was just that Lu Ming had stayed here before, so the two joined Taiqing Gate. Sister Yi, this war is really dangerous. If there is really an existence of eternal life realm, we will only increase the casualties if we stay. It is better to escape first. Qian Ruping suddenly said with a serious expression. Although you are right, the scene will be chaotic at that time. It is unknown whether we can escape or not. Yi Tianmei said indifferently. I have already considered this. Qian Ruping smiled mysteriously. She turned her hand and took out an oval translucent blue crystal stone and handed it to Yi Tianmei. The surface of the crystal stone was engraved with a sunken moon-shaped mark. Circles of runes could be faintly seen inside, which seemed to be the pattern of some kind of formation. This is? Yi Tianmei took it and asked with some doubts. This is a kind of teleportation stone that I was inspired by the classics. It is divided into yin and yang. This is the moon-supporting stone that represents yin. As long as you crush it, the small teleportation array inside will be activated immediately, sending you to a specific location more than 10,000 miles away. That is where I placed the sun-covering stone. In case the Alliance army can't hold on, we will escape with this method. Qian Ruping said softly. Yi Tianmei's eyes flashed, then she nodded and put away the moon-supporting stone. Although the two of them were humans, after all, their time in the Middle Sky continent was too short. Naturally, they had no intention of living and dying with them. In case we can't stay in the Middle Sky continent anymore, we can find a place to hide first. When the next sea-crossing ship arrives, we will return to the Wild Continent, and then try to go to the Thousand Demons continent. Yi Tianmei said after thinking about it. Sister Yi, do you think we should take Sister Kellen with us? Qian Ruping asked with her bright eyes flashing. I have also mentioned this to her vaguely before, but she seems to have a lot of feelings for the Taiqing Gate, and she doesn't want to give up and leave. But in case the situation gets out of control, we must take her away even if we have to. Yi Tianmei said in a deep voice. Qian Ruping nodded slowly when she heard the words. Just as Yi Tianmei and Qian Ruping were discussing privately, in a secret room of another giant flying ship in the Alliance army, the high-level representatives of the Human Clan Alliance gathered here. Everyone sat in two circles in the middle. The high level of the Alliance was still headed by the four ancient sects, so the metaphysic realm existences of the four ancient sects sat in the inner circle, and the people of other sects or sect masters sat in the outer circle. The three metaphysic realm grand elders of the Taiqing Gate, Xianyu, Huiyi, and Fengqing were all here. Elder Mu Kong had accidentally lost his physical body in a war more than 100 years ago, and now he was resting in the sect. In addition to the three old ancestors, the Sky Halberd sect master was also here, but he was sitting respectfully in the outer circle behind the three old ancestors. In addition to the Taiqing Gate, the metaphysic realm existences of the other three ancient sects such as the Celestial Work sect, Demon Mystic sect, and Haran Academy were also gathered here. There were also the Grand Elders and Sect Masters of the Big Dipper Pavilion, Sky Beast Kin Valley, 8 major families, and other forces. At this time, there were about 30 people gathered in the room. The metaphysic realm existences of other sects were also absent like the Taiqing Gate. Compared with the last time they fought against the Stemborer Queen, there were about 4 or 5 metaphysic realm powerhouses less. This situation was naturally clear to everyone present, but no one mentioned it. According to the current speed, we can reach the Gufeng mountain range in 2 days at most. Today, we gathered everyone here to confirm the deployment of the upcoming war. A beautiful woman in a yellow robe of the Celestial Work sect took the lead and said. This woman was called Madame Zhen. Although she was not the most powerful one among the 3 metaphysic realm existences of the Celestial Work sect, she had a profound attainment in puppetry. She was also well known in the Middle Sky continent. As soon as this remark came out, everyone present looked solemn. According to our previous discussion, the sealing of the space crack will be handed over to the Taiqing Gate and Haran Academy. How is the preparation now? A lean old man of the Demon Mystic sect looked at the great elder Xianyu and the metaphysic realm existences of Haran Academy and asked. Please rest assured on this matter, as early as half a month ago, the enchantment required to seal the space crack has been prepared. All the formation flags and formation plates have also been refined. Great Elder Xianyu of the Taiqing Gate said. Yes, the enchantment to seal the space crack this time was optimized by a genius array master of the Taiqing Gate. Even I am a little amazed. When this matter is over, I will have a good discussion with this woman about array. Now this great array only needs a few metaphysic realm existences to cast the array at the same time. After arriving at the Gufeng mountain range, you need to buy us some time so that the space crack can be sealed. An old man with white eyebrows of Howran Academy said so, full of praise for the array master. Since Chief Hao, who is famous for his array, has said so, then we are relieved. In short, the matter of the seal will be handed over to you too. We will be responsible for fighting against the Stemborers and Chu Yao's army in the Gufeng mountain range. Does anyone have any opinion on this? Madame Jeanne of the Celestial Work sect nodded and said. In the hall, other metaphysic realm existences nodded in agreement after pondering for a while. From today onwards, the number of Stemborers and Chu Yao along the way has decreased. These Stemborers must have realized that this route is impassable, so they plan to gather all of their forces at the Gufeng mountain range to fight our army, the Big Dipper Pavilion Master said. His appearance didn't seem to have changed at all from several hundred years ago, but the starlight that was shining on his body had disappeared without a trace. However, the aura that he exuded seemed to be even more grand. It was clear that his cultivation had improved a lot compared to before. Looks like these Stemborers and Chu Yao have established some sort of command system after all this time. What awaits us next is probably a fierce battle, Great Elder Xianxia said. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. Although the number of Stemborers and Chu Yao gathered at the Gufeng mountain range was much more than the number of Stemborers and Chu Yao in the battle against the Stemborer Queen, the immortal stage Stemborer Queen had been sealed. This kind of chaotic situation was extremely beneficial to the Human Race Alliance. If the army of Stemborers and Chu Yao also established a command system, the Human Race Alliance would have no advantage in this aspect. This is only a speculation, we can't be sure. An ethereal enlightenment stage being from the 8 major clans said with a forced smile. It's better to prepare for the worst so that we don't get caught off guard, the black-robed elder of the mystic demon sect said. That's right, this battle concerns the lives of billions of beings on the Middle Heaven continent, we can't let our guard down, Lady Jeanne of the Heavenly Work sect said. Seeing this, the ethereal enlightenment stage being shut his mouth. Everyone, don't forget that our goal this time is not to defeat all the Stemborers and Chu Yao in the Gufeng mountain range, we just need to hold on until the spatial crack is completely sealed, Great Elder Xianxia said. Alright, let's get back to business. Next, let's discuss carefully to see if there are any flaws in the battle plan. Lady Jeanne of the Heavenly Work sect said. The meeting lasted for more than 2 hours before dispersing. After the 3 ethereal enlightenment stage cultivators of the Taiqing Gate and the sect master of the Heavenly Halberd sect left the airship, they immediately returned to a secret room in one of the giant airships belonging to the Taiqing Gate. According to the plan of the Human Race Alliance, the chance of successfully sealing the spatial crack is still not small. Daoist Tiange said with a sigh of relief. Now that all the sects are fully prepared and have taken out their trump cards, the Gufeng mountain range Stemborers and Chu Yao alone shouldn't be able to stop us, but our biggest enemy this time isn't them, but the eternal life realm Chu Yao on the other side of the spatial crack. Ancestor Hui said with a frown. According to the current situation, that eternal life realm Chu Yao seems to still have quite a bit of time before he can truly break through the void. Daoist Tianji's expression changed as he spoke. Eternal life realm Chu Yao seems to still have a long way to go before he can truly break the spatial crack. Daoist of Emborer Tian realm said with a sigh. 3 old ancestors, please forgive me for asking something I shouldn't have asked. If this battle fails and the eternal Chu Yao comes to the Middle Sky continent, what should we do? Daoist Tiangu hesitated for a moment and asked. Even if the Middle Sky continent really falls into the hands of the foreign races, we still have a backup plan to ensure that the orthodoxy of the Taiqing Gate will not be destroyed. Daoist Fengqing said calmly without any change in his expression. Daoist Tiangu was startled and immediately understood. It seemed that the 3 ancestors had already prepared for the worst. Perhaps the other sects had also prepared for the worst. Thinking of this, the trace of worry in Daoist Tianji's heart also dissipated. In his eyes, the orthodoxy of the Taiqing Gate was even more important than the Middle Sky continent. Since the 3 ancestors had made all the plans, he didn't have to worry about anything anymore. He could devote himself to this war. In the next 2 days, the Human Race Alliance army suffered fewer and fewer attacks from the Stemborers and Chu Yao. The speed of the army was naturally much faster than the previous few days. 2 days later, a huge mountain with a radius of thousands of miles appeared in front of the army. It was the Gufeng mountain range. Looking from afar, there were huge black and silver clouds floating between the mountains. Obviously, there were countless stem borers and Chiyao hidden in the clouds. It seemed that they were waiting for the human race army to attack. Most of the stem borers were stem borers and Chiyao only occupied a small part of them. However, most of these Chiyao were above the Jindan realm, so they were not easy to deal with. In the depths of the mountain range, there was a faint sound of muffled thunder. Even if they were hundreds of miles away, they could still hear it clearly. It seemed that someone was constantly bombarding something. The Human Race Alliance army stopped tens of miles away from the Gufeng mountain range. As the orders were passed down in an orderly manner, more than 100,000 cultivators quickly arranged into different formations. After hundreds of years of war, the tacit understanding between the cultivators of various sects had improved a lot. In the blink of an eye, they had transformed into a well-trained real army. The war was about to break out. Everyone had a solemn look on their faces. Once the order to attack was passed down, they would not hesitate to launch the final attack according to the previous battle arrangement. At the center of the Human Race Alliance army, the higher-ups of the various sects had gathered together with grave expressions. The thin elderly man from the Profound Demon sect was currently chanting something, and an inky black ancient mirror hovered in front of him. This was none other than the divine peaking mirror that he had used during the battle against the Stemborer Queen several hundred years ago. Light swirled around the divine peaking mirror, and an extremely clear scene appeared before everyone, drawing their attention to it. In the boundless void surrounded by mountains, there were several pitch-black and incomparably huge spatial rifts. It was a ghastly sight to behold. The spatial rifts were trembling slightly from time to time, as if someone were constantly attacking from the other side. Every time the rift trembled, a thunderous rumble would erupt, and its edges would expand slightly. It looks like the eternal Chu Yao on the other side of the spatial rift has already begun to move. I wonder how long it will take for him to descend. We can't delay any longer, we have to act right away, Madame Zhen of the Heavenly Work sect said with a dark expression. Everyone else also wore dark expressions, but they all nodded in response. The Alliance army of over 100,000 quickly sprang into action, flying toward the Gufeng mountain ranges in unison. From a distance, it looked like a massive arrowhead that was several tens of kilometers in length. At the same time, several loud roars rang out from deep within the mountain ranges. The stemborers and Chu Yao seemed to have received some kind of order, and they immediately shot forth from the mountain ranges to meet the human army like a tidal wave. Soon, the two sides clashed in melee combat, and a fierce battle was imminent. At the forefront of the human army were the several tens of massive Chiyun battleships of the Heavenly Work sect. A burst of buzzing sounds rang out from the battleship, following which countless runes appeared. Light swirled around the battleship, and it quickly transformed into a series of giant puppets that were over 1,000 feet tall. A thick barrier of light had appeared over the surface of the puppets, making them appear as if they were suits of tough armor. The stemborers and Chu Yao's attacks only managed to set off bursts of magic power fluctuations upon contact with the light barriers. There were many stemborers at the Jin Dan and Heavenly Phenomenon stage among the stemborers, but the light barriers around these giant puppets were extremely sturdy, and they remained completely unmoved. Several dozen warships transformed into puppets, and they charged into the stemborer army like armored giants in an unstoppable manner. Countless stemborers rushed toward them, but most of them were crushed by the puppets formed by the giant battleships. The human army was able to easily tear through the defensive perimeter of the stemborers and Chu Yao armies before advancing deeper into the Gufeng mountain ranges. Countless stemborers and Chu Yao came charging at them from both sides, but they were unable to impede the Alliance army in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, the Alliance army of over 100,000 had advanced several tens of kilometers deep into the Gufeng mountain ranges, and not only were they not slowing down in the slightest, their morale was also extremely high. As the Alliance army ventured deeper into the mountain ranges, the stemborers and Chu Yao surged out of the canyons were far more powerful than before, and they were pouncing toward the Alliance army from both sides. On the left side of the Alliance army, countless ghost talisman soldiers of the demonic mystic sect stood in front of them, emitting bursts of black winds. Some of the stem borers with low cultivation bases were immediately frozen upon contact with the blacking winds, forming a thick layer of ice. However, there were simply too many stem borers, and with the addition of Jin Dan and Chu Yao, there were still quite a few that managed to break through. These Ghost Talisman soldiers immediately clashed with the stem borers and Chu Yao. Due to their large numbers and fearlessness, they were able to just barely withstand the attacks of the stem borers and Chu Yao. On the right side of the Alliance army, groups of cultivators in scholarly robes formed dozens of white defensive formations to keep the stem borers at bay. These cultivators in scholarly robes were naturally from the Haoran Academy. Madame Zhen's tactics are indeed effective. This way, we can easily break into the depths of the Gufeng mountain ranges without much effort. As long as we seal those cracks, our objective will be achieved. On a gray cloud in the depths of the Alliance army, the skinny old man of the demonic mystic sect looked around and said with a laugh. The skinny old man was surrounded by several other mystic and lightning cultivators. They were Madame Zhen of the Celestial Work sect, old ancestor Xianxia of the Taiqing Gate, and the white-haired old man of the Haoran Academy. These people could be said to be the actual rulers of the Alliance army. The mystic and lightning cultivators of the other sects had been sent to various places in the Alliance army. It's all thanks to the array master of the Taiqing sect who improved the defense enchantment of the Xuanwu battleship. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to use this tactic rashly. Madame Zhen said with a slight smile. Could it be that formation master with the surname Qian again? No wonder the protective light curtain on the battleship is so tough. Chief Hao of the Haoran Academy glanced at old ancestor Xianxia and asked. You flatter me. Old ancestor Xianxia said with a smile, but he couldn't help but feel a little proud in his heart. Although the battle is going quite well, we must not let our guard down. I think these stem borers and Chu Yao will make a move soon. Madame Zhen reminded. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Old ancestor Xianxia was about to say something. At this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the front of the Alliance army. Then, two grand gray lights shot out from the depths of the mountain range and pounced towards the Alliance army. Mystic and Lightning Realm. They have finally made a move. Madame Zhen said with a gloomy expression. Madame Zhen's tone was calm, as if she had already expected this. The spiritual pressure exuded by the two streaks of gray light was far beyond that of the celestial phenomenon realm. Wherever they passed, the stem borers would be blown away by the strong wind. In the blink of an eye, the two streaks of light reached the Alliance army. At this moment, two streaks of light, one green and one blue, shot out from the human army to meet the incoming gray light. Bang! Bang! Two loud bangs sounded. The two streaks of gray light were stopped after exchanging blows with the two streaks of light. The gray light receded to reveal a pair of centipede-like stem borers that were over 1,000 feet in length. The azure and blue streaks of light also dissipated to reveal the figures within. They were a man and a woman, both of whom were at the mystic and lightning stage, and they seemed to be from one of the 8 major families. The two sides sized each other up, and immediately began to fight fiercely without saying a word. The two powerful forces intertwined with each other, forming huge pillars of light that shot up into the sky. If the stem borers and Chu Yao didn't dodge in time, they would be sucked into the pillars of light and immediately be smashed into pieces. After sending out the two ethereal enlightenment realm cultivators to stall the other party, the Alliance army continued to advance toward the depths of the Gufeng mountain range. However, not long after, a loud rumble came from the mountains on both sides at the same time. Huge rocks flew in all directions, followed by the sound of something tearing through the air. 4 streaks of silver light shot out from the left and right, flying toward the Alliance army. Each of these 8 streaks of light exuded an aura that was not inferior to the 2 ethereal enlightenment realm stem borers. Ethereal enlightenment realm stem borers again. No, it's Chu Yao this time. Madame Zhen's expression changed, and she stood up. It seems that these Chu Yao have been preparing for a long time. Everyone, get ready. Ancestor Xuanyu's expression also changed. In the blink of an eye, the 8 streaks of silver light appeared in front of the Alliance army. The silver light dissipated, revealing 8 huge half-human, half-silkworm Chu Yao. These Chu Yao formed a circle in front of the Alliance army, and before the Alliance army could react, their bodies began to shine with silver light. Chi-chi, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out, these Chuyao spat out countless silver threads at the same time, almost covering half of the sky. They shrouded the dozens of Chuyun puppets at the forefront of the Alliance army. Countless silver threads quickly descended, enveloping the dozens of first cloud battleships in front of the Alliance army. These silver threads were extremely fast, and the dozens of Chuyun puppets were wrapped around 7 or 8 times in the blink of an eye. Although they managed to break through several layers of the threads, their movements still came to a halt. Moments later, they were completely trapped. The faces of the human cultivators in the rear changed, and they immediately launched attacks at the white threads. All kinds of magic spells and magic treasures rained down on the white threads. However, the white threads were extremely tough and almost indestructible. When the stemborers and Chuyao saw that the human army had stopped, they let out excited roars and charged at the human army in waves. When the 100,000 cultivators saw this, they became restless and their formation became a bit chaotic. Right at this moment, numerous streaks of light with grand auras shot out from the Alliance army, and they shot violently towards the 8 Xianxia. One of the streaks of dazzling golden light was especially grand, and it directly pounced towards the countless white threads shot out by the 8 Xianxia. In a flash of golden light, a figure appeared. It was Haoran Academy's Elder Hao. In front of him floated a golden tome, shining with dazzling golden light. The golden tome magic treasure exuded bursts of extremely powerful fluctuations of laws. This treasure was impressively the Haoran Academy sect treasure that had appeared once after the Heavenly Gate conference. As Elder Hao chanted an incantation, a spell seal fell on the golden tome. The golden light emitted by the golden tome suddenly doubled in strength, and its volume rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it had become a huge tome that was several tens of feet in size. With a whoosh, the golden tome opened, and countless golden runes appeared around it. Elder Hao's expression was solemn. He pointed with a finger, and the golden runes flashed, turning into huge golden fireballs that shot towards the silver net. Rumble, when the golden fireballs collided with the silver threads, they immediately issued a loud rumbling sound. These fireballs seemed to contain a trace of the power of laws, and they were extremely powerful. They immediately burned the silver threads. In just a few breaths, the silver threads in front of the Alliance army were burned to ashes. Elder Hao's face was a bit pale. Clearly, operating the golden tome magic treasure took a lot out of him. At this moment, in a valley near the spatial rift in the depths of the Gufeng mountain range, bursts of black qi filled almost the entire valley. In the center of the valley, there was a black and white spider-like stemborer. This stemborer was extremely large, with 8 huge black and white legs supporting its body that was thousands of feet long. The aura it exuded was also extremely powerful, several times more powerful than that of an ordinary profound opening stage Xianxia. There were a dozen or so huge black mist balls around the black and white stemborer, each of which contained a profound opening stage stemborer. However, in the face of the black and white stemborer, they faintly seemed to be waiting for orders. On the other side of the valley, there were 4 or 5 huge half-human, half-silkworm Xianxia, all of which were giving off profound opening stage auras. At this moment, in the valley, a huge black light curtain showed the current battle situation. The old man of Haoran Academy used a mystic art to burn all the natal silk spouted by the 8 profound enlightenment realm Chuyao in one fell swoop. With the help of several profound enlightenment realm cultivators, the 8 Chuyao were blocked again. Seeing this, the profound opening stemborer and the Xianxia in the valley began to panic. Don't panic. That man was only able to counter Chuyao with that powerful treasure of his, the black and white stemborer said in a slow voice. Hearing this, the other profound opening stemborer calmed down slightly. The humans' attacks are far more ferocious than we had anticipated. Looks like it'll be very difficult to stop them with just our brethren outside. What should we do next? A black beetle-like profound opening stage stemborer asked as it turned its gaze toward the black and white stemborer. The other stemborers and the Xianxia also looked toward the black and white spider stemborer. The black and white spider stemborer didn't answer immediately. It raised its head and looked at the spatial cracks in midair. A series of huge spatial cracks glowed faintly, constantly shaking and expanding. The cracks faintly showed a tendency to gather together, but the whole process was extremely slow, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Everyone, how long will it take for Master Chu Qi to open the spatial channel and come to the Middle Sky Continent? The black and white stem borer pondered for a moment, then looked at the Xianxia and asked. A snow-white Chu turned his hand and took out a white hexagonal formation plate. He opened it, and a ray of light fell on it. The inscriptions on the round plate immediately lit up, and a ball of white light emerged. Strange sounds faintly sounded in the light, as if someone was whispering to each other. Master Chu Qi replied that it will take about a day before he can open the spatial channel between the two worlds and descend. In addition, this time, Master Chu Huang will also come here. After a while, the snow-white Xianxia raised its head and said. Master Chu Qi. Good, as long as he can come here, even if that old thing Moya appears, it will be a piece of cake. The black and white stem borer's eyes flashed, and it murmured. Everyone, I'm sure you all heard what I just said. As long as we hold on for one more day, Chu Huang and Master Chu Qi will both descend to the human world, and then it will be our victory. No matter what, we have to fight for one more day. The black and white stem borer flew into midair above the valley. In the valley, the stem borer and Xianxia responded in unison. After a while, a dozen black shadows and a few silver lights flew out of the valley, shooting toward the Human Race Alliance. Yi Tianmei's silver palace dress fluttered in the wind, and her face was as cold as frost. She chanted something and waved her finger. The silver flying sword beside her turned into a huge silver sword ray of more than 100 feet long, shooting down from midair toward a heavenly elephant stem borer. The heavenly elephant stem borer let out a roar, then opened its mouth and spat out a pillar of pure black light to block the silver sword ray. Light flashed through Yi Tianmei's eyes, and she chanted something as she changed her sword art. Light flashed around the silver sword ray, and 8 smaller silver sword rays appeared out of thin air, then appeared beside the heavenly elephant stem borer in a blur before twisting around it like lightning. A look of horror appeared in the heavenly elephant stem borer's eyes, and a black protective light appeared over its body, but it was already too late. The silver sword rays flashed in rapid succession, and the heavenly elephant stem borer's body was sliced into several pieces, sending blue blood splattering in all directions. Yi Tianmei waved a hand, and the silver flying sword and the 8 sword rays flew back to her at the same time, circling around her. She looked around, and a peculiar look flashed through her cold face. The battle between the Alliance cultivators and the stem borer Chu Yao's army had reached a climax, and the wails of dying cultivators and stem borers could be heard from time to time. At this moment, the Human Race Alliance had been attacking the Gufeng mountain ranges for over half a day, and the battle was extremely intense, with close to half of the entire Gufeng mountain ranges having been destroyed. In the beginning, the Human Race Alliance used dozens of giant Chuyun warships as spearheads to attack the Gufeng mountain ranges with irresistible force. However, as they gradually advanced deeper into the Gufeng mountain ranges, the stem borers and Chu Yao's counterattacks became more and more intense, and the giant Chuyun warships' protective barriers were gradually broken by the stem borers. After a series of battles, the dozens of Chuyun warships were all destroyed. Without the Chuyun warships, the Human Race Alliance had no spearhead, and could only engage in a direct battle with Chu Yao, slowly inching toward the spatial fissure in the depths of the mountain ranges. It was hard to say which side had the upper hand, and both the Human Race Alliance and the stem borer Chu Yao had suffered heavy losses. Roar roar, another 3 Jindan stem borers shot toward Yi Tianmei, their mouths abruptly biting down. Yi Tianmei's brows furrowed slightly, and a cold expression appeared on her face as she flicked her fingers with an expressionless face. Whoosh, the silver sword ray and 8 smaller sword shadows beside her swept out, and in the blink of an eye, they flashed past the 3 stem borers. Puff puff puff. 3 muffled sounds rang out, the bodies of the 3 Jindan stem borers suddenly exploded into blood mist, and they didn't even have the chance to scream before they were killed by Yi Tianmei. The 9-moon sword in Yi Tianmei's hand moved from time to time, blocking all the attacks around her. Sometimes, she became one with a sword, like a silver dragon, flashing past. Wherever she went, a large number of stem borers and Chu Yao were cut into pieces by the sword light, creating a bloody path. Yi Tianmei was only at the early stage of celestial state, but the sword control technique she used was so fierce and vicious, naturally attracting the attention of the people around her. However, using the sword control technique repeatedly consumed a lot of spiritual power, and at this moment, her face was faintly pale. The people around Yi Tianmei were the young celestial state cultivators of the various sects, all of them had high cultivation levels, and their magic treasures were exquisite. Without the Chuyun battleship to open the way, the Human Race Alliance could only put the most elite celestial state cultivators at the front of the army, blocking the attacks that came like a tide, and at the same time, leading the army to open the way. However, even though they killed batch after batch of stemborers and Chu Yao, there was still an endless stream of stemborers immediately filling the gap, causing the Human Race Alliance to advance abnormally slow. In the high sky above the battlefield, dozens of light rays were still scattered everywhere, colliding with each other, bursting out bursts of earth-shattering noises from time to time. For a moment, the mystic and lightning cultivators on both sides were evenly matched. In terms of numbers, the mystic and lightning cultivators of the stemborers and Chu Yao were much more than the human race, but the mystic and lightning cultivators of the human race were all the leaders of the various forces, and the magic treasures in their hands were exquisite. Most of the people of the same force were good at joint attacks, facing the opponent who had the advantage in numbers. They were not at a disadvantage at all. Especially Madame Zhen, Ancestor Xuanyu, Chief Hao, and the black-robed skinny elder of the demon mystic sect of the four ancient sects. Each of them had the ultimate treasure of their sect, and they were even more powerful, fighting 1 against 2, or even 1 against 3, they were not at a disadvantage at all. At this moment, Ancestor Xuanyu was activating a green dragon staff, which transformed into a huge green dragon that was hundreds of feet long, fighting with 3 mystic and lightning stemborers. This staff was the ultimate treasure of the Taiqing sect, the 3 clear dragon staff. The gigantic azure dragon shook its head and tail. White clouds shrouded its body, and the spiritual energy it exuded was overwhelming. A large number of green claw shadows and the densely packed green lightning balls that it spat out from its mouth possessed a fearsome might. As it fought against the 3 Tongxian realm moths, it did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Although he was unable to heavily injure his opponent, he was able to force his opponent to retreat step by step. His hand seals were orderly, and he looked calm and composed, but he was actually extremely anxious in his heart. This place wasn't too far away from the Gufeng mountain range's spatial cracks. The startling spatial cracks in the distant horizon were already faintly visible. Given his powerful Tongxian realm spiritual perception, he had long noticed that something was amiss. Everyone, something's wrong. Old Ancestor Xianyu used a telepathic technique to inform the other metaphysic realm elders around him. At this moment, Madame Zhen was controlling the most precious treasure of the Heaven's Craftsmanship sect, an octagonal yellow disc, which emitted a bright light and easily blocked the attacks of 2 Metaphysic Enlightenment Realm moths and 1 Metaphysic Enlightenment Realm Chu Yao. Madame Zhen frowned when she heard Patriarch Xuanyu's words. The aura coming from there is getting stronger and stronger. Now that the battle is at a stalemate, we can't continue like this. Right now, we are more than 500 li away from the spatial cracks, and there should be a backup plan near the spatial cracks. Isn't it a little too hasty to carry out the plan now? The white-haired old man controlled the Golden Book Dharma treasure, which emitted bursts of golden light and blocked the 2 Metaphysic Enlightenment Realm Chu Yao in front of him. It's too late, we can't delay any longer. Madame Zhen's voice sounded in the ears of the others. At our current speed, we won't reach our destination in less than half a day. By then, it's hard to say what will happen. The skinny old man from the demon mystic sect was controlling a white-bone demonic flag to block the 2 Metaphysic Enlightenment Realm stemborers. He also agreed with Madame Zhen's suggestion. Seeing that the 3 of them agreed, Chief Hao didn't insist. The 4 of them looked at each other, and old Ancestor Xuanyu, Chief Hao, and the black-robed old man shouted at the same time, and their bodies shone brightly. However, Madame Zhen flipped her hand and recalled the yellow octagonal yellow disc, and her figure retreated. Chu Yao's expression changed when he saw the 4 of them fighting with the Metaphysic Enlightenment Realm stemborers. Chu Yao and the stemborers who were fighting with Madame Zhen suddenly saw Madame Zhen retreating, and they seemed to have discovered something. They let out a roar and were about to chase after her with no regard for their own safety. However, at this moment, old Ancestor Xuanyu's body shone brightly with green light. He opened his palm and chanted. Light flashed in the center of his palm, and a green rune that looked like a swimming fish appeared. The green light around his body surged into the green rune, and the rune became dazzling. As he waved his hand, the green rune shot out from his palm, and fused into the body of the huge green dragon in front of him. A series of events happened in the blink of an eye. The huge green dragon seemed to have swallowed a huge tonic, and the green light emitted from its body immediately became several times brighter. Its body also expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a huge green dragon that was close to 10,000 feet long. The huge green dragon let out a loud dragon roar, and its huge body swayed, pouncing towards the three metaphysic enlightenment realm stem borers in front of it. Not only that, the huge green dragon's tail also whipped towards the three stem borers who were trying to chase after Madame Zhen and Chu Yao. At the same time, the golden book in the old man's hand shone brightly, and countless golden runes flew out from the golden book. Most of them shot towards the two metaphysic enlightenment realm stem borers in front of him. They were silent, but they stirred up the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the surrounding tens of miles. The expressions of the two metaphysic enlightenment realm stem borers changed. They knew that the seemingly inconspicuous golden runes were powerful, and they opened their mouths to spit out white silk to block in front of them. As a result, the remaining half of the golden runes shot towards Madame Zhen's three opponents. At the same time, the skinny old man's eyes flashed, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood essence, which fused into the white bone demonic flag in front of him. At the same time, he made a hand seal, and several black lights shot towards the black flag at an incomparably fast speed. Suddenly, the white bone demonic flag shone brightly, and a ghastly howl came from the flag. The white bone demonic flag flashed, and suddenly jumped out of the flag, growing to 5,000 to 6,000 feet in size. The huge white bone demonic flag rolled its eyes a few times, and it let out a roar that was 100 times more miserable than a ghost's howl. Circles of black sound waves were emitted from the white bone demonic flag's mouth, not only enveloping the two metaphysic enlightenment realm stem borers in front of the black-robed old man, but the black sound waves also spread out, enveloping all the stem borers within a radius of several thousand feet. The metaphysic enlightenment realm stem borers and Chu Yao were enveloped by the black sound waves, and their faces immediately showed a painful expression. This was especially so for the metaphysic enlightenment realm stem borers. Their bodies twisted crazily, as if they were really in great pain. Even the black light around their bodies dimmed a little. The three of them exerted their strength at the same time, and managed to block most of the stem borers and Chu Yao on the battlefield, freeing the 5 metaphysic enlightenment realm elders to deal with them. However, they were unable to deal with the battle groups that were slightly further away. However, although the metaphysic enlightenment realm cultivators could not kill their opponents immediately, they could at least maintain a stalemate with their opponents. We can hold them off for half an incense stick's time. The other elders must block the stem borers and Chu Yao that are attacking Madame Zhen along the way, and ensure that the mission is completed. Ancestor Xianxu's lips moved slightly as he transmitted his voice to all the metaphysic enlightenment realm elders present. At this moment, Madame Zhen had already retreated more than 1,000 feet. She nodded slightly to the three elders, and then her body suddenly turned into a yellow light, and she left the battlefield with the remaining 5 metaphysic enlightenment realm elders, shooting towards the depths of the Gufeng mountain range. Seeing this, the metaphysic enlightenment realm stem borers and Chu Yao on the battlefield let out a frenzied roar, and tried to chase after them, but they were blocked by Ancestor Xianxu and the other 2 elders with all their might. In the face of this crazy attack, none of the 3 elders had any intention of retreating. Without any regard for the consumption of their magic power, they pushed the power of their magic treasures to the maximum, and blocked the metaphysic enlightenment realm stem borers and Chu Yao. Just as the Alliance army was fighting the stem borers and Chu Yao with all their might. Outside the Gufeng mountain range, a streak of black light shot from afar, and after a few flashes, it landed on a cliff on the outskirts of the Gufeng mountain range. The black light dissipated, and the figure of Lu Ming was revealed. Beside him stood an extremely beautiful young lady. It was none other than Callan. After leaving the Taiqing gate, the 2 of them rushed towards the Gufeng mountain range without stopping, and it took them nearly 2 days to arrive here. In the depths of the Gufeng mountain range, there were faint flashes of light, and faint sounds of fighting could be heard. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and the purple light in his eyes shone brightly. The situation of the battle thousands of miles away was clearly reflected in his eyes, and even the situation of the depths of the Gufeng mountain range was clearly seen by him. He let out a light sigh, and murmured, "Luckily, we made it in time." Callan also looked towards the depths of the mountain range. Although she did not have Lu Ming's eyesight, such violent spiritual power fluctuations could shock her heart from such a distance. "Callan, there are dangers everywhere in the chaotic battle. You should temporarily hide in my magic treasure space. Lu Ming retracted his gaze, looked at Callan beside him, and took out a mountain river pearl. Then, be careful. Although Callan was a little hesitant, she knew that if she directly participated in the battle, she was afraid that she would drag Lu Ming down, so she nodded and said softly with concern. Along the way, Lu Ming's amazing speed without reservation naturally attracted her attention. How could an ordinary celestial state cultivator reach the Gufeng mountain range hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Thousand Spirit mountain range where the Taiching Gate was located in only 2 days? However, Lu Ming did not say, so she did not ask. Because she knew that when Lu Ming wanted to tell her, he would naturally say it. She did not need to care about it now. More importantly, she knew Lu Ming. Although the degree of danger ahead would be far more difficult than any previous secret realm by thousands of times, even if all the powerful metaphysic realm cultivators of the mainland joined forces, they would not be sure to win. But since Lu Ming was here, he would definitely create a miracle. He would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Although Callan only said a short sentence, it contained a concern, and more of trust. This made Lu Ming feel a little warm. After nodding, he gently made a gesture. The surface of the mountain river pearl shone with yellow light, and a khaki glow shot out from it, rolling over Callan. When the khaki glow flashed and disappeared into the mountain river pearl, Callan's figure had disappeared, leaving only a faint fragrance. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the mountain river pearl. After taking a deep breath, he looked into the depths of the mountains again. The next moment, his body shook slightly, and a trace of trance flashed across his face. Through his purple rune demon eyes, he discovered that there was a beautiful woman in a silver palace dress at the forefront of the Alliance army. At this moment, she was controlling an extremely agile silver flying sword as she slaughtered her way through the Stemborer Chuyao's army. Her figure was so familiar, who else could it be but Yi Tianmei? However, after some exploration, he couldn't see Qian Ruping's figure. Is Ping Er not in the army? He frowned slightly and muttered to himself. The next moment, a faint green light appeared on Lu Ming's body, and his figure disappeared instantly. Then he turned into a faint shadow and blasted toward the depths of the mountains at an amazing speed. Yi Tianmei waved one hand, and the 9 flying swords turned into 9 silver lotuses. They left her body and turned around, tearing a Jin Dan state stemborer and several crystal-level stemborers into countless pieces. But there was no joy on her face. Instead, she frowned slightly, and her face looked more and more pale. Although the power of the sword-controlling technique was unparalleled, it was not suitable for a protracted battle after all. Although her cultivation had reached celestial state at this moment, her spiritual power was not as good as a freak like Lu Ming. In addition, she was not good at defense. After fighting for half a day, the spiritual power in her body had been reduced to less than half, and there were several minor injuries on her body. Not only her, the other celestial state cultivators around, except for 1 or 2 people with unusually strong spiritual power, all showed signs of fatigue at this moment. This was under the situation where they were fighting while taking the best recovery spiritual pills provided by the Alliance. Yi Tianmei took advantage of the moment and quickly took a spiritual pill. Her beautiful eyes glanced toward the depths of the mountains. Just now, there was a sudden change in the battle between the mighty cultivators in midair. 6. Mighty cultivators suddenly left the battlefield and blasted toward the depths of the mountains. Their purpose was naturally self-evident. Immediately afterward, a series of loud noises came from the sky, and the battle situation was a bit more intense than before. Yi Tianmei's beautiful eyes flashed a trace of anxiety. Although she didn't know what exactly happened, she could guess in her heart. Now that the battle situation was dragging and the progress was slow, it was most likely that the senior leaders of the Alliance army used some means to make a last stand. Using such a drastic method in such a hasty manner caused the already low success rate to decrease by quite a bit. Originally, this had nothing to do with her, but since the battle began this morning, she couldn't contact Qian Ruping. The two had agreed before that if the Alliance army was defeated, they would escape from the battlefield together. At this moment, her mana was almost depleted. If she continued to fight, she would consider leaving the battlefield. However, Qian Ruping suddenly disappeared without a trace. Regardless of the deep feelings between them, Qian Ruping was regarded as a relative by Lu Ming. In any case, she couldn't leave Qian Rupiang behind and escape alone. Yi Tianmei's mind was slightly in a trance. The silver sword light surrounding her body slowed down for a moment. At this moment, not far behind her, a celestial elephant Chu Yao's figure suddenly turned into a silver light, dodging the silver sword light that filled the sky, and shot towards Yi Tianmei. Not far behind her, a celestial elephant, Chu Yao, suddenly turned into a silver light. He avoided the silver sword and rushed toward Yi Tianmei. Yi Tianmei was horrified. She waved her jade finger and a silver flying sword shone brightly. It slashed at the silver silk while her figure retreated backward at the same time. Yi Tianmei was shocked. She waved her finger, and the silver flying sword shone brightly. It slashed at the silver thread. At the same time, her figure flew backward. Seeing that Yi Tianmei was about to be hurt by the silver thread, a loud tiger roar suddenly sounded. A silver light blasted from the side. It flashed and turned into a silver-white giant tiger, blocking in front of Yi Tianmei. The silver threads pierced deep into the silver tiger's body. The silver tiger let out a roar, and its body that had just condensed collapsed again. However, the silver threads were finally blocked. Yi Tianmei's eyes flashed coldly. She quickly chanted a spell and made a sword gesture. The silver flying sword suddenly shone brightly and expanded several times in size, turning into a huge silver sword shadow that was hundreds of feet in size. At the same time, 8 slightly smaller sword shadows appeared around the huge sword shadow. Go! With a low shout, the huge silver sword shadow and the 8 smaller sword shadows shot toward celestial elephant Chu Yao. They were like lightning, and in a flash, they slashed at celestial elephant Chu Yao. Celestial phenomenon Chu Yao's body was instantly engulfed by the silvery sword shadows. A muffled sound akin to silk tearing rang out from within the silvery sword shadows, and in the next instant, a shrill scream rang out from within the silvery light. Yi Tianmei snorted and waved her hand. The huge silver sword shadow dissipated, turned into a silver flying sword, and flew back. Celestial elephant Chu Yao's body was broken into several pieces and fell to the ground. There was no sound. Junior sister Ye's sword control technique is really powerful. Today, you have killed more than 10 stemborers and Chu Yao of the same level. After the battle, you will naturally make a great contribution to the sect. A young man in a silver robe flew to Yi Tianmei's side and laughed. It was Luo Tiancheng. Luo Tiancheng was originally very talented, and in the past few hundred years, he had also advanced to the celestial elephant realm. Although he was only in the early stage of celestial elephant, and his cultivation technique was not as powerful as Yi Tianmei's, he had the Du Tianling body after all. His magic power and combat ability were much stronger than Yi Tianmei's, or even the late stage of celestial elephant realm. Senior brother Luo is too kind. Thank you for your help. Yi Tianmei said lightly. You and I belong to the same sect. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. Luo Tiancheng looked at Yi Tianmei with a fiery gaze and smiled. Senior brother Luo is too polite. Yi Tianmei's face turned cold. Without saying anything more, she flew forward. The silver flying sword shone brightly and slashed at the stemborer army in front of her. Luo Tiancheng's face darkened. With his current status and cultivation, he naturally had no lack of female cultivators from the sect who sought after him. But ever since Yi Tianmei joined the Taiqing Gate, he was immediately shocked after seeing her by chance and launched a fierce pursuit of Yi Tianmei. It was just that Yi Tianmei had always been indifferent to him, which made the Taiqing sect's favored son who was now in the limelight a little psychologically frustrated. But of course he would not give up. After all, looking at the entire Taiqing Gate, he thought he was the only one who was most qualified to have this woman. Yi Tianmei flew to the front of the battle line and waved her wrist. Immediately, a large area of silver sword light swept out with afterimages, covering an area of tens of meters. Dozens of low-tier stemborers were cut into several pieces by the sword light without making a sound. But at this moment, an extremely faint green figure flashed next to Yi Tianmei. With a wave of his hand, a yellow light shrouded Yi Tianmei's body like lightning. Yi Tianmei's face changed. The silver flying sword in her hand flew out a thick sword light, emitting a dazzling silver light, and was about to slash at the green figure. However, in the next moment, her delicate body suddenly froze. She stared blankly at the figure in green. Her originally cold and beautiful face revealed an expression of disbelief. The yellow light just flashed, and Yi Tianmei's figure suddenly disappeared. Several celestial state cultivators nearby immediately noticed the abnormality here, and their faces changed. Especially Luo Tiancheng, he was extremely furious. Who is so bold? Where did you take junior sister Yi? Luo Tiancheng shouted loudly. His entire body turned into a silver electric light and shot towards the figure that had suddenly appeared. Suddenly, he punched out violently. A dragon roar and tiger roar that shook the mountains and rivers came out. 6 silver flood dragons and 6 silver giant tigers shot out from his fists, turning into 12 long silver rainbows that instantly sealed off all directions of the azure-robed figure. A sharp whistling sound came from Luo Tiancheng's hand, and a silver warhammer magic treasure appeared in his hand. Then, it flashed and transformed into several tens of layers of warhammer shadows. Along with a loud rumbling sound, they bombarded the head of the green silhouette. This series of attacks showed Luo Tiancheng's experienced and ruthless attack methods. It could be said to be watertight. But the green figure glanced at Luo Tiancheng indifferently, and then looked away. For this kind of stormy attack, it seemed to not care at all. Luo Tiancheng's face was startled. The green figure's gaze just gave him a faint familiar feeling. His heart was slightly in a trance, but as soon as he thought of Yi Tianmei, he immediately became ferocious. The silver hammer in his hand turned into a lightning, striking toward the green figure's head. However, at this moment, the green figure flashed slightly, and disappeared out of thin air. No one knew where he went. The next moment, the silver hammer and the silver dragon and tiger bombarded the place where the green figure was just standing, but hit the air. A loud boom resounded, the silver hammer magic weapon flashed, and slammed into the ground below the green figure, followed by a series of silver light accompanied by a roar. Smoke and dust billowed, the ground shook violently, and there was a muffled sound like thunder. After a while, it stopped. When the silver light faded away, there was a huge pit with a radius of 1,000 feet where the azure figure had been. Moreover, it was dark and it was unknown how deep it was. Luo Tiancheng's figure flashed, and he stood in midair above the huge pit. His face was full of horror. Under the sweep of his divine sense, he could not see the green figure's shadow. Not only him, but the other celestial state cultivators around who noticed the situation also changed their expressions, and they looked at each other. Not far away, Long Yanfei also looked over here. Obviously, she also noticed what happened just now, and a trace of confusion flashed in her beautiful eyes. But before these people could speak, the Stemborer army in front and on the left and right had already rushed up like a tide again, and they hurriedly tried to resist. Luo Tiancheng's face was angry, but he was on the battlefield at the moment, shouldering the orders of the alliance's higher-ups, and he couldn't care less about Yi Tianmei being taken away. The disappearance of Yi Tianmei, an early-stage celestial state cultivator, couldn't cause any waves in the overall situation at all. The two armies were still in a stalemate. At the same time, in the depths of the Gufeng mountain range, near the spatial fissure, a yellow streak of light shot over like lightning from afar. With just a few flashes, the yellow streak of light arrived at the top of a mountain about 1,000 feet away from the spatial fissure. After a flash, the figure of Madame Jeanne appeared. At this moment, Madame Jeanne's expression was grave and her eyes were filled with vigilance. Along the way, as expected, she had encountered several profound Enlightenment Realm Stemborers and Chu Yao's attacks. Fortunately, the 5 profound Enlightenment Realm cultivators had used their full strength to stop them, allowing her to reach this place. But at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A huge black and white figure had already shot out from a nearby valley. With lightning speed, it suddenly pounced over, at the same time emitting a terrifying spiritual pressure. Madame Jeanne's expression changed. The black and white figure was astonishingly a mountain-sized spider stemborer. Moreover, its aura was far more powerful than an ordinary profound enlightenment stemborer. The black and white spider stemborer opened its mouth and with a chi-chi sound, countless dark green spider silk shot through the air. With a blur, it directly appeared in front of Madame Jeanne as if it had teleported. Madame Jeanne's expression was one of shock, but she didn't panic. She quickly made a hand sign with one hand and summoned a small yellow bell with a surface covered with exquisite spirit inscriptions. Dang! The small yellow bell flew out of her hand and spun in the air. Then, it suddenly grew to a size of 1,000 feet, blocking in front of her like a small mountain. The dense green spider silk fell on the giant bell like raindrops. After a series of loud noises, which sounded like raindrops hitting banana leaves, the giant yellow bell didn't move at all. It easily blocked the spider silk. At this moment, there was a fluctuation above Madame Jean's head. Then, 8 black and white claws covered in bristles appeared out of thin air. Like black blades, they violently clawed at the top of Madame Jean's head. Madame Jean raised her hand, and a dazzling golden ball flew out from her sleeve. Then, it quickly transformed into a golden ape puppet that was several hundred feet in size. Suddenly, the ape's arms thickened, and a huge rock the size of a small hill appeared in its 2 house-sized fists. Then, the ape threw the rock upwards. There was only a pung sound. The huge rock was lightly scratched by the spider stimborer's sharp claws and split into pieces. After that, the giant golden ape puppet was also dismembered by the stimborers. However, this action had bought Madame Jean a moment to catch her breath. At this moment, she was surrounded by 7 to 8 beast-shaped puppets, each several hundred feet in size. The magic energy fluctuations emanating from them were extraordinary, comparable to late-stage celestial phenomenon cultivators. As she pointed a finger forward, the celestial phenomenon puppets immediately opened their mouths and shot out a series of thick pillars of white light toward the black and white stimborers in the air. A layer of white light suddenly appeared over the surface of the black and white stimborer's body, forming a white barrier. Bam! 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 The white barrier flashed violently, and even though it didn't shatter, an enormous burst of force still forced the black and white stimborers to slow their descent significantly. Madame Jean heaved a sigh of relief. She urged the beast-type puppets around her to rise into the air. At the same time, she looked at the spatial rift not far away. Her expression changed instantly. Several huge spatial rifts had almost connected together, and they were slowly merging together at a speed visible to the naked eye. Waves of terrifying aura were emitted from the rifts. Not good. An ominous premonition flashed through Madame Jean's heart. She suddenly waved her hand, and was about to do something. Hee, it's too late for you to do anything now. In just a moment, Master Chu Chi's true body will descend. The black and white stimborer let out a wild laugh. A vast expanse of black and white light swept out from its body, sweeping toward the beast-type puppets above Madame Jean's head. Streaks of black and white lightning as thick as water buckets appeared within the light, and a dense thunderclap rang out. The beast-type puppets were unable to resist in the slightest, and were directly destroyed. Madame Jean's expression became solemn. She flicked her 10 fingers toward the giant yellow bell, and a series of colorful incantation seals disappeared into the giant bell in front of her. The inscribed talisman characters on the giant yellow bell all lit up, emitting bursts of dazzling yellow light. Dang! The bell rang, countless yellow talisman characters shot out from the surface of the giant bell, and they quickly expanded in size. They transformed into streaks of yellow light, and shot toward the black and white light above. The two collided with a loud rumble. The power of the collision was equal, and they were in a deadlock for a while. At this moment, Madame Jean didn't even spare a glance up. A white jade shuttle magic treasure had suddenly appeared in her hand, and with a tap of her finger, the jade shuttle transformed into a streak of white light that shot violently towards the nearby spatial rift at an extremely shocking speed. The black and white stimborer didn't seem to have anticipated Madame Jean's action. After sensing that something was amiss, its huge body suddenly turned around, and it carried a billowing gust of wind, and pounced toward Qian Ruping and the others. At this moment, a yellow figure flashed like a ghost, and appeared in front of the black and white stimborer. It was Madame Jean. The white jade shuttle flew to the space fissure in the blink of an eye. A white light flashed, and 5 figures appeared around the jade shuttle out of thin air. They were Qian Ruping and 4 cultivators of Howren Academy at the Celestial Phenomenon Realm. As soon as the 5 of them appeared, they immediately looked toward the space fissure in the air, and their expressions changed. In particular, Qian Ruping's brows were tightly knitted. According to the original plan, immediately set up the formation. Qian Ruping's eyes flashed, and she hurriedly shouted. The 4 Celestial Phenomenon Realm cultivators next to her immediately nodded, and the 4 of them immediately flew away in a flash, landing in front of Qian Ruping, on the left and on the right. The 4 of them chanted incantations, and waved their hands repeatedly. Colorful array flags appeared beside them, and then as they waved their arms, they fell in various places nearby. Qian Ruping waved her hand, and 4 array discs a few feet in size appeared beside her, emitting 4 completely different colors: red, blue, black, and yellow. In the blink of an eye, the 4 people around Qian Ruping formed a faint 4-pointed star shape with Qian Ruping as the center. Hundreds of array flags floated around each of the 5 people, forming an incomparably complex formation. Qian Ruping muttered an incantation, and her 2 hands repeatedly formed a series of incantations. Hundreds of array flags made a long whining sound, and then immediately rose up into the air, and shot out a beam of light into the air. Hundreds of array flags gathered together, forming an incomparably thick beam of light that shot straight toward the spatial rift in midair, enveloping it in the beam of light. After being enveloped by the beam of light, the faint light emitted by the spatial rift in midair immediately dimmed, and the convergence of the spatial rifts seemed to stop. Even the terrifying aura that was constantly being emitted from the rifts was stifled. When the black and white spider stem borer saw this, it let out a strange roar and leaped up, as if it was desperately trying to stop Qian Ruping and the others. Naturally, Madame Jeanne wouldn't let it have its way. Her 10 fingers moved like a wheel, and the giant yellow bell in front of her began to spin. 7 or 8 thick, sparkling, and translucent yellow lights shot out from it, shooting toward the black and white spider stem borer. A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the black and white stem borer, and it didn't dodge. It opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of giant blade-like fangs. A deafening roar resounded. Suddenly, a vast expanse of black light swept toward Qian Ruping and the others, and within it were countless translucent white wind blades. Several muffled sounds rang out, and the black and white stem borer used its body to block the yellow lights. Its hard carapace immediately cracked in several places, and blood violently gushed out. However, the black and white spider stem borer seemed to be completely unaffected. Its huge body suddenly sprang up, and it passed by Madame Jeanne, pouncing toward Qian Ruping and the others. Madame Jeanne's expression changed, and she slapped the giant yellow bell like lightning. A loud bell chime sounded out, and the bell blurred before disappearing without a trace. In the next instant, yellow light flashed around Qian Ruping and the others, and a huge bell-shaped yellow light barrier appeared. The light barrier was several thousand feet in size, and it was around a foot thick. Although the light it emitted wasn't very bright, it gave off a feeling of impregnability, and Qian Ruping and the others were all blocked behind it. Just as the yellow light barrier took shape, countless white wind blades rained down upon it like a torrential storm. In an instant, the light on the surface of the yellow light barrier rippled violently. Although the light barrier barely managed to block all of the white wind blades, Qian Ruping and the others who were within it seemed to be shaken by an invisible force. As celestial phenomenon realm cultivators, the 4 of them were able to barely hold on, but Qian Ruping couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The formation that was about to take shape almost fell apart at the last moment. Qian Ruping's expression greatly changed, and she couldn't help but look outside the light barrier. "Don't worry about anything else, hurry up and set up the formation." Less than 150 feet away from the yellow light barrier, Madame Jeanne used some unknown method to forcibly block the black and white spider stem borer. Although her face was a bit pale, she still stood tall and straight, without the slightest intention of backing down. Seeing this, Qian Ruping's expression relaxed slightly, and she looked at the spatial rift in the air again. Although the formation didn't fail, it was still delayed quite a bit. Her eyes narrowed, and she chanted an incantation. Her hands quickly formed a seal, and the light around the formation slowly changed. The light of the formation that enveloped the spatial rift also faintly trembled, and countless colorful runes appeared in the light. They shot toward the spatial rift, and in a flash, they merged into the spatial rift. At this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. The spatial rift in the air suddenly shook violently, and a large swath of black light swept down from the spatial rift, easily tearing apart the light of the formation that enveloped the nearby area. Qian Ruping and the 4 celestial phenomenon realm cultivators from the Haoran Academy paled, and at the same time, they spat out a mouthful of blood, and were sent flying by a strong force. The formation that was formed by hundreds of formation flags instantly collapsed, and more than half of the formation flags were directly shattered, turning into specks of light. Rumble, a loud rumble came from the spatial rift, emitting a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Several spatial rifts slowly merged together. This time, the speed of the fusion was 10 times faster than before. In just a few breaths, the several spatial rifts that were over 100 feet in size completely merged together, forming a giant spatial rift that was nearly 10,000 feet in size. Seeing this scene, even though Madame Jeanne's temperament had always been very firm, at this moment, she could not help but reveal a look of despair in her eyes. The 4 celestial phenomenon realm cultivators of the Howran Academy were lying around at this moment. Under the shroud of this dense spiritual pressure, their bodies could not help but tremble, and it seemed that they could not even stand up. On the ground not far from the 4 people, Qian Ruping's expression was relatively calm. Her cultivation was the lowest among the people present, but she was wearing a treasure armor given by ancestor Xianxia of the Taiqing Gate. Therefore, although she was not lightly injured, it was not life-threatening. At this moment, she struggled to quietly step back a little. Without the others noticing, she flipped her hand and took out a delicate communication array disc. With a wave of her hand, a light was integrated into the array disc. But the array disc only flashed at the beginning, and then it was like a dead object, motionless. Qian Ruping's face was startled, and then there was a trace of anxiety in her eyes. This array disc was specially refined by her, and there were 2 in total. It was used to communicate with Yi Tianmei alone. At this moment, the array disc did not respond, which meant that the other one was likely to be damaged. At this moment, the space crack in midair trembled violently, and a dazzling red light came out of the crack, and the surrounding void shook violently. Madame Jeanne, Qian Ruping, and others were once again swept out by a huge shock force, and even the black and white spider stem borer was the same. The next moment, the red light quickly became brighter and brighter, and the naked eye could no longer see it directly. Boom! In the dazzling red light, a huge red stone ball of hundreds of feet in size suddenly emerged, and it seemed to be squeezing out of the space crack bit by bit. This scene was like a hen laying eggs with difficulty. However, this process only lasted for a few breaths. When half of the red stone ball left the space crack, it immediately fell down. Because of the friction with the air, the surface of the ball ignited a raging fire, like a meteorite. Rumble! The huge red stone ball slammed heavily on the mountain below, and in an instant, the mountain collapsed. Boulders flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. The mountain peak where Qian Ruping and others were originally located disappeared in the blink of an eye. What replaced it was a huge pit. The lower half of the red stone ball was embedded in this pit. Ka-ka! A loud sound rang out. Cracks appeared on the surface of the huge stone ball. In the next moment, it suddenly exploded. Then, a silver figure that was about 10 feet in size flashed out of the meteorite and stopped in midair. It was a half-human, half-silkworm Chuyao. The upper body of this Chuyao was that of a charming woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. Her upper body was not naked, but she was wearing a set of strange silver armor, and she was holding a sickle covered with saw teeth in her hand. What was different from a normal Chuyao was that there were 2 curved fleshy feelers on the top of this woman's head, and there seemed to be 2 light silver meatballs hanging from the ends of the feelers. Its lower body was swollen like a silkworm, and there were circles of silver runes curling around it, emitting waves of breathtaking light. Thousands of feet away, Madame Jeanne steadied herself in the air. She had already placed the octagonal yellow disc in front of her. She could clearly sense a soul-trembling aura emanating from the golden-haired Chuyao's body, and even her sect treasure was unable to give her any sense of security. Madame Jeanne had experienced the battle against the Stemborer Queen last time, and she could sense that the aura of this Chuyao was not inferior to that of the Stemborer Queen in the slightest. Congratulations, Master Chu-Chi, you've finally opened the passageway between the 2 worlds and descended into the human world. At this moment, the black and white spider stemborer flew over to the golden-haired Chuyao, and its massive body shrank to around the same size as the golden-haired Chuyao. It withdrew its 8 black and white legs and knelt down. Oh, I recall that you're the number 1 general under the Stemborer Queen. You're called Black Pincer, right? The golden-haired Chuyao shook his head slightly. He seemed to be a little unaccustomed to the fact that he had just broken through this realm, and he only turned to the black and white stemborer after a while. That's right, I am Black Pincer, the black and white spider stemborer replied in a respectful manner. Your stemborer race also contributed greatly to my success in breaking through this realm. The golden-haired Chuyao waved a hand, and a gentle white light flew out of his hand, enveloping the black and white spider stimber's body. The wounds on the black and white spider stimber's body instantly healed at a rate visible to the naked eye, and even the magic power it had expended was replenished by a significant amount. Thank you, Master Chu Chi. The Stemborer Queen is currently trapped in a different space by Amoya. I hope Master Chu Chi will not forget the agreement between our races. The black and white spider stemborer stretched its body before kneeling down in joy. Don't worry, Master Chu Chi will take care of this. Before the golden-haired Chu Yao finished his sentence, he suddenly looked to the side and chuckled. Am I that scary? You want to run as soon as you see me? At this moment, Madame Zhen had already transformed into a streak of yellow light, and she had taken advantage of the moment when the golden-haired Chu Yao and the black and white spider stemborer were talking to each other. Meanwhile, Qian Ruping and the others were still lying on the ground. It was not that they did not want to run, but under the terrifying pressure of the golden-haired Chu Yao, they did not even have the strength to move a finger, let alone run away. At this moment, Qian Ruping's entire body seemed to have been frozen, and she was half lying on the ground. Her eyes were filled with regret. She had obviously underestimated the danger of this mission, so much so that she could no longer activate the sword in her arms. If she had known this would happen, she would have immediately run away before the immortal Chu Yao arrived. As the golden-haired Chu Yao spoke, he waved the black sawtooth sickle in his hand at the direction of Madame Zhen, and a black crescent blade light several feet long appeared out of thin air. The black blade light was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it caught up with the light that Madame Zhen had transformed into, and slashed down fiercely. Wherever the blade light passed, the space shattered like a mirror, leaving behind a long black mark that lasted for a long time. Madame Zhen's expression changed drastically. Seeing that the black blade light was about to reach her, she turned around while flying, and the yellow light on her body suddenly shone brightly. The octagonal disc magic treasure quickly expanded by several times, and in the nick of time, it blocked in front of her. A loud bang sounded, the black blade light struck the octagonal shield, and the octagonal disc emitted a zhizhi sound, and the yellow light it emitted quickly weakened. But in contrast, the black blade light also became fainter and smaller. Madame Zhen's expression changed drastically, and the remaining magic power in her body frantically poured into the yellow disc, but it could not stop the disc's light from weakening. Crack! Finally, a crack appeared on the yellow disc magic treasure. Then, there was a crisp sound, and the yellow octagonal disc magic treasure suddenly shattered, and was cut into two halves. At this moment, the black blade light was less than a tenth of its original size, but it still struck Madame Zhen, who was behind the round shield. The black blade light immediately engulfed Madame Zhen's body, and a scream came from within the black light, and then it immediately fell silent. When the black light faded away, there was nothing in midair, as if Madame Zhen had disappeared from the world. Seeing this, the golden-haired Chu Yao's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but he did not seem to care much. Then, he turned his gaze to Qian Ruping and the others on the ground not far away, and a trace of a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Qian Ruping and the others saw this, and their faces were already pale. But at this moment, the void behind the golden-haired Chu Yao fluctuated, and a green figure appeared like a ghost, and a faintly discernible pale golden sword light appeared, and suddenly slashed towards the golden-haired Chu Yao. The golden-haired Chu Yao's expression changed greatly, and at this moment, it was already too late to dodge. She suddenly turned around, opened her mouth, and spat out a jade-like object, and immediately broke it. Bang! A five-colored light burst out from the broken jade, and wrapped the golden-haired Chu Yao inside it. The five-colored light had just appeared, and the black sword light had already cut the golden-haired Chu Yao's body. The golden sword light seemed ordinary, but in a flash, the five-colored light and the golden-haired Chu Yao's body were cut in half. The black and white spider stemborer, which was originally lying behind the golden-haired Chu Yao, found that it was enveloped by an extremely huge power of law after the appearance of Lu Ming, and it could not move at all. So, under the remaining power of the golden sword light, it was abruptly cut in half, and it did not even have the chance to scream. Then, the cold light turned into a golden sword curtain, and the stemborer was completely crushed together with its soul. Huh! The green figure looked at the five-colored light in front of her, and could not help but let out a soft cry. The next moment, the five-colored light that was cut in half shattered into countless five-colored fireflies, and the golden-haired Chu Yao's figure collapsed and disappeared. The void flashed a few hundred feet away, and the golden-haired Chu Yao's figure emerged. Her face was faintly pale, and there was a wound on her lower abdomen that was gurgling with blood. Although she had used a teleportation treasure to evade the attack, she was still wounded by the black sword projection. The golden-haired Chu Yao's face was even more surprised than the wound on her body. Judging from the aura of the green figure in front of her, she was also an eternal life existence. "Your Excellency, who are you, and why are you involved in this matter?" The golden-haired Chu Yao waved his hand gently, and a faint white light appeared on his body. The wound on her lower abdomen healed quickly, and he asked in a deep voice. According to the information he received, there was only one eternal life realm human cultivator in the Middle Sky continent, and because of the seal of the Stembora Queen, it was impossible for him to appear in these years. The green light on the green figure slowly dissipated, revealing the figure of a young man. It was Lu Ming. A trace of surprise flashed in the golden-haired Chu Yao's eyes. He looked up and down at Lu Ming, and he frowned. With the cultivation base of the golden-haired Chu Yao, he could naturally sense the mixed aura of the human clan, demon clan, beastkin clan, and even the netherworld clan on Lu Ming, but he couldn't judge the identity of Lu Ming for a while. However, there was no doubt that Lu Ming was an eternal life realm cultivator, and his aura was even above him. The golden-haired Chu Yao's face was cold, and he didn't act rashly for a while. "Ming. Brother Ming." At this moment, a surprised voice broke the brief silence. Qian Ruping, who was not far away, held a fist-sized crystal stone in her hand and looked over in surprise. Lu Ming's gaze fell on Qian Ruping, and he smiled slightly and waved at Qian Ruping. After Lu Ming appeared, the huge pressure that the golden-haired Chu Yao oppressed on Qian Ruping had disappeared. She originally wanted to take out the moon-supporting stone and escape immediately, but after seeing Lu Ming's face, she was overjoyed and forgot everything. At this moment, seeing Lu Ming calling, she immediately stood up and flew toward Lu Ming without hesitation. Blonde-haired Chu Yao's eyes turned. Lu Ming and Qian Ruping were familiar with each other. Their standpoint couldn't be more obvious. They were also standing on the side of the human race. As soon as she thought of this, a cold light flashed in her eyes. She chanted an unknown spell in a very low voice. At the top of the two fleshy tentacles on her head, two pale silver meatballs trembled slightly, and then there was a flash of silver light. Hula, the golden hair on his head danced wildly, and then suddenly elongated into dense golden threads that filled the sky. Like countless arrows, they shot towards Qian Ruping. The speed of the golden hair was extremely fast. As the sound of breaking through the air sounded, a large piece of golden light had already arrived in front of Qian Ruping. It was about to pierce through Qian Ruping. Qian Ruping didn't have the cultivation of Jing Dan. She only felt that the air around her was tight. She was shrouded by some kind of natural law, and she couldn't move at all. But at this moment, another huge power of the natural law covered Qian Ruping. At the same time, the surrounding void was instantly shrouded by a layer of blue ripples like water waves. Then the sound of waves rolling was loud. The golden threads that filled the sky were able to tear through the void, but they were immediately frozen the moment they came into contact with the layer of blue ripples. But these golden silk only shone brightly on the surface. With a series of crisp sounds, the ice wrapped around it collapsed bit by bit. Seeing that these golden threads were about to break free again and continue to pass through Qian Ruping, a large black hand reached out from the void at the critical moment. It grabbed Qian Ruping's body and pulled her back, causing the golden threads that were whistling down to completely miss their target. "It's dangerous here. Stay in my magic weapon space for a while." Lu Ming's voice sounded in Qian Ruping's ears. Before she could react, she felt that the scenery in front of her was blurred. She had already appeared in a yellow space. "Ping Er, you are here too." A slightly surprised voice came from behind. Yi Tianmei was also in this space. When she saw Qian Ruping appear, she hurriedly flew over. Not only that, Callan was also next to Yi Tianmei. At this moment, she also flew over with a surprised look. "Sister Tianmei, Sister Callan, you're here too. That's great." Qian Ruping was still in a trance, but when she saw Yi Tianmei and Callan, her face lit up. "Ping Er, how's the situation outside?" Callan asked. "The situation is not good. The eternal life realm Yao from the other side of the space crack has arrived. Big Brother Ming is now fighting with him outside. Qian Ruping said with a slight frown. Hearing this, Yi Tianmei and Callan's faces changed. But you don't have to worry, Big Brother Ming is very powerful. He won't be at a disadvantage even when facing Yao of the Eternal Habitat Realm. Qian Ruping quickly added. He can actually fight against Yao of Eternal Life Realm. Callan's complexion relaxed as she muttered to herself. Although she had a faint premonition, she still couldn't believe it. As far as I know, the existence of the Eternal Life Realm is someone who has comprehended the law of heaven and earth to perfection. It is far from what a cultivator of the profound enlightenment realm can compare with. If I'm not wrong, he should be eternal. Yi Tianmei had already known some of the reason why Lu Ming came here through Callan's conversation. Naturally, she had some guesses, but it wasn't until this moment that she said thoughtfully. Big Brother Ming's cultivation has improved greatly. This is a good thing. Now that I have a big brother of the Eternal Life Realm, I can go wherever I want in the future. Qian Ruping didn't think too much and said happily. That's true. Let's ask him about the details after the war is over. Callan's complexion changed and she also chuckled. She was the clearest about Lu Ming's combat ability. In her past experience, few cultivators of the same level could match him. If Lu Ming was really an Eternal Life Realm cultivator, then Yao of the Eternal Life Realm was most likely not his opponent. Yi Tianmei's complexion also relaxed and nodded. At the same time, in the depths of the Gufeng mountain range, under the huge crack in the space, Lu Ming and the blonde-haired Yao were fighting fiercely. Two figures, one green and one silver, turned into dazzling shadows. At this moment, both of them were exerting their body techniques to the extreme, and they were actually equally matched. In front of the power of the law displayed by the two, the space seemed to become extremely fragile. A light touch would leave a long crack or a big hole. Under the collision and agitation of the tyrannical power of the law, the nearby mountains and boulders collapsed upon contact, turned into a pile of dust, and were swallowed and shattered by the crack in the space, becoming nothing. For a time, the entire space, with the two as the center, formed a huge vortex of yuan qi with a radius of thousands of feet. It was filled with extremely violent energy. The rumbling sound of the explosion resounded through the sky, and from time to time, there was a mottled colorful glow. High up in the sky above the two of them, the gigantic crack that almost tore the sky apart was still clearly visible. This scene was horrifying to the extreme. After the four celestial phenomenon realm cultivators of Howran Academy regained their freedom of movement, they immediately retreated far away. At this moment, they were standing on a mountain more than thousands of feet away, staring blankly at the rare scene in front of them. At this moment, a yellow light flashed on the ground, and a figure stumbled out and landed near the four people. It was Madame Zhen. Earlier, the woman had taken an attack from the Eternal Yao. Through some unknown method, she had managed to escape death. Even so, she appeared to be in a rather bad state. Half of her body was soaked in blood and her left arm was missing. Madame Zhen, are you okay? When the surrounding celestial phenomenon realm cultivators of Howran Academy saw this, they could not help but be overjoyed, and one of them asked. I'm fine. Madame Zhen's face was as pale as paper, but it seemed that her life was not in danger. She looked at the two blurred shadows in the air, feeling the terrifying aura exuded by the two. Her eyes were full of disbelief, and then she asked doubtfully, who is that green figure? We don't know. That person suddenly appeared here like a ghost and fought with the Eternal Realm Yao. Another celestial phenomenon realm cultivator of Howran Academy replied. Qian Ruping seems to know that person. Could it be that this person is a hidden Eternal Realm cultivator of our human clan, an existence like Saint Amoya? Another celestial phenomenon realm cultivator seemed to think of something and said excitedly. I hope so. Madame Zhen's eyes flashed with a strange light, and she said faintly. Although Lu Ming was fighting with the Eternal Realm Yao, with her strong divine sense, she could still vaguely feel a kind of heterogeneous aura exuding from Lu Ming, and it seemed that most of it was true demon qi. This made Madame Zhen's expression a little uncertain. After all, in the distant past, the demon dwellers had brought catastrophe to the entire human clan several times. According to the ancient teachings of the sect, the demon dwellers were even more terrible than the stemborers and Chuyao to the human clan. If that cyan figure was really a demon dweller, then it was hard to say whether he was a friend or a foe. The battle between Lu Ming and the Eternal Realm Chuyao lasted for less than half an hour. In the distant sky, several rays of light shot through the air, and there was also a large black cloud surging over. It was the Human Clan Alliance army and the Stemborer army. At this moment, the two sides had already stopped fighting, and they flew over warily. Soon, they came close. The Human Clan Alliance army was naturally led by the profound enlightenment cultivators of the various sects, and they flew to Madame Zhen's side. The Stemborer army was also led by more than 20 profound enlightenment Stemborers and Chuyao. Both sides focused their attention on the huge spatial rift in midair, and the fierce battle below the rift, and the two figures that were temporarily in a stalemate. Madame Zhen, what's going on? Ancestor Xuanyu of the Taiqing Gate frowned at the situation in front of him, and then he looked at Madame Zhen and asked. Howren Academy's Chief Hao, the black-robed skinny elder of the demon mystic sect, also looked over at the same time. They had just risked their lives to stop the profound enlightenment Stemborers, but not long after, a terrifying and violent eternal aura came from the spatial rift. Although Ancestor Xuanyu and the others were not at the spatial rift, they could guess the reason, and their morale almost collapsed. Fortunately, another eternal aura soon appeared, and the two immediately fought fiercely. Only then did Ancestor Xuanyu and the others let out a sigh of relief. The battle between the two eternal cultivators caused the chi of the world to fluctuate violently. Even though the Alliance army was hundreds of miles away, they could clearly feel it. The stalemate between the two sides had lost its meaning at this moment, so both sides stopped fighting at the same time, and flew toward the spatial rift in two different directions. Madame Zhen smiled bitterly. She didn't know the specifics of the situation. She simply told them what she knew and her vague guesses. When they heard that the green figure was suspected to be a demon, Ancestor Xuanyu and the others frowned. With their cultivation, they naturally sensed this abnormality, but at first, they were stunned by the scene in front of them, and did not think about it. Ancestor Xuanyu looked at the green figure in the air, and his mind began to churn. He was also quite unfamiliar with the aura of the green figure, but according to Madame Zhen, that person was acquainted with Qian Ruping, and should be someone Qian Ruping knew before she entered the Taiqing Gate. When Qian Ruping and Yi Tianmei joined the Taiqing Gate, they did not explain their origins in detail, and the sect leader Tiange also thought that the two were not weak, and each had their own strengths. In addition, the sect was in need of manpower, so he did not ask too much. Now it seemed that the two of them had a great background, and they were actually acquainted with an eternal cultivator. As he thought about this, he looked at the celestial state cultivators behind him, and his face changed slightly. Yi Tianmei was not among the crowd. Ancestor Xuanyu was about to say something to perfected Tiange next to him, but suddenly there was a loud noise in the air. The two entangled shadows suddenly separated, and each retreated backward. Lu Ming flew back a few feet, and with a flash of black light, he immediately stabilized his body. This person is Lu Ming. Yes, I know him. At this moment, when Lu Ming stopped moving, someone in the Taiqing Gate immediately recognized Lu Ming, and blurted out. When the crowd mentioned that this person was the missing person of the Taiqing Gate, most of the disciples were overjoyed. After all, if a sect had an eternal cultivator like St. Cliff, it would cause a sensation in the entire continent. Old Ancestor Xianyu, Immortal Tiange, and other elders naturally recognized Lu Ming, but for a moment, they couldn't connect the Jing Dan realm cultivator with this person who was comparable to the eternal life realm. Even they had to look up to him. Naturally, the expressions on their faces were extremely interesting. As for the disciples of Taiqing Gate, such as Luo Tiancheng and Long Yanfei, who knew Lu Ming, were also extremely shocked at this moment. They couldn't believe what they saw. The shock on Long Yanfei's face slowly disappeared. Her beautiful eyes flashed, and a trace of a smile appeared at the corner of her eyes. Since she knew Lu Ming, there had been endless shocking and incredible things happening to her. Combined with all the past events, the current situation was shocking, but it was not unacceptable for her. As for Luo Tiancheng, his expression was not so good. Not only was his face livid, but his hands hanging by his side were also clenched into fists, and his body was slightly trembling. Not far away, after recognizing Lu Ming's appearance, Jin Liang just raised his eyebrows slightly, and then the corners of his mouth curved. It seemed that he was not too surprised by Lu Ming's current cultivation and strength. In addition to the people of Taiqing Gate, among the other forces and sects, those who recognized Lu Ming were also shocked and had different expressions. Ouyang Qian and her sister from Ouyang family, Pingyu from Heaven Work sect, and other people who had a good relationship with Lu Ming were even more delighted. However, those who had conflicts with Lu Ming, such as Demon Mystic Sect, Haran Academy, and Big Dipper Pavilion, couldn't help but look a little gloomy. Not mentioning the reaction of the people below, after Lu Ming stabilized his body, he gently shook the earth. Calamity sword that appeared out of nowhere in his hand. With a clear and long sound, the body of the sword shone with black light, and countless tiny black runes appeared, emitting a strong fluctuation of the power of law that could devour everything. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he shouted in a low voice. Then, he swung his black sword at the blonde-haired Chuyao. A series of chi-chi sounds rang out, and the black longsword suddenly blurred. Countless black threads flew out from it and shot toward the golden-haired Chuyao. Those black lines appeared in front of the blonde-haired Chuyao at a speed that was almost as if they had teleported, causing the void to be filled with dense black light, and they suddenly shot down like a storm. Blonde-haired Chuyao's face turned cold when he saw this. The sawtooth scythe in his hand glowed with a black light, and he held it horizontally in front of him. Immediately, a pitch-black crescent-shaped saber light slashed forward. Ghostly howls sounded one after another, and the pitch-black half-moon blade light suddenly exploded halfway, turning into countless black blade lights that converged into a huge torrent that shot toward the black lines. The blade lights contained countless black and savage evil spirits mixed within them. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as if they intended to swallow someone up, and they emitted shocking resentment and baleful chi. It was unknown what secret technique it was. The two sides collided with a loud bang, and the black light shrouded most of the sky. Although the black torrent of blade lights was powerful, it was immediately cut into pieces and swept away as soon as it came into contact with the black threads of law. However, the blonde-haired Chuyao had bought some time because of the obstruction of the torrent of blade lights. She chanted an incantation, and cut her wrist with her finger. A stream of blood shot out, and condensed into a blood-red light shield in front of her. The light shield contained countless blood-red runes, and it emitted bursts of the power of law that was full of the smell of blood. The blood-red light shield had just taken shape when the torrent of blade lights was completely cut by the black threads of law. Then, a large number of black threads fiercely slashed at the blood-red light shield. Ka-cha! The blood-red light shield shook violently, and several cracks appeared on its surface. However, it didn't shatter. Instead, it shook off the black threads. Blonde-haired Chuyao's expression relaxed slightly when he saw this. But at this moment, a figure flashed in front of the light shield, and Lu Ming's figure emerged like a ghost. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he immediately poured a large amount of magic power into the black sword in his hand. Countless black runes of law emerged, and gathered around the black sword to form a black sword shadow. Lu Ming moved his arm, and swung the sword in his hand. The world's energy on both sides of the black sword shadow stirred up in a frenzy. It seemed as if the power of the law of darkness contained in the black sword shadow had been divided into two completely different spaces. Then, a series of black afterimages fell, and fiercely slashed at the blood-red light shield. Ka-cha! The blood-red light shield shattered with a loud rumble, and the black sword shadow didn't lose its momentum. Instead, it swept the blonde-haired Chuyao into the sword shadow in a blur. Poochie! A muffled sound was heard. Blonde-haired Chuyao's body was sent flying backward. However, one of his arms had been chopped off by Lu Ming. The morale of the Human Race Alliance army was greatly boosted when they saw this scene, and they cheered loudly. On the other hand, there was a commotion on the side of the stemborer Chuyao, and they all made strange and uneasy roars. Blonde-haired Chuyao was sent flying more than 1,000 feet away, and his face was a little pale. However, his broken arm only flashed a few times, and a new arm grew out. Very good. You are very strong, and the Xianling magic weapon in your hand is also very powerful. I am no match for you. However, in a moment, my husband will come to this world. At that time, I want to see how you can fight against the two of us. Blonde-haired Chuyao's face looked a little ugly. He glanced at the huge space crack above his head, and sneered. When Lu Ming heard this, he looked at the space crack above his head, and his face changed slightly. Since there was already an eternal life Chuyao in the space crack, and he was focused on killing the Chuyao in front of him, so he didn't pay attention to it. As a result, after taking a closer look, he found that the huge space crack had expanded a bit at this moment. As if to confirm blonde-haired Chuyao's words, at this moment, a black light suddenly flashed in the crack, and a huge and terrifying aura swept out from it again, and it seemed to be a bit more powerful than blonde-haired Chuyao. Lu Ming's face darkened, and he suddenly looked at blonde-haired Chuyao, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Want to kill me? Hee, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Although I know that I am no match for you, it won't be that easy for you to kill me. Especially when you are in a state of confusion now. Blonde-haired Chuyao felt Lu Ming's killing intent, but she did not care and smiled sweetly. Her purpose was to provoke Lu Ming, so that he would be anxious and lose focus, so that he could buy as much time as possible. Seeing that her goal had been achieved, she waved her hand, and a silver light suddenly shone from her body. Countless silver filaments appeared and wrapped around her body, turning into a set of silver armor, exuding waves of power of law, and it looked like it was impregnable. Lu Ming frowned. As blonde-haired Chuyao said, although he could defeat the other party, it would be difficult to kill him if the other party only defended and ran away. Even if he used Heaven Punishment Sword, it would be the same. The tricky thing was that the aura emitted from the space crack in the sky was getting stronger, and the edge of the crack was shaking violently. Obviously, someone on the other side of the space passage was attacking the passage crazily. At this moment, an idea flashed in Lu Ming's mind, and he suddenly thought of a possibility, but his face became gloomy. In fact, it was not impossible to kill the other party in a short time. As long as he demonized his body, he would push his spiritual power and physical speed to the extreme, and with the destructive power of Heaven Punishment Sword and Earth Calamity Sword, he would have 70% to 80% confidence. Although this method was good, the only thing that worried him was that the human and demon races of the Middle Sky continent had always been at odds with the real demon race due to historical reasons. Even the demon mystic sect was actually just a group of humans who practiced demonic arts. They also hated the demon race. If he showed the power of the demon race bloodline here and channeled the true demonic aura into his body, although there was a way to make the cultivators below the celestial state unable to see any clues, he could not hide from those in the metaphysic realm. With his current cultivation, he was not really afraid of what these people would do to him, but once this barrier was formed, he was still a little worried. After all, he couldn't be the enemy of the entire human race in the Middle Sky continent. Just as Lu Ming's thoughts turned sharply in his mind, the space crack in midair suddenly trembled, and a little golden light came out of the space crack. The surrounding void shook violently, and circles of space fluctuations spread toward the surroundings. Seeing this, the metaphysic realm cultivators of the Human Race Alliance army below changed their faces drastically. They looked at each other a few times and rushed toward the direction of the space crack at the same time. After a voice transmission communication just now, they planned to take the opportunity to seal the space crack while Lu Ming delayed the blonde-haired Chuyao to prevent the situation from getting more serious. However, as soon as they flew out, more than 20 metaphysic realms Demborer Chuyao on the opposite side had expected it. They immediately rushed out and stopped them. The battle between the two sides was about to start, when the mighty cultivators of the metaphysic realm started to fight. The Alliance army and the Stemborer Chuyao's army naturally wouldn't stay idle. The battle broke out again. Lu Ming glanced at the battle below, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly looked at the blonde-haired Chuyao on the opposite side, and made up his mind. After all, he only had 2 years in the lower world. After he killed the blonde-haired Chuyao and sealed the space crack, he would find an opportunity to explain to these people so that they wouldn't have any misgivings. Being stared at by Lu Ming, the blonde-haired Chuyao suddenly felt a trace of inexplicable fear in his heart. He shouted in a low voice, and quickly made a hand sign with both hands. Then, he opened his mouth. Chi-chi, a loud sound rang out, countless silvery silk threads shot out of the blonde-haired Chuyao's mouth. They intertwined and intertwined in an area of several dozen feet around him, and formed a misty silver domain. In the domain, the silver runes were jumping up and down. With a few poo-poo sounds, these runes turned into clouds of silver mist. Then, a huge silver flower emerged from the silver mist, and surrounded the blonde-haired Chu Yao in the middle. The scene looked quite dreamy and beautiful. The petals of these huge silver flowers were flowing with light, and they looked incomparably sturdy and indestructible. The silver armor and the incomparably thick silver domain made the blonde-haired Chu Yao look indestructible. At this moment, with the blonde-haired Chu Yao and Lu Ming as the center, the void within a radius of several thousand feet fluctuated violently, and whooshing sounds rang out incessantly. 12 huge yellow beads suddenly appeared around them. All of the beads rotated on the spot, and a vast expanse of yellow light surged out of them in a frenzy, instantly transforming into a series of massive yellow mountains that were several thousand feet tall. At the same time, a series of magnificent black rivers surged forth, connecting all of the mountains together. Within the space enveloped by the 12 peaks, the yellow light surged into the sky, forming an incomparably huge yellow domain space. 2 enormous forces of laws immediately filled this domain space. You want to trap me with a mere domain space formed by lower-level laws? What a joke! The blonde-haired Chu Yao was first shocked, and then he laughed wildly. But in the next moment, his smile froze on his face. Not far away, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly turned blood-red, and black chi surged around his body. After a burst of firecracker-like explosions, his body expanded several times. The green robe on his upper body had long disappeared, and the surface of his exposed skin was covered with purple demonic patterns. Then, with a whoosh, a towering demonic flame burned fiercely, and purple scales began to appear on his body, which was covered in demonic patterns, and long, sharp claws grew from his 10 fingers on his arms. At the same time, purple bone-like protrusions also grew from his shoulders and back, looking extremely ferocious. Accompanied by a long howl that cut through the sky, circles of black ripples spread out in all directions with Lu Ming as the center, and the void also shook violently. At this moment, the aura that Lu Ming exuded was more than twice as strong as before, and the black longsword in his hand also bloomed with towering demonic flames, buzzing and vibrating. Demonization. You really aren't human, you're a demon. The blonde-haired Chu Yao saw the changes in Lu Ming and could not help but shout sternly. At this moment, Lu Ming and the blonde-haired Chu Yao were completely covered by the 12 giant peaks and the surging long rivers of the mountain and river formation, so the cultivators below the celestial phenomenon stage who were fighting in the human army below naturally had no way of knowing. This was also the reason why Lu Ming had displayed the mountain river domain. However, to the profound opening stage cultivators, this layer of domain was simply insufficient to completely conceal the violent demonic aura fluctuations. Especially when these profound opening stage cultivators were engaged in an intense battle with the profound opening stage Moth Chu Yao in front of them, their divine senses had not left this place for even a moment. Madame Zhen was the first to bear the brunt of it, and her face darkened. Although she was a little uncertain before, after feeling the overwhelming true demonic qi, she was absolutely sure now. Old Ancestor Xianxia and Elder Chief Hao's expressions also changed, and their expressions became extremely ugly. Although the black-robed old man from the demon mystic sect frowned, he didn't look as grim as the other 3. Instead, his eyes flashed with light. Apart from that, the remaining dozen or so profound opening cultivators of the human race also wore uncertain expressions, each with their own thoughts. At this moment, Lu Ming had no time to care about the thoughts of these Tongxian realm human cultivators. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared fixedly at the golden-haired Chu Yao in the silver domain. Without waiting for his opponent to do anything, his figure blurred, and he appeared at the edge of the silver domain. He waved the black longsword with one hand. There was an explosion in the void, a black sword light shot out from the Earth Calamity Sword, and the void in front of Lu Ming seemed to collapse in an instant. The surrounding chi of heaven and earth crazily surged towards the Earth Calamity Sword. The Earth Calamity Sword buzzed and vibrated, emitting a terrible dark aura. The power that the Earth Calamity Sword emitted at this moment was impressively stronger than when it fought with the primordial Devil Lord. A sharp whistling sound came out, and a huge black crescent sword light flew out from the black longsword. Countless black runes surged in the crescent sword light. The black crescent sword light shot out and heavily slashed on the silver domain. Swoosh, the silver domain was as fragile as a piece of paper. It was cut open in an instant, and the sword light continued to shoot towards the golden-haired Chu Yao. The golden-haired Chu Yao's eyes were filled with fear. He let out a strange roar, and silver light burst out from his body. The silver flowers in the domain all shot forward and collided with the black sword light. However, the seemingly indestructible silver flowers could not stop the black sword light at all. Before they could even touch the sword light, they were shaken by a power that could devour everything, and directly shattered. The golden-haired Xiao's face turned extremely ugly when he saw this. However, he was naturally unwilling to resign himself to death. He gripped the sawtooth sickle in his hands with both hands and suddenly slashed at the black sword light. Boom! A huge pitch-black saber light shot out and collided with the sword light. An ear-piercing whistle instantly soared into the sky, and set off a violent fluctuation of the power of laws, which turned into invisible sound waves that spread out in all directions. The two were in a deadlock in midair. However, this scene only lasted for less than a breath's time. The black saber light that the golden-haired Xiao had slashed out shattered, but the crescent sword light also dimmed a little. When Lu Ming saw this, he let out a low shout and made a gesture with one hand. The crescent sword light suddenly continued to fall with black light, slashing towards the golden-haired Xiao with the momentum of a thunderbolt. A cold fluctuation of the power of laws once again swept out wildly. The golden-haired Xiao's face was pale as he retreated backward. He waved his arm and slashed out 5 pitch-black saber lights in succession, slashing at the crescent sword light. Bang bang bang, 5 consecutive loud noises sounded, and the 5 saber lights that had just condensed were all shattered. However, the black crescent sword light was finally blocked. The golden-haired Xiao's face was a little pale, and his heart was even more shocked. The night phosphorus scythe in his hand was a genuine profound heavenly treasure. Every time he used it, it would consume a great deal of his magic power. However, he had to use it 6 times in order to block the might of his opponent's sword. At this moment, the surrounding silver domain suddenly shook. It had just been damaged by the crescent sword light, and at this moment, under the violent surging of the power of laws, it finally shattered. At this moment, the figure behind the golden-haired Xiao flashed, and the figure of Lu Ming appeared like a ghost. The black long sword slashed horizontally. The golden-haired Xiao's eyes flashed, and his body turned like lightning. The sawtooth sickle in his hand directly met the attack, and a large number of silver runes appeared on its surface. Clang, a loud noise sounded, and the black long sword was blocked. A violent fluctuation of the law swept in all directions, causing the originally thick mountain river formation to tremble violently. The golden-haired Xiao's face flushed, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness, and the lower half of his silkworm body suddenly shrank, and a large clump of silver silk shot out, entangling the nearby body of Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he didn't care about the silver silk in the slightest. A white light flashed in his other hand, and a white long sword appeared. It was the heavenly punishment sword. In an instant, a dazzling white light burst from the sword, and the silver silk trembled slightly. Then, it shattered inch by inch in the white light. The golden-haired Xiao turned pale with fright. He suddenly activated a secret technique in his heart, and injected his spiritual power into the silver armor without reservation. The surface of the silver armor immediately burst into a large silver glow, and countless silver runes lingered on it. However, under the flash of the white light, the runes directly collapsed like paper paste. The white sword light submerged his body in it. "My husband, save me!" The scream of the golden-haired Xiao came from the depths of the sword light, and then it was drowned by the roar that resounded through the ninth heaven. The white sword light dissipated, and the golden-haired Xiao had fallen in a pool of blood at the moment. His body had been cut into several pieces, and the silver armor on his body had already disappeared. The two sides that were fighting fiercely below heard the scream of the golden-haired Xiao, and suddenly looked over. At this moment, the mountain river formation was under a violent fluctuation, and the giant peaks collapsed one after another, revealing the situation inside. After seeing that the golden-haired Xiao had fallen in a pool of blood at this moment, and was motionless, the cultivators of the Human Race Alliance suddenly burst into an earth-shaking cry of surprise, and their morale was greatly boosted. But the faces of the profound understanding stemborers and Xiao changed greatly, showing an inexplicable look of horror. At this time, Lu Ming had already returned to his original body when the mountain river formation collapsed, and there was nothing strange except for his upper body. His figure flashed, and he landed next to the golden-haired Xiao's body. At this moment, there was a sudden change. The golden-haired Xiao's body suddenly swelled strangely, and then suddenly burst open, turning into countless blood clouds that spread in all directions. Lu Ming's face changed, and then he waved one hand violently. The sound of thunder was loud, and a thick five-colored arc of lightning shot out, turning into a five-colored lightning net, blocking in front of him. As soon as the blood clouds touched the five-colored lightning net, they immediately collapsed. Who? A group of silver light blasted out of the blood clouds, shooting extremely quickly toward the space crack above. In the silver light, a miniature half-human half-silkworm figure could be vaguely seen. It was the primordial spirit of the golden-haired Qiao. In just a moment, the silver light had already traveled hundreds of feet away, and it was about to escape. Lu Ming's eyes were cold, and he snorted coldly, waving one hand. A white light blasted out from his hand, condensing into a white light beam, and in a flash, it caught up with Chu Yao's primordial spirit, enveloping it in the white light beam. As soon as it was enveloped by the white light, the golden-haired Chu Yao's primordial spirit suddenly stagnated, and the space seemed to solidify. Chu Yao's primordial spirit was also frozen in the white light, seemingly unable to move. Lu Ming held a small crystal mirror in his hand, and white light continuously shot out from it. This thing was impressively the celestial mirror. With a thought, the white light wrapped around the golden-haired Chu Yao's primordial spirit, flew back, and fell into his hand. Then, several black lights blasted out of Lu Ming's hand with a few hissing sounds. They transformed into black ropes, and tied up the golden-haired Chu Yao's primordial spirit. He still had a lot of questions to ask from the golden-haired Chu Yao's memory. So, he couldn't destroy her primordial spirit yet. Humph. You don't know what's good for you. You dare to help these inferior races against our Chu Yao clan. My husband, Emperor Chu, is about to descend. When that time comes, you and all the creatures of the entire human world will be buried with me. The golden-haired Chu Yao's primordial spirit couldn't move at all. So, he crazily shouted. Lu Ming heard these words, and his brows creased. Suddenly, a loud noise came in mid-air, and a strange red light blasted out of the space crack. The edge of a huge red ball that was more than 1,000 feet in size could be vaguely seen. It was as if the other eternal Chu Yao was really about to descend. Lu Ming's expression changed. He waved his hand and released a black gas, wrapping the blonde Chu Yao's primordial spirit and putting it away. Then, his figure flashed, and he appeared under the huge spatial crack. The celestial mirror in his hand shone brightly, and a thick white beam of light shot out. The beam of light quickly spread out and covered the spatial crack. The celestial mirror had some power of space law. Under the white light, the shaking of the spatial crack seemed to temporarily stop. Lu Ming's expression relaxed a little. Just as he was about to take action, the spatial crack covered by the white light suddenly shook, and a faint roar came from it. The next moment, a red light flashed in the crack, and the white light that covered the crack seemed to be melted, revealing a huge gap. Then, a blood-red light shot out from the gap without warning. In a flash, it appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was so fast that Lu Ming could not dodge at all. The next moment, a heart-wrenching pain came from his chest. Lu Ming groaned, and his body was directly blown away. A deep wound appeared on his chest, and a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth. He was seriously injured, and the light of the celestial mirror suddenly dimmed. The spatial crack began to shake violently again, and the huge red ball was revealed again. Lu Ming glanced at the wound on his chest. The area around the wound was scorched black. The heavenly monster bloodline in his body had begun to work, but the wound seemed to contain a special power of law, which prevented the heavenly monster bloodline from working, and faintly felt like it was devouring magic power. A trace of shock flashed in his eyes. That blonde Chu Yao did not seem to be bluffing. The eternal life Chu Yao on the other side of the spatial crack was indeed very strong. He felt like he was a bit stronger than the original demon master. If the other party really came, he would not be a match for him. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming did not care about his injuries. He appeared in front of the celestial mirror in a flash, put his hands on the mirror, and poured his magic power into it. The white light emitted by the celestial mirror immediately brightened, and the spatial crack seemed to temporarily stabilize. At the same time, the heavenly punishment sword and earthly calamity sword were suspended in front of him, guarding against any sudden attacks from the other side of the spatial crack. However, as there was a constant roar from the crack, the red ball with the edge was forced down bit by bit against the white light. This made Lu Ming's heart tremble. The other party could ignore the power of the space law contained in the celestial mirror. Although it was slow, it still seemed to be able to squeeze out. According to the previous process of the blonde Chu Yao, once the red ball was more than half out, it would be too late. As soon as he thought of this, Lu Ming suddenly thought of something. He quickly took out a mountain river pearl. A yellow light flashed, and a figure emerged. Qian Ruping appeared. Qian Ian Ming, Ruping, and Ian Qian Ian. Ping Er, a more powerful eternal life state Chu Yao is about to come into the space crack. Is there any way to stop it? Qian Ruping was also a smart person. She quickly came back to her senses and looked around. She immediately understood the situation at the moment. She looked at the space crack in midair and the huge red sphere that had revealed a small part of it. She frowned slightly, then she turned her gaze to the black and white dual swords in front of Lu Ming. Feeling the power of yin and yang law, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. She said quickly, under the current circumstances, it's no longer effective to use the spatial ceiling formation from before. However, I can try to set up an extreme yin-yang formation from the primordial era. With the power of the ceiling formation, I should have a 50% chance of success. It's just that this formation requires an object of extreme yin and yang to act as the eye of the formation, as well as the cooperation of Big Brother Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. He naturally understood the meaning behind Qian Ruping's words. She wanted to use the heavenly tribulation and earthly punishment, these two profound spirit treasures that contained the perfect power of yin and yang, as the formation core to cast some kind of ceiling formation. These two treasures could only be activated by Lu Ming himself. However, this was normal. How could an ordinary formation stop an impending eternal life existence and seal such a huge spatial rift at the same time? It was just that the heavenly punishment and earthly tribulation swords were too precious, and they were his trump cards. Ping Er, start setting up the formation immediately. Lu Ming naturally felt extremely pained in his heart, but after thinking about it, he immediately said without much hesitation. Qian Ruping heard these words and nodded quickly. She waved her hand, and stacks of formation flags and formation plates appeared beside her. At the same time, her lips moved slightly as she transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand without saying a word. The heavenly punishment and earthly tribulation swords suddenly bloomed with dazzling black and white light, and soared into the sky. At the same time, the battle between the Human Race Alliance Army and the Stemborer Chu Yao Army became extremely fierce again. Everyone could see that although the previous Eternal Life Realm Chu Yao was killed by Lu Ming in an instant, there was an even more powerful Chu Yao in the spatial rift. Even Lu Ming was afraid of this Chu Yao, and it seemed that this Chu Yao was also about to descend into the human world. What Lu Ming was currently doing was trying to stop this Chu Yao and seal the spatial rift at the same time. The Stembora race and Chu Yao naturally wanted to do everything possible to stop Lu Ming and Qian Ruping. Even if Lu Ming was at the Eternal Life Realm, as long as he was distracted for a moment and made a mistake in the seal, it would be a success. How could the Human Race Alliance let the other side do as they wished? Under the orders of the leaders of the major forces, they frantically tried to stop the Stembora race and Chu Yao. At this time, Lu Ming turned a deaf ear to all the noise around him. He carefully listened to Qian Ruping's every word and began to cooperate with her to set up a large formation. At this moment, the black and white swords in the air had already turned into two streams of light, one black and one white. They rotated around the edge of the red sphere that was shrouded in white light in the center and exuded extremely strong fluctuations of law. Under the interference of this power of law, the huge red sphere that was still trying to squeeze out slowed down a bit. On the other side, Qian Ruping's hand surged with multicolored light, and from time to time, she threw colorful formation flags in different directions. It didn't take long for the huge spatial rift to form a dense circle around it. When the last formation flag in her hand flew out and landed in a fixed position, there was a continuous pu-pu sound, and the formation flag surrounding the spatial rift shone brightly at the same time. Suddenly, a layer of mottled five-colored light curtain appeared out of thin air, and then a large amount of five-colored light surged out, instantly submerging the spatial rift. After a tumble, these five-colored lights gradually turned into black and white, and they quickly rotated in a clockwise direction. In the blink of an eye, a huge black and white 8 trigrams pattern of hundreds of meters in size was clearly visible, enveloping the spatial rift inside. The black and white 8 trigrams pattern rotated slowly, and the surrounding heaven and earth's aura was constantly being absorbed, forming a larger spiritual vortex. However, the black and white 8 trigrams pattern was not stable, and it was still trembling slightly. Below the center of the vortex, there stood the figures of Lu Ming and Qian Ruping. At this moment, Qian Ruping was chanting, and a symbol flew out of her hand and went into the black and white 8 trigrams. The huge black and white 8 trigrams pattern miraculously became more complete. Immediately afterward, the center of the black and white 8 trigrams pattern flashed, and 2 black and white vortexes appeared. "Big Brother Ming!" Qian Ruping shouted. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he waved one hand. The sky punishment and earth calamity swords that were originally spinning in the sky went into the black and white vortexes with a whoosh, disappearing without a trace. Suddenly, a huge repulsive force spread toward the surrounding. With the addition of the black and white swords, the black and white array in the air finally stabilized slowly. I didn't expect that I really set up this legendary extreme yin and yang array, but next, I still need to add several auxiliary arrays on the periphery to stabilize this seal. Qian Ruping breathed a sigh of relief and said. Her face was already as pale as paper. After saying this, her body swayed a little, and she almost couldn't stand still. Obviously, arranging this ancient array, even with Lu Ming's assistance, was a great burden on her. She only managed to hold on with her last breath. Leave that kind of thing to the other array masters of the 4 ancient sections. You should take a rest first. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a green light enveloped Qian Ruping's body. Qian Ruping nodded reluctantly, and a gentle and vigorous spiritual power penetrated into her body from the green light. Qian Ruping's mind relaxed, and she fell into a deep sleep. Lu Ming raised his hand, and the green light wrapped around Qian Ruping's body. Then he took Qian Ruping into the space of the mountain river Pearl. He looked at the space crack in the 8 trigram seal. At this moment, it had been completely stabilized. Although the crack had not yet closed, the aura of the eternal life Chuyao on the opposite side had disappeared immediately. Obviously, he was sealed. According to Qian Ruping's speculation, it was estimated that the space crack would only close little by little under the effect of the sealing array after thousands of years. During this period, this place would still be under the power of the natural law of the 2 swords, heaven's punishment and earth's calamity. No one else could get close. At the same time, with the disappearance of the eternal life aura on the other side of the space, the special power of the natural law that affected the healing of the wound on his chest also disappeared. Although he lost a lot of spiritual power because of this, the wound had already recovered under the blessing of the Sky Beastkin's blood essence. Lu Ming couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Although the 2 swords, heaven's punishment and earth's calamity would stay here for a long time, the stemborer Chuyao of the Middle Sky continent would finally come to an end. His figure moved, flew out of the huge spiritual vortex, and landed nearby. He looked startled. Unknowingly, with the completion of the sealing array, the middle and high-rank stemborer Chuyao, who had launched a frenzied attack, realized that the situation was not good, and they immediately fled in all directions. Although the remaining low-rank stemborers and Chuyao had long lost their fighting spirit, under the high morale of the human clan alliance army, they were killed like leaves blown by the autumn wind. On the mountain peak not far away, the more than 20 metaphysic realm cultivators of the human clan, led by 4 people, stood respectfully with their hands down, seemingly waiting for Lu Ming. These 4 people were old ancestor Xianyu of Taiqing Gate, Chief Hao of Howren Academy, the thin old man in black robe of Demon Mystic Sect, and Madame Zhen of Nature Work Sect. Greetings, Senior Lu. This time, thanks to Senior's help, we can quell the alien race catastrophe. Madame Zhen and the others bowed to Lu Ming from a distance. With the 4 of them in the lead, the other 20 profound opening realm cultivators also hurriedly bowed and paid their respects. Their expressions were all extremely respectful and cautious, as though they were extremely cautious. Elders, you don't have to do this. As a member of the human clan, I naturally won't stand idly by in this catastrophe. When Lu Ming saw this scene, a strange expression flashed on his face, then he said calmly as usual. Any one of the 20 people standing in front of him almost represented a major force in the Middle Sky continent. In the past, they were all existences that he needed to look up to. But now, these top powerhouses of the continent were in front of him as if they were elders. They didn't even dare to breathe heavily. This made Lu Ming have an indescribable strange feeling in his heart. Senior's credit is great. We are here to express our gratitude on behalf of all the creatures in the Middle Sky continent. Madame Zhen and the others heard the words, and they bowed again to thank him. Cough. I wonder if you have a safe way to deal with the remaining Stemborer Chiao. After Lu Ming coughed lightly, he changed the topic and asked. Now that the biggest threat has been eliminated, and Senior is in charge, the remaining Stemborer Chiao is no longer a concern. I will immediately arrange the rest of the matters. After those space cracks are sealed, there will be no need to worry. Howren Academy's elder chief Hao said so. That's good. By the way, although the space cracks here have been sealed by Qian Ruping, it will still take thousands of years to completely heal. For the sake of safety, we still need to add a few large arrays around to completely seal this place. From now on, this goofing mountain range will be designated as the Middle Sky Forbidden Area. Lu Ming nodded when he heard the words, then he thought of something and said lightly. Senior can rest assured that we can handle this kind of small matter. As for the matter of the Forbidden Area, please ask the Big Dipper Pavilion Master to announce it to the world. Elder Chief Hao quickly agreed. As you command, the Big Dipper Pavilion will definitely take care of this matter. By the way, this time, Senior has to use 2 magic weapons as the formation core, I wonder. The Big Dipper Pavilion Master suddenly asked. There seemed to be a trace of worry on his face, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. It's okay. It's just a magic weapon, but it can stop this catastrophe. It can be considered as making the best use of it. Lu Ming sighed. Although he was very reluctant in his heart, he said faintly. Thank you, Senior, for being so understanding. Madame Zhen and the other ethereal enlightenment cultivators heard the words, and they quickly bowed in unison. However, in the eyes of the Big Dipper Pavilion Master and the others, a strange light flashed in their eyes, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded faintly and looked around. Senior Lu, we have a presumptuous request. I hope Senior can fulfill it. Madame Zhen seemed to hesitate for a moment before she spoke. Ming? You can say it. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and said slowly. Senior, it's like this, we just discussed and want to hold an immortality ceremony for you at the Taiqing Gate a month later. 1. It's to celebrate that the whole continent survived this disaster. 2. It's to welcome Senior Lu Ming back to the continent. It's to celebrate Senior's great increase in cultivation and eternal life. Elder Chief Hao looked at Lu Ming with hope in his eyes and asked. Lu Ming heard this and frowned slightly. Now that the whole continent has just survived the disaster, the people's hearts are not stable. We urgently need a big event that can uplift people's hearts and calm them down. Senior Lu Ming doesn't need to do anything at the ceremony. You just need to show your face. Elder Chief Hao saw Lu Ming's expression and his heart trembled, so he quickly added. Well, I'll leave the ceremony to you guys. I will attend it. Lu Ming nodded and said. He didn't like such a noisy ceremony, but Elder Chief Hao was right. The Middle Sky continent had just passed the great disaster, and there were many things waiting to be done. It really needed to uplift people's hearts. I still have some private things to deal with, so I'll leave first. As Lu Ming said, he turned into a black light and blasted away into the distance. Since Senior Lu has agreed to this matter, then we will start preparing now. Seeing Lu Ming's figure disappeared into the distant sky, Madame Zhen turned her head to look at the others behind her. Her eyes gradually showed a hint of coldness, and she said meaningfully. I have no opinion on this. Elder Chief Hao said in a cold voice. A glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of the demon mystic sect's thin old man in black robe, and he also nodded slightly. The Big Dipper Pavilion Master, Sky Beast Kin Valley, and the Metaphysic Realm cultivators of the 8 families agreed unanimously, but their faces were solemn without the slightest joy. Only the 3 Metaphysic Realm powers of Taiqing Gate, led by Xuanyu Old Ancestor, looked at each other and didn't speak for a while. Madame Zhen frowned when she saw the expressions of Xuanyu Old Ancestor and others. She was about to speak. Since Taiqing sect fellow cultivators still have other ideas, let's discuss it later. The most important thing now is to strengthen the seal as soon as possible according to what Senior Lu just said. Elder Chief Hao winked at Madame Zhen, stopping her words, and said faintly at the same time. Hearing this, Madame Zhen pondered for a moment, nodded slightly, and then led the rest of the nature work sect toward her sect. After the rest of the metaphysic realm powers of various sects stayed in place for a while, they also left one after another. Only Elder Chief Hao stayed, looking at the 8 trigram seal in the air. He turned his hand, took out a communication array disc, and whispered a few words. After a long time, several escape lights came from a distance. They were the 4 celestial state cultivators who followed Qian Ruping before. In the next 10 days, the morale of the Human Race Alliance, led by the 4 ancient sects, was greatly boosted. They began to wipe out the remaining stemborers and Chuyao. Due to losing the support of the Eternal Realm, and the deterrence of the Human Race Alliance, Lu Ming, many high-level stemborers, Chuyao, escaped into the space wormholes scattered everywhere. A few days later, the news of the great victory of the Gufeng Mountain Range battle, not only sealing the space crack, but also wiping out the remaining stemborers, Chuyao, quickly spread across the Middle Sky continent. The Alliance army eradicated the remaining stemborers and Chuyao, and the chaotic situation on the continent was suddenly cleared. Moreover, the 4 ancient sects sent metaphysic realm powers to seal the passages connecting to the stemborer realm. The human race and the demon race who suffered from the stemborer Chuyao all over the continent cheered. At the same time, the name of Lu Ming also spread across the continent. The new eternal power of the human race killed the eternal Chuyao with one sword strike, sealed the space crack, and saved the world. For a time, the name of Lu Ming was on par with that of the venerable Emoya, who sealed the stemborer queen, and even surpassed the latter, especially some small and medium-sized sects and families. Some people had even set up the position of Lu Ming in the family, worshipping him as a god. The fact that Lu Ming was the esoteric disciple of Taiqing Gate who had disappeared hundreds of years ago was later confirmed by the people of Taiqing Gate and widely publicized. As a result, the reputation of Taiqing Gate, one of the 4 ancient sects of the human race, rose even more. It had long surpassed the other 3 sects and became the cultivation holy land that all cultivators yearned for. What followed was naturally the news of the immortal life ceremony that Taiqing Gate was about to hold. Therefore, forces everywhere, regardless of size, prepared generous gifts, preparing to participate in the immortal life ceremony and see the true face of the eternal life state. Many disciples of powerful families even fought until their faces were red with anger, and they didn't hesitate to fight to the point of fighting each other for the quota to be sent to participate in the ceremony. For all this, Lu Ming had no idea. After the battle in Gufeng Mountain Range, he returned to Taiqing Gate and never showed up again. A special space in the Middle Sky continent. In this place, the entire world was filled with a jade blue color. Somewhere in the sky of this dark blue world, there was a huge palace that seemed to be made of white jade floating in midair. The surface of the palace was coiled with countless runes and roiling with multicolored light, and it looked slightly dreamy and illusory. At this moment, in the palace, there were more than 20 metaphysic realm powerhouses gathered. All the metaphysic realm powerhouses of the 4 ancient sects were gathered here. In addition, the powerful figures of Big Dipper Pavilion, Sky Beast Kin Valley, and the 8 families were also here. Everyone sat around a round table. Ancestor Xianyu of Taiqing Gate, Chief Hao of Haran Academy, Madame Zhen of Nature Work Sect, and the black-robed old man of Demon Mystic Sect were sitting at the head of the table. Everyone present looked quite dignified, causing the atmosphere in the hall to be a little dull. I believe all of you know why I have gathered all of you here today, right? Madame Zhen stood up, looked around, and said slowly. As soon as this remark came out, everyone looked more solemn, and they all looked over. When Lu Ming killed Chuyao of the Eternal Life Realm, he set up the Mountain River Territory to cover it up and sealed the area within a radius of thousands of meters. Although this can hide from the cultivators below the celestial state, everyone here should still be able to see something. Madame Zhen continued with a gloomy face. When everyone present heard this, their faces darkened. Previously in the Gufeng Mountain Range, the strong true demon aura that Lu Ming exuded was naturally noticed by the metaphysic realm cultivators present. That violent and ferocious aura was actually able to crush and kill an eternal life stage existence in such a short period of time. This kind of strength caused everyone present to feel a lingering fear when they thought about it. As far as I know, that is a secret skill called true demon imbuement. Even among the demons, only a few demons with the pure bloodline of the ancient demon clan can master this secret skill. Big Dipper Pavilion Master stood up and said coldly. Big Dipper Pavilion Master is right. I can testify this matter. The black-robed old man of demon mystic sect nodded and said. In that case, the true identity of Lu Ming can be confirmed. Madame Zhen's eyes flashed, and she said slowly. Hearing this, most of the people present had a thoughtful look on their faces, but they didn't ask anything. They just listened quietly. Madame Zhen paused for a moment, and then continued in a cold voice. According to the teachings of our ancestors passed down in ancient times, the demon clan is the mortal enemy of our human race and the demon clan. It is impossible for us to coexist. Since Lu Ming is a demon, he must be eliminated. Although everyone present had a vague idea of what was going to happen today, Madame Zhen's words still made everyone's expression change, and no one spoke for a while. Right at this moment, an abrupt voice resounded and broke the silence of the scene. Madame Zhen, aren't you being too presumptuous? The person who spoke was Elder Xianxia of Taiqing Gate. Madame Zhen frowned and turned to look. She raised her eyebrows and said, Oh, it seems that Mr. Xianxia has something to say? Everyone, Lu Ming joined our sect when he was still in the liquid level. He started as an outer court disciple, made many contributions in the sect, and showed extraordinary potential. Finally, he was accepted as an esoteric disciple by the Buddha Palace. During this period of time, he did not show any demonic aura on his body. He is definitely a human. Elder Fengqing said calmly behind Ancestor Xianxia. Then how do you explain Lu Ming's current situation? After all, in the past, there were human cultivators who abandoned themselves to depravity and eventually fell into the devil Dao. It's not like they didn't use dishonorable methods to become devil dwellers before. Madame Zhen seemed to be pointing out something. Upon hearing this, many people in the surroundings turned their gazes towards the white-browed old man who was clad in the purple robes of the Ouyang aristocrat clan. The white-browed elder's face darkened, and he looked a little unnatural. He snorted coldly and did not speak. Although he has the true demonic qi on him, he is still a human. We can't label him as a demon just because he used the secret skill of the demon race once, right? Elder Huiyi, another metaphysic realm cultivator of Taiqing Gate, said. Elders of Taiqing Gate, do you still have the guts to verify his identity and prove his innocence? Elder Hao of Howren Academy asked. Elder Xianxia, Huiyi, and Fengqing looked at each other and were speechless. In my opinion, Lu Ming's cultivation has improved so rapidly in such a short period of time. I'm afraid there must be some secret behind it. It might even be related to the ancient demon clan. What if this person only killed Chiyao's stem borer to deceive us? When the time comes, he'll open a spatial passageway just like Chiyao did and lure the Elder Devil to invade again. Then, with the Elder Devil's help, I'm afraid that no one here will be able to survive, Chief Hao continued with a raised brow. Everyone's expression changed again when they heard Chief Hao's words. Indeed, no one could rule out this possibility. Even if the possibility wasn't high, it was enough to make people unable to eat and sleep in peace. At this moment, the Middle Sky continent had just experienced the stem borer and Chuyao's great tribulation. Its vitality had been greatly damaged. If it was invaded by the ancient demons again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chief Hao's words make sense. Demons are naturally violent and bloodthirsty. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, even if he doesn't have the intention to invade, he may fall into madness because he can't suppress the demonic thoughts in his body. At that time, not only will no one here be able to restrain him, but the entire continent may also be destroyed. We can't risk the lives of hundreds of millions of creatures in the entire continent. Madame Zhen nodded and said. Madame Zhen's original dual cultivation partner died in the hands of the demon when he was still a celestial state elder of the Nature Work sect more than 100,000 years ago. Therefore, she hated the demon clan very much, and her attitude at this moment was extremely tough. I also think that what Madame Zhen and Chief Hao said is reasonable. There have been similar incidents in the continent more than once. The Great Demon Sealing War in the ancient times was recorded in our 4 ancient sections. I believe that Sky Beastkin Valley, Big Dipper Pavilion, and several of the 8 great families should also know some of the inside story. At that time, the ancestors also made the right decision to preserve the peace of the Middle Sky continent for so many years. The skinny old man in black robe of the demon mystic sect suddenly said lightly. Hearing this, the mighty figures of the various sects present trembled, and a few of them immediately nodded slowly. The influence of the four ancient sects was great. At this moment, 3 of the 4 sects had already expressed their stance. After pondering for a while, most of the metaphysic realm powerhouses of other forces nodded in agreement. Only 1 or 2 sects did not immediately express their stance. They looked at the 3 powerful figures of the Tai Ching Gate. The current situation is not the same as the War of Demons Sealing War back then. What's more, if it weren't for Lu Ming, we might still be alive now, right? The war has just ended, and we decided to deal with him because of suspicion. What's the morality of this move? Old Ancestor Xianyu frowned and said in a deep voice. Mr. Xianyu, you are still so protective of Lu Ming at this moment. Do you want to use his power to try to put Tai Ching Gate above our 4 ancient sects? Madame Zhen suddenly sneered. As soon as this remark came out, the powerful figures of the various sects looked at old Ancestor Xianyu with a strange look in their eyes, especially the people of the other 3 ancient sections. There was a hint of vigilance in their expressions. Why does Madame Zhen say this? Our 4 ancient sects are all created by the ancestors of the human race. We are the foundation of the heaven-reaching human race cultivators. The 4 ancient sects have always shared honor and disgrace, and we will never invade each other. I can swear to my inner demon that I have no intention of disobeying the orders of the ancestors. Old Ancestor Xianyu said sternly. It's good that Mr. Xianyu knows it. Since our 4 ancient sects are the foundation of the human race, we should put the interests of the human race first. Lu Ming is a great potential threat to the entire human race. For the sake of the hundreds of billions of creatures on the entire continent, we must activate the mystic arts left by our ancestors to seal him to prevent future troubles. Madame Zhen said solemnly. Old Ancestor Xianyu, Hui Yi, and Feng Qing were all livid when they heard this, and they didn't speak anymore. Everyone, we are gathered here for the peace of the Middle Sky continent. There is no need to hurt the harmony here. Let's do this. Let's vote here. With the sect as the representative, please raise your hand if you agree with Madame Zhen's proposal. If you agree with Mr. Xianyu, please don't raise your hand. Chief Hao of Haran Academy said. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead to raise his right hand. Madame Zhen and the skinny old man in black robe of the demon mystic sect also immediately raised their hands. After looking at each other, the mystic enlightening existences of the other families raised their hands one by one. After a while, among the more than 20 people present, only old Ancestor Xianyu of the Tai Ching Gate didn't raise his hand. Mr. Xianyu, now that things have come to this, I hope you can think about it for the sake of the millions of creatures in the Middle Sky continent. Seeing this, Chief Hao sighed softly and persuaded. Senior fellow apprentice, things have come to this. Elder Hui Yi, who was standing next to old Ancestor Xianyu, whispered. Fine. Old Ancestor Xianyu frowned tightly. After a while, he sighed and slowly raised his arm. Good. Since everyone here has no objection, then this matter is settled. Chief Hao said with a happy face. Chief Hao, although we have made up our minds, Lu Ming is the existence of the eternal life realm. How can we compete with him with the strength of the people here? An old ancestor of the 8 major families suddenly asked. Hee, you don't have to worry about this matter. After the demon sealing war, the ancestors of the 4 ancient sects have already left a backup plan to deal with the eternal life realm demon dwellers. When Lu Ming tried to seal the space crack, he suffered a lot of injuries. Now that his 2 Xianling treasures are left in the Gufeng mountain range as the formation eye, it is a godsend opportunity for us. Chief Hao said with a light smile. Hearing this, the others were still a little doubtful about the specific method, but seeing that Chief Hao, Madame Zhen, and the others were determined to win, they all became calm. The specific time is set on the day of the Eternal Life ceremony. At that time, the 3 elders of the Tai Ching Gate should be careful to deal with Lu Ming. Don't let the cat out of the bag. Madame Zhen looked at old Ancestor Xianyu and reminded them. Don't worry, since we have made a decision, we will not go back on our words. Old Ancestor Xianyu snorted and said. By the way, now that the name of Lu Ming has been widely spread in the Middle Sky continent, if the news of him being sealed is spread, I am afraid it will cause criticism among the small and medium-sized forces in the continent. The Big Dipper Pavilion Master suddenly said. Don't worry about this matter. On the day of the seal, no one from other forces will appear except us. Moreover, we don't have to announce the identity of Lu Ming as a demon dweller to avoid causing panic. At that time, we just need to announce to the world that Lu Ming is trying to ascend to the upper realm and retreat. Madame Jeanne waved her hand and said so. It seems that everyone has made all the plans, then I have nothing to say. The Big Dipper Pavilion Master spread his hands and said with a smile. Since the Big Dipper Pavilion Master mentioned the matter after sealing Lu Ming, I would like to say something here. Regarding the enchantment left by the ancestors, it should not be able to directly kill the existence of the eternal life realm, but it should be like the eternal life realm demon dweller in the ancient times, dividing his body and sealing it all over the continent, right? The old man in black robe of the demon mystic sect said. Mr. Situ, do you mean you want a part of Lu Ming's body? Madame Jeanne frowned and said. The faces of Chief Hao and old ancestor Xianxia also moved. During the demon sealing war in ancient times, our ancestors sealed that giant demon somewhere unknown. What a waste of a treasure. The great value of the body of the existence of the eternal life realm, everyone here should know, right? I just want a part of it to comprehend the power of the law, isn't Madame Jeanne tempted? The thin old man in black robe said with a smile. Madame Jeanne's face changed, and she was about to speak. Chief Hao, who was sitting next to her, spoke first and stopped her from speaking. Mr. Situ's proposal is not impossible. After all, we have been cultivating in this metaphysic realm for so many years, and no one has been able to truly comprehend the power of a law to perfection. According to my observation, this Lu Ming seems to have comprehended more than one power of law. I propose that after the seal is successful, Lu Ming's body will be distributed to everyone here according to the contribution. However, those who get it must swear by their inner demons that they will never harm the Middle Sky continent with this thing. Mr. Haoyua's proposal is exactly what I want. What do the elders here think? The old man in black robe of the demon mystic sect looked happy. He immediately looked around and asked. Among the people present, most of the metaphysic realm cultivators showed a greedy look in their eyes, but they all tacitly agreed to this matter. The body of the eternal life demon was naturally what they wanted. Although Elder Haoyue meant that the four ancient sects would get the lion's share, it was better than nothing after all. If they could use it to comprehend some laws of heaven and earth, it would be a great benefit. As a result, except for the 3 elders of Taiqing Gate who remained silent, the rest of the people present looked happy. At the same time, in a verdant valley of the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. The valley was surrounded by clouds and mist. The forest was deep and serene. There were exotic flowers and grasses, clear streams, and clear water. Rare birds and immortal beasts could be seen everywhere. It was a tranquil scenery of a paradise. Outside the valley, one could feel the extremely abundant aura of heaven and earth in the valley. This was the famous blessed land of the Thousand Spirit Mountain Range, Crane Valley. As the mountain gate of the Taiqing Gate, one of the 4 ancient sects of the human race, the Thousand Spirit Mountain Range naturally had some blessed lands with abundant aura in addition to the major peaks of the inner and outer sections. Generally speaking, these places were used as cave residences for the elders of the sect above the celestial state and some esoteric disciples. When Lu Ming first entered the sect, he was invited to the Silver Spring Valley by Long Yanfei. It was one of them. Now, this Crane Valley, which was far better than the Silver Spring Valley in all aspects, had become the cave residence of Lu Ming. Except for him, there were only 3 people in the valley, Callan, Yi Tianmei, and Qian Ruping. In addition, the sect leader of the Tiange sect had given a strict order that no one was allowed to approach the Crane Valley for no reason. In fact, even without the sect leader's order, the disciples of the Taiqing Gate now knew the identity and cultivation of Lu Ming. They all regarded him as a god. Who dared to approach casually and disturb the cultivation of the mighty of the eternal life realm who was comparable to the Saint Amoya? In the depths of the Crane Valley, in a room of a 3-story attic, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged and chanting. In front of him, there was a yellow cloud floating. Qian Ruping was lying on her back in the cloud with her eyes closed. She seemed to be in a coma. Behind him, Callan and Tianmei stood side by side with a worried look on their faces. After a long while, Lu Ming waved his hand and shot a green light into Qian Ruping's eyebrows. After exploring for a moment, he waved his hand to disperse the green light. "How is Ping Er?" Yi Tianmei saw this and asked. Callan also shifted her gaze from Qian Ruping to Lu Ming, as if she was also waiting for his answer. Ever since Qian Ruping assisted Lu Ming in completing the extreme yin and yang formation in the Gufeng mountain range, she had been in a coma, and there was no sign of waking up. Ping Er had forcefully activated the ancient formation. Not only was her transcendence energy and mental energy depleted, her tendons and meridians were also injured by the power of laws released from the ancient formation. Fortunately, she had the armor to protect her body and her life was not in danger. "However, I'm afraid I'll have to sleep for a period of time." Lu Ming withdrew his arm and said slowly. "If that's the case, I'm relieved." Yi Tianmei let out a sigh of relief. When Callan heard this, her expression relaxed. Lu Ming waved his hand and shot out a yellow light, taking Qian Ruping into the mountain river Pearl. He pondered for a moment, then slowly turned around and looked at Callan and Yi Tianmei. He sighed in his heart and said, "Tianmei, Callan, I have something important to tell you." When the two women were stared at by Lu Ming, their faces blushed slightly. Yi Tianmei was beautiful and Callan was charming. Each had their own merits. At this time, the faint blush on their cheeks made the two women, who were already outstanding beauties, even more attractive. Lu Ming looked at the couple in front of him and smelled the faint fragrance of the two women. He could not help but feel a little excited. He reached out and held the two women's hands. Callan and Yi Tianmei's faces were bright red, but they did not withdraw their hands and let Lu Ming hold them. "You just said that you have something important to tell us. What is it?" Callan and Lu Ming had been together for a long time. She reacted more naturally to Lu Ming's intimate actions and urged him in a low voice. Lu Ming frowned. The words that were at the tip of his tongue seemed to be a little difficult to say. After a moment, he sighed softly and said slowly, "As you know, although my cultivation has reached immortality, due to some reasons, my time in the lower realm is very limited. In at most 2 years, I will be forced to ascend to the upper realm." He then briefly explained to the two women that he was forced to accept the power of law to advance because of the situation. Of course, some of the things related to the prison Heaven's Cave, the primordial demon master, and the cultivators of the upper realm were naturally cleverly hidden. Even so, the two women's faces became as pale as paper. "As far as I know, the process of ascending to the upper realm is unpredictable. Even if it is successful, I am afraid the future," Lu Ming said softly. "I already understand what you mean, don't say any more. Since I have made up my mind, no matter what the future is, there will never be a second person in my heart." Yi Tianmei suddenly interrupted, her tone was unprecedentedly firm. "Me too." Callan looked at Lu Ming with watery eyes and said softly. There was a complicated emotion in Lu Ming's heart. He couldn't help but take a long breath, then he smiled and said, "It seems that I am the one who can't accept it." When the two women heard this, they also showed a smile on their faces. "If that's the case, after this immortality ceremony, I will accompany you to travel around this middle sky continent, then find a quiet place where no one will disturb and spend the rest of the day." Lu Ming had already said what was on his mind, so he felt relaxed and said so. Callan and Yi Tianmei blushed slightly and nodded heavily. A trace of warmth rose in Lu Ming's heart. After a trace of tenderness appeared on his face, he gently held the two in his arms. Since the three of them had expressed their feelings to each other, there was naturally no more grudge, and they got along more harmoniously. Just as the entire Middle Sky continent was celebrating the survival of the disaster, and the entire cultivation world was boiling for the upcoming immortality ceremony, a mountain peak on the continent that was shrouded in clouds and mist all year round was still quiet as usual, as if it was isolated from the world. At the bottom of the mountain, there was a bluestone road, winding all the way to the top of the mountain. At the end of the road, there was a large temple with apricot yellow walls and a green-gray temple ridge. In the center of the temple, there was a 9-story ancient pagoda, surrounded by towering ancient trees. From time to time, there was a deep and distant bell sound from the pagoda. This was the holy land of Buddhism, Tongguang Mountain. At this moment, a rainbow light flew in from a distance. After a few flashes, it landed at the entrance of the temple. The light faded away, revealing a woman with an exquisite figure and a flowing gray shirt. She wore a silver grimace mask on her face, and her face couldn't be seen. The woman glanced at the direction of the ancient pagoda in the center of the temple, and there was a faint green light flashing in her eyes. Immediately afterward, she stepped into the temple and walked through the halls. The area here was quite large, but the woman seemed to be very familiar with it. Some monks she encountered along the way seemed to turn a blind eye to the woman, letting her turn around in the courtyard. Not long after, the woman appeared in front of the gate at the bottom of the ancient pagoda. After a little hesitation, she pushed the door directly and entered. As a result, in the center of the first floor of the ancient pagoda, a handsome young monk in a white monk robe was sitting cross-legged, surrounded by 8 ancient lamps. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely recognize at a glance that this person was the monk Yun Gang who was the referee when he followed his master, Yin Jiuling, to compete for the 9-color spirit deer with Haran Academy. You finally came. Yun Gang looked at the person who came. He seemed to have expected it, and he smiled faintly. I didn't expect that history will repeat itself again. Hee, this situation is so similar to the past. The silver-masked woman sighed softly and said faintly. Her voice was crisp like an oriole flying out of the valley. Everything in the world is karma and reincarnation. In the unseen world, it has its own destiny. Monk Yun Gang put his palms together, chanted the name of Buddha, and said faintly. You don't have to beat around the bush here. I'm only here to ask you one thing. You still haven't forgotten the agreement with the ancestor, right? The silver-masked woman sneered and asked. Of course I remember. Monk Yun Gang smiled bitterly, then he nodded and said. Then fulfill your promise and take me to see him. The silver-masked woman said faintly. Monk Yun Gang pondered for a moment and finally nodded. He then said with a serious face, it's not difficult to let you see him. But don't forget your promise. Everything is up to fate. Don't force it. The silver-masked woman paused slightly, but she still nodded in the end. The day of the immortality ceremony was getting closer and closer. Many sects and forces had already arrived at the Taiching Gate. Some of them heard that Lu Ming was in the Craning Valley and wanted to meet Lu Ming in advance. Lu Ming chose to avoid meeting most of these people, which made many people who wanted to see Lu Ming's face disappointed. However, for some familiar people, such as the Ouyang sisters from the Ouyang family, Pengyu from the Celestial Work sect, and a few others, he met them. However, in the face of Lu Ming's current cultivation, whether it was the Ouyang sisters or Pengyu, they all respected him more than they respected him. This made Lu Ming have an indescribable feeling. During this period, Lu Ming also went to the Silver Spring Valley once and gave the Tai Gung sword technique to Long Yanfei. On one hand, it was considered that he had completed the task of the golden-robed young man in the upper realm. On the other hand, it was considered as a compensation for the Tai Gung sword embryo. Of course, he naturally wouldn't say the origin of this sword technique. In addition, he also went to the Fallen Serene Peak. After meeting senior sister Xiaowu and learning that Yin Jiuling was still in retreat, he left a lot of magic treasures, classics, and elixirs. These things were useless to him, but for Yin Jiuling, Xiaowu, and even the entire Fallen Serene Peak, they were all rare and priceless treasures. On this day, in the secret room of the Craning Valley Pavilion, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the ground, and several black lights burst out from his hands, enveloping a half-human and half-silkworm blonde mini Chuyao in front of him. It was the primordial spirit of the eternal life state blonde Chuyao who was killed by him at that time. The soul-searching secret technique that Lu Ming was using at the moment was learned from Green Spirit. It was quite mysterious. The primordial spirit of the blonde Chuyao had a dull expression. It was obviously controlled by the soul-searching secret technique. As a result, after a while, the surface of the primordial spirit of the blonde Chuyao suddenly flashed in golden light, then a strange golden rune emerged from its forehead, dancing erratically. Lu Ming frowned. When he was about to do something, these golden runes suddenly burst into a dazzling golden light, then with a poof sound, the entire primordial spirit burst open and was annihilated. Lu Ming slowly dispersed the black light on his hands, and his expression became uncertain. Did you find any useful information? Luo Hu laid on Lu Ming's shoulder and asked. It seems that his soul was planted with some strange enchantment. As soon as it touched the core memory, it collapsed automatically. However, I finally learned something about the cooperation between the stem borer and Chu Yao. It turns out that this Chu Yao's name is Chu Qi, and his so-called husband, Chu Huang, has surpassed the eternal life realm. That was close. However, the most noteworthy thing is that after sealing the space crack in the Gufeng mountain range, these Chu Yao can't break the space again and come to the middle sky continent. Lu Ming frowned, but he immediately relaxed and said slowly. Of course, do you think it's easy to break such a huge space tunnel that connects the two worlds? Those Chu Yao don't have the power to break the world. It's all because of the stem borer queen's preparation. I'm afraid the weakest border between the two worlds is the Gufeng mountain range. Now without the help of the stem borer queen, no matter how powerful Chu Huang is, he can't do anything. Luo Hu laughed. It seems that Senior Luo Hu knows a lot about the stem borer and Chu Yao. Lu Ming couldn't help but smile when he heard the words. I just remembered something recently. Luo Hu's eyes flickered a few times, and he said lightly, but he didn't seem to be willing to talk more. Seeing this, when Lu Ming was about to say something, his face suddenly changed, and a trace of hesitation appeared on his face. Immediately afterward, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and he muttered to himself, an old friend is here. Luo Hu didn't say anything after hearing this. His figure flashed, and he flew into Lu Ming's spiritual beast bag. Lu Ming's figure flickered and turned into a black light that flew out. The next moment, his figure appeared at the entrance of Craning Valley. At this time, a young monk in a white monk robe was standing there. After hearing the voice, he turned around and smiled faintly. It turns out that Mr. Yun Gang is here. I didn't expect to see you here today. Lu Ming looked at the young monk with a composed bearing and handsome appearance, and he couldn't help but recall the competition from many years ago, causing him to smile lightheartedly. It is my honor that fellow Taoist Lu still remembers me. Yun Gang pressed his palms together. You're too polite. Please come into the valley. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. The other party's cultivation base was only at the early phase of celestial phenomenon, but he gave off a strange feeling, as though there was a layer of silk veil separating him from the rest. Furthermore, he had set up quite a number of restrictions outside of the Crane Cry Valley. Without his permission, not to mention sound transmissions, even the slightest sound from the outside world would not be able to enter the valley. However, Yun Gang was able to transmit his voice clearly into his secret room. This was truly a little surprising to him. It seemed that this Tongguang mountain had some tricks up its sleeves, causing him to be curious. There's no need for that. I came to visit Lu Ming this time because I was entrusted by someone to invite Mr. Lu Ming to meet. Yun Gang said. When Lu Ming heard this, he was startled and couldn't help but ask, oh, I wonder which fellow Taoist wishes to meet with me. Speaking of which, this person is not only an old acquaintance of Lu Ming, but also has some relationship with Lu Ming. You will naturally know after you meet him. Yun Gang smiled faintly and said meaningfully. Since it is Master's invitation, I will go. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and said immediately. Yun Gang smiled slightly when he heard the words, and he didn't say anything. A white Buddha light suddenly appeared on his body, lifting his body and flying away. Lu Ming looked at Yun Gang in front of him, and his eyes flashed. With his current strength, he was not afraid of being schemed against by anyone. His body turned into a black light and followed behind. After a while, the two left the Thousand Spirit Mountain range and came to a remote mountain thousands of miles away. Lu Ming glanced from afar and found a woman in a gray shirt with a silver mask standing on the mountain peak. Seeing the two flying over, the gray-robed woman's burning eyes fell on Lu Ming through the mask. Lu Ming's figure flickered and landed on the mountain peak. He was 100 meters away from the other party. He looked up and down at the woman in a gray shirt, and his face couldn't help but be surprised. Although Lu Ming had never seen this gray-robed woman before, he had seen the mask on her face before. It was exactly the same as the mask that Yonggan of the barbarian ghost sect wore a long time ago. Furthermore, the aura on this person was extremely similar to Yonggan's. Mr. Qian, according to the agreement, I have invited Mr. Lu Ming to meet you. This agreement is considered completed, right? Yungang looked at the woman in a gray shirt and said slowly. Yes, thank you, Mr. Yungang. In this way, the 3 agreements between you and the Qian family are considered completed. The woman in a gray shirt cupped her hands at Yungang. Monk Yungang nodded slightly. He turned around and smiled faintly at Lu Ming. Then, his figure flickered and landed on another nearby mountain peak. He didn't leave. Instead, he sat cross-legged and chanted sutra by himself. Lu Ming's heart moved. Looking at the monk's action, he faintly felt that he was monitoring the woman in a gray shirt. The woman in a gray shirt glanced at Yungang, then turned to look at Lu Ming. Should I call you Senior Yonggan or Lady Yonggan? Lu Ming looked at the gray-robed woman and revealed a smile that was not a smile as he asked. My surname is actually Qian, and my name is Yang. If you want to call me Yonggan, it's fine. Today, I specially asked Brother Lu to come here because I have something to tell you. Yonggan said with a serious expression. Seeing the change in Yonggan's expression, Lu Ming's heart moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. He quietly waited for the other party to continue. Brother Lu, look at this and you'll know. As Yonggan spoke, he flipped his hand and took out a white jade slips and threw it over. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He caught the jade slips and pondered for a moment. Then, he stuck it on his forehead and probed it with his consciousness. The jade slips didn't contain words, but images. They seemed to be recorded using a spell similar to the water mirror technique. These images flashed quickly in Lu Ming's consciousness. Sometimes they were extremely clear, and sometimes they were blurry. The content was very long, and it seemed to record the ups and downs of a human male's life. This person's clothes looked quite ancient, very similar to the ancient clothes that Lu Ming had seen in some ancient books. What was quite special was that this person's pupils were emerald green. In the jade slips, this human male began to show extremely outstanding cultivation talent from the beginning of his youth. After painstakingly cultivating in a demon path sect, his cultivation progressed rapidly. Not only was he praised by the elders of the sect, but he also became the leader of the younger generation admired by countless disciples. Then, the image changed. Countless tall black figures rampaged across the continent, slaughtering humans and invading cities. These figures were covered with demon marks, and they all had the appearance of the ancient demon clan. Naturally, the major forces of the human race sect immediately rose up to resist. At that time, the man who had reached the peak of the celestial phenomenon realm also joined the army against the demon dwellers. In the countless battles that followed for hundreds of years, the man killed the demon dwellers one after another and became a famous general among the cultivators of the human race. He also gained enlightenment in battle, and his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. In the end, he broke through to the mystic understanding realm. Naturally, he became a thorn in the side of the demon race. At this point, the scene suddenly took a turn. In a battle with the army of the demon race, the man was set up by several mystic understanding realm cultivators of the demon race. Alone, he was trapped in a maze and was captured alive. These demon dwellers of the ancient demon clan did not kill him. Instead, they performed some kind of sacrificial ceremony. Looking at it, it was vaguely similar to the Yuan drawing formation that Mo Tian had performed in the past. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming was shocked and a complicated look flashed across his face. After being injected with a drop of quite strange blood and being invaded by the true devil Qi, the man finally became a half-human half-demon. Once the demonic sense broke out, not only did his body grow like a giant demon, but his temperament also became bloodthirsty and tyrannical. Ordinary demon dwellers of the mystic understanding realm couldn't get close to him at all. The demon race tried to control this man to destroy the rear camp of the human race, but the man's mind was strong. At the critical moment, he finally defeated the inner devil, broke free from the control of the demon dwellers, and regained his sanity. The man originally cultivated the demon path cultivation method. Now he had transformed into a demon dweller's physique, and his cultivation improved greatly. At that moment, he had an epiphany and broke through the eternal life realm, becoming the strongest of the human race. After that, he led the Human Race Alliance army to kill and expel the invading ancient demon clan, saving the entire human race. However, when the man was in high spirits and celebrating the great victory with the other human race sect, he was plotted against by the mystic understanding realm cultivators of the other sections. They used a huge 5-color lightning restriction formation to seriously injure and seal the man. However, because of his eternal life realm cultivation, they couldn't kill him completely. After a discussion, his body was finally dismembered into several parts and sealed in several places by those cultivators. These scenes were like a heavy hammer, bombarding Lu Ming's heart. Lu Ming slowly took away the jade slips, and a trace of ferociousness appeared on his face. A demonic sense that had been hidden in his heart for a long time moved slightly, and then an uncontrollable violence and anger rose from his heart, which couldn't be suppressed at all. Ah! Lu Ming's eyes suddenly became bloodshot. His body emitted black gas, demonic inscriptions appeared, scales appeared on the surface of his skin, and his whole person was demonized instantly. Black flames ignited from Lu Ming's body, and the surrounding space fluctuated like boiling water. The anger in Lu Ming's heart turned into a strong impulse of bloodthirst and destruction. This idea became stronger and stronger. There was a kind of feeling of killing and destroying everything in front of him, even destroying the entire Middle Sky continent and the entire human race. Only then could he relieve the resentment in his heart. The aura emanating from his body suddenly skyrocketed along with the strengthening of his thoughts. The billowing devil flame even soared several feet higher. With him as the center, the originally clear sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds, and the wind within a radius of 100 miles became fierce, turning the sky dark. Immediately afterward, a violent thunderous roar sounded, and circles of invisible ripples rippled from his body, spreading wildly in all directions. In a blink of an eye, a huge dark vortex that covered the sky suddenly formed with Lu Ming as the center. For a time, the sky and the earth changed color, and the strange phenomenon was amazing. Yanggan, who was standing 100 feet away from Lu Ming, saw Lu Ming's demonic and berserk appearance. His eyes flashed with a green light, and the corner of his mouth, which was covered by the silver mask, curled up into a smile. At this moment, a gust of wind swept over and blew the silver mask away. Instantly, a peerless beauty that could captivate all living beings was revealed. The only difference was that this woman's pupils were emerald green. Not only was Yanggan not afraid of Lu Ming's ferocious appearance, but he was also staring at Lu Ming, as if he was waiting for something. Lu Ming's gaze suddenly turned, and he looked at Yanggan with blood-red eyes. Then, he raised his arm, and a series of crackling sounds rang out. He was about to punch Yanggan. At this moment, a hint of struggle flashed across Lu Ming's face, and the fist in his hand that was about to swing out stopped. Not only did Yanggan not have any intention of dodging, but he also walked towards him step by step. Seeing this, Lu Ming roared at the sky. The struggle on his face disappeared, and it was replaced by a ferocious and crazy expression. Fo. Just as Lu Ming was about to attack, a deafening Buddhist chant suddenly rang out. It was like a great bell, and it directly entered the depths of Lu Ming's soul. At the same time, a white figure flashed in front of him, and Monk Yungang appeared between Yanggan and Lu Ming. At this moment, golden light flowed in Yungang's eyes, and his moon-white monk's robe puffed up. The surface of the robe shone with golden light, and countless golden Sanskrit characters appeared around him. Among them, there were faint images of Buddhas. However, all of this was like a flash in the pan. When the Buddhist chant ended, everything returned to normal. However, Lu Ming's body shook, as if he had been enlightened. The blood red in his eyes faded, and he suddenly became clear-headed. He took a few steps back, and his demonized body instantly returned to normal. The strange phenomenon that had been changing the color of the wind and clouds also came to an abrupt stop. Huff, he panted heavily, and his heart beat like a drum. It took a while for him to calm down, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. He had thought that with his current cultivation and immense mental strength, he would be able to control this bloodthirsty demonic intent with ease. But he never expected that a personal experience would be able to draw out the devilish intent in the depths of his heart and almost cause him to fall into a state of eternal damnation. If he had really killed Yanggan with one punch just now, under the stimulation of killing and blood, he probably wouldn't be able to calm down anymore. Perhaps he would really become a demon that only knew how to kill. Thank you, Taoist astral cloud. Lu Ming closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, his expression had returned to normal. Yungang smiled faintly and softly chanted the name of Buddha. He did not say anything. Lu Ming shifted his gaze and looked deeply at Yang Gan, who was not far away. Yang Gan's eyes were calm as he looked at Lu Ming. The man in this jade slip seems to be somewhat similar to you. Could it be that you are his descendant? Lu Ming seemed to ignore the woman's peerless beauty. With a flick of his finger, the white jade slips turned into a ray of white light and flew in front of Yang Gan. Not bad, not bad. Yang Gan's expression changed slightly as he received the jade slips. His red lips moved slightly as he muttered not bad. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. Lu Ming was slightly startled, and he faintly understood something. Yang Gan looked deeply at Lu Ming again and sighed faintly. His body moved, and he suddenly turned into a ray of gray light that shot into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the mountains far away. Lu Ming frowned slightly and turned to look at monk Yun Gang. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Fellow Yun Gang, is what was recorded in the jade slips true?" When Yun Gang heard this, he looked at Lu Ming and chanted the name of Buddha again. He did not seem to have any intention of answering. Then, the golden Sanskrit around his body turned into a ball of golden light and flew into the distance. He only left behind a faint sentence, "Seeking the Tao in the morning, a thought of the demon immortal. Do you remember your original heart?" When the last word was said, Yun Gang's figure had already disappeared into the horizon. Lu Ming pondered over the meaning of his words. He stood in place without saying a word, and his expression became uncertain. Speaking of which, his current situation was very similar to the situation in Yang Gan's jade slips. Moreover, for some reason, he had the misconception that the person inside was him. Since this mysterious Yang Gan is the descendant of the person in the jade slip's image, he should have a natural resentment against the human clan. The purpose of giving me the jade slip seems to be to use me to retaliate against the human clan. But at the same time, he wanted to convey some important information to me. Yun Gang seemed to be calm, but in fact, he should be well aware of all this, but he was unwilling to point it out. The last sentence seemed to be deliberately reminding me of something. He stood here for a long time. After a long time, he turned into a black light and flew toward Taiching Gate. After a while, when Lu Ming returned to the Thousand Spirit Mountain range, there was no abnormality in his expression. When Lu Ming stepped into the pavilion of the Crane Valley, a trace of coldness flashed across his face. What happened? In the house, Yi Tianmei saw that Lu Ming's expression was a little abnormal, so she couldn't help but ask. "Nothing, I just went out to see an old friend and recalled some things in the past." Lu Ming shook his head and said faintly. Yi Tianmei didn't doubt him. She nodded slightly and didn't ask much. "Where is Callan?" Lu Ming asked. "Callan is now meditating in the secret room, trying to understand the law of heaven and earth that you instilled." Yi Tianmei's face was slightly red for some reason, and then she said softly. Lu Ming's heart moved. He nodded and walked to the hall to sit down. He closed his eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, a faint tea fragrance came into Lu Ming's nose. Lu Ming opened his eyes, and a soft body leaned against him. Yi Tianmei made a cup of spirit tea for Lu Ming, then she sat down next to Lu Ming. "What are you thinking about, husband?" Yi Tianmei looked at Lu Ming with a gentle gaze and asked softly. Lu Ming smelled the faint fragrance of this woman, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He stretched out his arm and hugged Yi Tianmei's slender waist, and held her in his arms. His other palm gently stroked Yi Tianmei's flawless lower abdomen, and slowly moved up. Yi Tianmei's face turned bright red. She looked at the secret room that Callan was meditating in. The stone door was tightly shut, and her heart was relieved. She looked at Lu Ming coquettishly. Lu Ming's heart swayed as he looked at Yi Tianmei's seductive expression. He lifted Yi Tianmei's chin and kissed her red lips. Yi Tianmei made a moaning sound, and her soft body softened in Lu Ming's arms. Lu Ming carried Yi Tianmei by the waist and got up to enter the bedroom. The moaning of resentment echoed in the room. After a long time, the room returned to peace. Although the two hadn't done the dual cultivation ceremony, the three of them had been intimate these days. In addition, Lu Ming didn't have much time to stay in the mortal world. The three of them had already crossed the rules of human relations and tasted this sweet fruit. After a round of crazy sex, Lu Ming's fingers gently stroked Yi Tianmei's plump and round place. Yi Tianmei's face still had a trace of redness, and her delicate body was weak. She had just experienced sex for a long time, and she often begged for mercy from Lu Ming's fierce whipping. Lu Ming held Yi Tianmei's delicate body in his arms, and his eyes gradually became firm. In a blink of an eye, the sun rose and the moon sank. The immortality ceremony had arrived as scheduled. The entire Thousand-Spirit Mountain where Taiqing Gate was located had already been set up with several layers of special enchantment. Inside the mountain gate, it was even shrouded in gorgeous five-color rays. The clouds and mist lingered like a fairyland. Everywhere on the mountain peaks where the major inner and outer gates were located, there were even exotic flowers and rare grasses. The entire mountain gate was like a paradise. In this ceremony, almost all the big and small sects in the Middle Sky continent, as well as some famous individual cultivators, came one after another. They wanted to see the true face of the world's number one. There were tens of thousands of people. Fortunately, Taiqing Gate, as one of the four ancient sects of the human race, had a large business. Although there were many guests, they were prepared for it, so they could deal with it calmly. The venue of this ceremony was on the main peak of Taiqing Gate. At this moment, the main peak square was full of flowers, shining brightly. Several peaks near the main peak were also colorful like a peacock spreading its tail, seeming to set off the main peak. At this moment, most of the guests gathered on the squares of several peaks near the main peak. They were received by the sect leader and some celestial state elders and peak masters. However, some real powerful cultivators, such as the four ancient sects, Sky Beastkin Valley, Big Dipper Pavilion, and the great ancestor of the 8 major families, did not appear here. No one was surprised by this situation. Those powerful cultivators naturally would not appear in such a noisy place. At this moment, they should all be in the main peak. Although everyone was quite disappointed with such an arrangement, they had nothing to say. They only hoped that they could see the legendary existence of the eternal life realm from afar. That would be enough. Taiqing Gate also made a lot of preparations for this grand event. Various affairs were arranged in an orderly manner. Therefore, although the powerful cultivators of ethereal enlightenment did not appear here, the square was still very lively. At the same time, in the Taiqing Hall on the main peak, all the ethereal enlightenment cultivators of the major sects gathered here. The powerful cultivators of the various sects seemed to be talking with each other easily. Most of the topics were about how the Middle Sky continent would usher in a long-lost peace after the ceremony. How would the various sects cooperate to maintain this hard-won peace? However, the light in the depths of their eyes flickered slightly. It was the worry of treading on thin ice. Even the ethereal enlightenment realm cultivators of the four ancient sects couldn't help but look a little strange at this moment. Mrs. Zhen of the Nature Work sect looked at the wide main seat in the center of the hall. It was empty, which was set up for Lu Ming. Her eyes flashed. Now everything was ready, but she was excited in her heart, but there was still some uneasiness lingering. At this moment, a bright black escape light blasted from a distance and landed on the main peak. The escape light dissipated in a flash, revealing the figure inside. It was Lu Ming. He didn't come alone. Callan and Yi Tianmei were standing next to him. Callan's body was surrounded by blue light. She had broken through the bottleneck of the Jindan later stage, but her spiritual power had not yet stabilized, so there was some fluorescence exposed. Buzz buzz, there was a long bell and drum sound on the main peak, spreading in all directions. The sound shook the ninth heaven and lasted for a long time. Because Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast, he did not attract the attention of the people around him. It was not until the sound of the bell and drum rang that the cultivators on the nearby mountain squares realized something. They immediately stopped talking, stood up, and looked at the direction of the main peak with burning eyes. Among these people, many had never seen Lu Ming before, so they naturally took this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to secretly look at him. In the Taiqing Hall, more than 20 metaphysic realm cultivators also hurriedly greeted him at this moment. When they saw that Lu Ming didn't come alone, but brought Yi Tianmei and Jiao Lan, except for the 3 people from the Taiqing sect, Madame Zhen and others were slightly startled, but they were relieved after scanning with divine thought. Greetings, Senior Lu. All the metaphysic realm cultivators, led by Madame Zhen, Ancestor Xianxia, and others, bowed to Lu Ming. Greetings, Senior Lu. Many cultivators on the nearby mountain squares also hurriedly saluted. Nearly 100,000 people said in unison, and their loud voice spread far away. "Don't be so polite, get up. This catastrophe has passed, and the luck of the middle heaven is inexhaustible. It is not my credit. Everything is determined by the heavens. As the saying goes, people follow the earth follows the heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows the nature. I hope you can stick to your heart, and you will eventually be able to cultivate the Tao." Lu Ming glanced at Madame Zhen and others and said lightly. His voice was not loud, but it spread in all directions in the blink of an eye, echoing in the sky of 100 miles. In an instant, the entire area fell silent. Even the faces of the 20 or so Tongxian realm cultivators present flashed with a hint of daze. A few of them even felt as though they had been enlightened in an instant. However, on the lowered foreheads of Madame Zhen, Chief Hao, Demon Mystic Sect's black-robed lean old man, and Big Dipper Pavilion Master, there was a faint layer of sweat, and a trace of uneasiness flashed in their eyes. This silence was finally broken by the burst of wild cheers around after a moment. This was the excitement of all the cultivators that the Middle Sky continent had finally survived a catastrophe that almost wiped out the entire race. Of course, there were also many among them who were pleasantly surprised to be able to listen to the teachings of an eternal realm being in person. Lu Ming's seemingly ordinary speech actually contained a kind of great Tao truth about the laws of heaven and earth. Those who could attend this grand ceremony were mostly people of status in their respective sections. Most of these people were intelligent and naturally understood that Lu Ming was preaching. This was a rare opportunity. These people were secretly glad that they were able to participate in the immortality ceremony. It was indeed a worthwhile trip, and all the effort they had put in before was worth it. However, the Grand Tao was the simplest, and these people's cultivation and talent varied. How much they comprehended naturally depended on their own fortune. Of course, these words had a different meaning in the ears of some people. For example, the Ouyang Qian sisters of the Ouyang family, Peng Yu of the Nature Work sect, and Shui Pan of the Sky Beast Qin Valley, when they saw that Lu Ming, who used to be similar to them in the past, had now become an existence beyond their reach, in addition to envy, there was also a hint of contemplation and sigh in their eyes. As the outstanding young disciples of Taiqing Gate, Luo Tiancheng and Shatong Tian looked at Yi Tianmei and Callan who were cold to them, but now they were like birds next to Lu Ming. In their envy of Lu Ming, there was naturally a deep jealousy, and they secretly sighed at the injustice of fate. Other people who had more or less friendship with Lu Ming before, or had met him once, also had different and complicated expressions at this moment. At the same time, on the top of a seemingly ordinary mountain quite a distance from the main peak, Jin Liang in a wide golden robe was standing there with his hands behind his back. He looked at the direction of the main peak with a faint golden light flowing in his eyes. He first nodded slightly, then shook his head, and muttered to himself, "The cycle of the heavenly Tao, retribution. Everything is decided by a single thought." Then he shook his head, and disappeared in the golden light around him. "Senior Lu, thank you for your generosity." In the end, under the lead of Madame Zhen, more than 20 metaphysic realm cultivators on the square of the main peak bowed respectfully to Lu Ming and stood up. Seeing this, the cultivators on the squares of the nearby major peaks also stood up. But Lu Ming waved his hand lightly, and without saying a word, he walked into the Taiqing Hall with Callan and Yi Tianmei. Outside the main hall square, Madame Zhen, Chief Hao, and the skinny elder of the Demon Mystic sect looked at each other, and a trace of determination flashed in their eyes. Then they followed Lu Ming and walked into the main hall. The door of the main hall slowly closed. At the same time, not long after everyone had entered the palace, a vast expanse of five-colored spiritual light appeared around the main peak. A burst of loud buzzing rang out, and all of the spiritual light flashed to form a vibrant rainbow light barrier that enshrouded the entire main palace. This layer of light curtain had a great effect on divine sense, so everyone in the surrounding mountains could not investigate the situation of the main peak. At the same time when the light curtain formed on the main peak, a trace of imperceptible light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, but he did not stop walking, and stood straight in front of the main seat. "Senior Lu, please take a seat." After entering the main hall, Ancestor Xianyu and the others stood on both sides of the main seat and bowed. Madame Zhen cupped her hands and said. Lu Ming looked at the spacious seat in front of him and nodded slightly. He stepped forward without hesitation, turned around, and sat down. Callan and Yi Tianmei sat next to Lu Ming. Seeing that Lu Ming sat on the main seat, Madame Zhen and the others relaxed. Everyone, you have worked hard in this battle. There is no need to be so formal, please sit down. Lu Ming saw the subtle changes in everyone's eyes. His mind turned a few times, but his expression did not change in the slightest, and he said calmly. Everyone greeted each other politely and sat down. However, these metaphysic enlightenment realm elders, who held high positions in various sects, did not know what to say in front of Lu Ming, who was in the eternal life realm. There was a short period of silence in the hall. Tianmei and Callan are my dual cultivation partners, but it has not been announced before. I brought them to the ceremony to let the elders bear witness. I believe you do not mind. Lu Ming laughed and took the lead to break the silence. As soon as he said this, Yi Tianmei and Callan's faces turned slightly red. The metaphysic enlightenment realm cultivators in the main hall were all people who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, they had already seen through it. They looked at each other for a while, and then nodded to congratulate him. Some of them even said some words of congratulations. The atmosphere seemed to have eased a lot. This made the two women lower their heads, but their eyes were full of joy. Senior Lu, for the safety of hundreds of millions of creatures in the Central Heaven continent, you are so righteous and risked your life. In the end, you did not hesitate to sacrifice 2 Xianling supreme treasures to seal the crack. This kindness will be remembered forever in the history of the Central Heaven continent. For this immortal ceremony, the elders of various sects and families have prepared a small gift to show our sincerity. Please accept it, Senior Lu. At this time, Madame Zhen of the Nature Work sect stood up and bowed to Lu Ming. You are too polite. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Seeing that Lu Ming had no intention to refuse, Madame Zhen held up a red jade box that seemed to have been prepared in front of her. She slowly walked to the front of Lu Ming and gently put the jade box on a table in front of Lu Ming. Then, she bowed and left. Lu Ming held the jade box in his hand and seemed to be playing with it with great interest. Senior Lu, please open it. Although the thing in the box is not very precious, it is still quite rare. Madame Zhen smiled faintly. Lu Ming nodded slightly and opened the jade box with a little force. Buzz. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from the jade box and disappeared in a flash. Almost at the same time, the ground around the main seat under Lu Ming shone brightly. Suddenly, countless 5-colored lightning appeared. It was the 9th heaven thunder. The 5-colored lightning gathered together in a crisscross manner, condensing into a cylindrical array in an instant, enveloping Lu Ming, Callan, and Yi Tianmei in it. Several bowl-sized 5-colored light ribbons darted out from under Lu Ming's body like lightning, forming a 5-colored shackle-like thing, binding Lu Ming's hands and feet tightly. At the same time, in the depths of the Thousand Spirit Mountain range, in the black prison peak that was covered by dark clouds all year round, there was a strange phenomenon. A deafening roar came. Under the violent tumbling of the black clouds, the 5-colored lightning condensed into a thick 5-colored lightning pillar that soared into the sky. It made a huge arc over the Thousand Spirit Mountain range, and the other end was pointing at the main peak hall. The huge roar and the amazing phenomenon naturally attracted the attention of tens of thousands of cultivators on the peaks near the main peak. They stood up with a changed expression, not knowing what was going on. Everyone, don't panic. This time, Senior Lu lost 2 Xianling treasures in order to seal the space crack to stop Qiyao from coming. This time, the metaphysic realm elders of various sects are going to use this eternal life ceremony to refine a treasure for Senior Lu as a thank you. At this moment, they should be making some preparations. At this moment, the Taiching Gates Tiange sect's master appeared in the air and said loudly. Although he said so, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. That day, Grand Elder Xian Yu did mention to him that he would use the opportunity of the eternal life ceremony to forge a treasure for Lu Ming, but he did not explicitly tell him that it would trigger the 9th heaven thunder of 5 mountains bipolar hell. However, he told him that no matter what happened, he must not cause chaos at the scene. Since the Grand Elder ordered so, he naturally could only obey. As the organizer of this ceremony, the Taiching Gates prestigious Tiange sect's master personally came out to explain. Everyone on the square looked at each other, but they still sat down without any doubt. Since it was the eternal life realm and metaphysic realm powerful cultivators who were sacrificially refining the secret treasure, there was nothing strange about causing such a big phenomenon. They could only blame themselves for making a fuss. In the hall, all the metaphysic realm cultivators of the four ancient sects had landed around the ninth heaven thunder array. Madame Zhen, Chief Hao, Grand Elder Xianxia, and the old man in a black robe of the demon mystic sect each occupied a corner. In front of each of them was a triangular slate that looked extremely old. There were extremely complicated lines on the slate. It seemed to be an array disk, but it was much more complicated. The four slates emitted yellow, white, cyan, and black light beams, which were injected into the ninth heaven thunder array in the center. The array formed by the ninth heaven thunder array immediately expanded by nearly half, and the ninth heaven thunder array on the array was also much denser. In the array, Lu Ming's whole body was wrapped in black light, and his figure couldn't be seen clearly. Obviously, he was condensing all his spiritual power to resist. The black light surged, and the fluctuations caused by the powerful demonic qi could be clearly felt by everyone outside the array. Beside Lu Ming, Yi Tianmei and Callan didn't expect such a huge change in the scene, and their faces were pale. Although they didn't know why these metaphysic realm cultivators would set up such a trap array, the two women naturally couldn't resist it with their strength. However, the two women didn't show too much panic. They just stood in place, looking at every move of the people outside coldly. The metaphysic realm cultivators of the 8 major families and the Sky Beast Qin Valley all looked at Madame Zhen, Ancestor Xuanyu, Chief Hao, and the old man in black robe of the demon mystic sect at this moment. After all, although they were forced by the power of the 3 ancient sects other than the Tai Ching Gate, and a trace of greed and fluke mentality, they finally agreed to this action. But since then, these metaphysic realm cultivators couldn't help but feel a little scared after careful consideration. In fact, although they were in the metaphysic realm, they didn't have a clear concept of the gap between the eternal life realm cultivators and the metaphysic realm cultivators. At the same time, they knew even less about the upcoming actions of the 4 ancient sections. Now that they were involved in this storm, it was really hard to predict whether it would be a blessing or a curse. The words that Lu Ming said on the main peak square recently deepened their understanding and awe of the existence of the eternal life realm. It was a little too late to regret now. They could only hope that everything went well. Madame Zhen and the other 3 obviously knew the situation inside the array. They looked serious, and they quickly chanted. The slate in front of the 4 people shone brightly, and it flew into the array with a swoosh. At this moment, there was a loud sound of something breaking. In the array, the 9 heaven thunder shackles that bound Lu Ming's hands were suddenly broken by a huge force. The rest of the powerful figures outside the array changed their faces, but they could do nothing at the moment. They could only watch. Lu Ming was about to break the shackles on his feet. The light on the surrounding array flashed, and several thick 5-color rune chains appeared, binding Lu Ming's body like lightning again. This time, the power of the 5-color rune chains was completely different from before. As soon as the black light on Lu Ming touched the rune chains, it immediately made a zzz sound and dissipated. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming's face finally showed a painful struggle. He groaned. His body was tightly bound by the rune chains, and he could no longer move. Seeing this scene, everyone in the main hall suddenly relaxed. Lu Ming seemed to feel that he couldn't break free, so he stopped moving and looked around coldly. Everyone, what are you doing? Lu S, the realm cultivators, Lu metaphysic Lu Ming, I. The powerful figures around looked at each other, and no one spoke for a while. Lu Ming turned his head and looked at old ancestor Xianxia. His eyes were cold. Elder Xianxia, as a member of Tai Ching Gate, I have never harmed the interests of Tai Ching Gate. Why did you collude with outsiders to harm me? Lu Ming asked coldly. Old ancestor Xianxia was stared directly by Lu Ming, and his eyes flashed with shame. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he shook his head, sighed lightly, and didn't speak. Lu Ming, you don't have to try to defend yourself with flowery words. You should know your own identity better than all of us here. Chief Hao on the side said coldly. Our Middle Sky Continent's human race and demon dwellers are old enemies. If we don't eliminate you, it will bring disaster to the entire Middle Sky Continent. Big Dipper Pavilion Master raised his voice. However, your cultivation has reached the eternal life realm. I'm afraid ordinary methods can no longer get rid of you. Therefore, we can only use this great formation passed down by our ancestors to dismember your body and seal them separately. The skinny old man of the demon mystic sect sighed. Lu Ming's eyes turned and glanced at everyone present. With a hint of sarcasm on his face, he said coldly, "Everyone, have you forgotten that if it weren't for me, you would have died in the Gufeng mountain range, and the Middle Sky continent would be plunged into misery and suffering?" As soon as this remark came out, all the metaphysic realm cultivators present were startled. Many people even showed shame on their faces. When Lu Ming looked at them, they all looked away. They didn't dare to look directly at Lu Ming's eyes. "Lu Ming, your great kindness to the human race. We will never forget it. The fact that you are a demon dweller, except for the people present today, no one else will know about it. In order to preserve your reputation in the Middle Sky continent, your efforts will not be in vain." Madame Jeanne said coldly. Lu Ming's eyes flashed fiercely, and the sarcasm on his face was even more obvious. "Lu Ming, this matter involves thousands of cultivators in the Middle Sky continent, as well as the future of the human and demon races. We have no choice but to do this. I hope you can understand." Old Ancestor Xianxia sighed and said in a deep voice, "You can rest assured that we will set up a monument for you after this. Your achievements will be passed down for generations. Your life will not be in vain." The skinny old man in black robe of the demon mystic sect said. Lu Ming saw the changes in the expressions of these people. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he stopped talking. His eyes flashed purple light, looking around the array. His body flashed, and purple demonic patterns appeared. Black gas was released from his body as he struggled desperately. The entire hall seemed to be shaken by Lu Ming's great force, shaking slightly. However, as soon as the black gas touched the five-color lightning, it quickly collapsed. The surrounding array remained motionless. The rune chain on Lu Ming's body became tighter and tighter, almost covering his whole body. "You don't have to try to break free. This array is left by the ancestors of the human race in the ancient times. It is specially used to restrain the ancient demon race. Each of the four ancient sects has one. The array eye of our Tai Ching gate is the power of the nine heaven thunder contained in the five mountains bipolar hell. It is the nemesis of demonic chi. Even if you have the power of law, you can't use it at all." Old Ancestor Xianxia said in a deep voice. Lu Ming's face changed slightly when he heard this. Under the nine heaven thunder, even those real ancient demons can't resist it, let alone you. If you are smart, you should give up resisting. Maybe you will suffer less. Madame Jeanne sneered. "Well, as a demon, I have no complaints to be feared by you. However, the two of them are genuine humans, so I hope you can let them go." Lu Ming was silent, as if he had given up resisting. He looked at Callan and Yitian Mei beside him and said slowly, "Husband, since we have become cultivation companions, we will live and die together. Why do you need to beg them?" Callan said calmly without any fear. "That's right. Husband, you don't need to beg these ungrateful people." Yitian Mei also said coldly and glanced at everyone in the hall with contempt. "Humph. These two are your cultivation companions. How can you let them go just because of your words? We must remove the roots when we cut the grass." Madame Jeanne was furious when she saw the sarcasm in Callan and Yitian Mei's eyes. She said firmly, "What Madame Jeanne said is correct. If one of them is pregnant, wouldn't there be no end of trouble?" Chief Hao said coldly. Although he did not say anything directly, the meaning behind his words could not be more obvious. "That's right. We don't want to mislead people and stir up trouble." The black-robed skinny elder of the demon mystic sect nodded in agreement. However, the metaphysic realm cultivators at the periphery did not immediately agree. Instead, they all had different expressions. Lu Ming ignored the others. He only looked at Ancestor Xianyu, Hui Yi, and Feng Qing beside him. All the metaphysic realm cultivators present also looked at Ancestor Xianyu and the other two. After all, this was where the Tai Ching gate was located. Yitian Mei and Callan were from the Tai Ching gate. The Tai Ching gate contributed a lot in sealing Lu Ming. Therefore, the words of ancestor Xianyu and the other two naturally carried different weight. Fellow Xianyu, do you have any objections? Madame Zhen said with a serious face. Fellow Xianyu, can you just seal Lu Ming for my sake? This matter had nothing to do with the two women. Their cultivation was at most in the celestial phenomenon realm. Taking a step back, even if they wanted to, they couldn't make any big waves. We, the Taiqing Gate, will be responsible for guarding them. Let them live. Elder Xianyu said after looking at Hui Yi and Feng Qing. Madame Zhen, Chief Hao, and the black-robed skinny elder of the demon mystic sect all changed their expressions. Before they could speak, the white-browed elder of the Ouyang family said at this time, I have an idea. Although these two women are Lu Ming's cultivation partners, they are real humans after all. They have not done anything wrong. If we kill them, it will be a bit inappropriate. However, this matter should not be spread. To be safe, it is better to abolish their cultivation, demote them to mortals, and send them to an inaccessible place in the extreme north. They will never be able to set foot in the immortal cultivation world for the rest of their lives. What do you think, fellow Xianyu? Fellow Xianyu, this method is feasible. Yes, this is a win-win strategy. It is moral and can avoid future troubles. I agree with fellow Xianyu's suggestion. As soon as Elder Ouyang made this proposal, it was echoed by the 8 great families, Sky Beast Kin Valley, Big Dipper Pavilion Master, and others. Even several other ethereal enlightenment cultivators from the Nature Work sect, Howren Academy, and Demon Mystic sect also faintly echoed, but they didn't say anything because Madame Zhen and others were here. After all, with their cultivations at such a level, if it wasn't for the invasion of the foreign races, they would normally disdain to participate in fighting and killing. Now that they were asked to kill 2 female human cultivators who were completely defenseless, they couldn't help but act without justification. If news of this were to spread out, it would be a loss of face for them. Madame Zhen, Chief Hao, and Demon Mystic sect's elder Sita looked ugly. They didn't really want to kill the 2 women. Elder Ouyang's proposal was also reasonable. It was just that with their identity in the Middle Sky continent, since they had already said it before, if they took it back easily, not only would it damage their dignity, but they would also lose their face. Everyone, don't be fooled by this demon's lies. He must have used up a lot of his spiritual power to forcefully break the restriction. This is our last chance. Let's attack together. Don't give him any chance to catch his breath. Chief Hao roared. His body shone brightly with golden light as he took out the golden book. There was an earth-shattering sound. 2 invisible waves erupted and swept through the entire hall like a hurricane. Things had developed to this point. It was not what they wanted, but since they had taken the first step, there was no turning back. As a demon, you are not of our race. You must have a different heart. One day, you will bring disaster to the human race. We did not do anything wrong. We can only blame ourselves for not being strong enough. We did not expect the 9 heavens' divine thunder to be unable to trap you. Madame Zhen's face was as pale as paper. She laughed bitterly. As soon as he finished speaking, his body flashed. Black light shone brightly and filled the entire restriction. At the same time, a 5-colored ring flew out from his body and disappeared into the surrounding restriction. I was wondering how to deal with you all. I didn't expect you all to declare yourselves guilty. That saves me the trouble. However, at this moment, 2 rays of white light suddenly shot out from behind Lu Ming. They did not hit Lu Ming. Instead, they shot towards Callan and Yi Tianmei. Many of these people did not know what shame was. At this moment, they were too ashamed to show their faces in front of a celestial phenomenon cultivator like Yi Tianmei. They could not refute. Lu Ming turned a deaf ear to them. He muttered something and flicked his hands. Rays of 5-colored lightning shot out and turned into lightning runes that landed on various parts of the divine thunder formation. The colorful light from the 4 stone slabs disappeared and turned into pure black light in the blink of an eye. However, it was more than 10 times brighter than when it was in the hands of Madame Zhen and Ancestor Xuanyu. After a while, Lu Ming said indifferently, I should have killed all of you here, but this is against my original intention. At this time, Lady Zhan and the other profound enlightening realm cultivators had all of their meridians and spiritual seas damaged to varying degrees. They couldn't even stand up, let alone fight back. Lu Ming's face also paled slightly. He let out a deep breath, and a white light flashed on his face. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his original state. A vast expanse of five-colored light emanated from the seal character, enveloping the three of them. Lu Ming chanted and waved his other hand to cast a spell. At this moment, Yi Tianmei and Callan looked at Lu Ming with their beautiful eyes full of disbelief. The few moments just now were like heaven and earth to them. Why is it that those in power are despicable? This has never changed throughout the ages. In the black light, Lu Ming's body suddenly doubled in size, and the five-color thunder mark flashed on his chest. The five-color rune chains that bound him seemed to be suppressed by a power of law, and their light dimmed a lot. Every word he said was like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the 20 over Tongxian realm cultivators present. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds rang out, the restrictive formation buzzed loudly, and the chi of heaven and earth in the light screen of the formation crazily surged. Huge five-colored runes of thunder and lightning surged out of the light screen, and then gathered in one spot, forming a seal character that was tens of feet wide. The five-colored thunder ball in his hand suddenly turned into a five-colored ray of light, and with a flash, it disappeared into the broken nine-heaven thunder restrictive formation. Lu Ming's eyes fell on the triangular stone slab, and a purple light flashed in his eyes. The rune structure of the triangular stone slab was reflected in his eyes. The show is over, isn't it? His expression changed, and with a wave of his hand, a gust of black chi enveloped the four stone slabs, and quickly seeped into them. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the people in the hall were a little shocked, but more than that, they were happy. Lady Zhen's face was full of shock, and her mouth was filled with shock, and her body continuously retreated. After the five-colored ring spun, an amazing suction immediately flew out from it, and the astonishing five-colored thunder and lightning in the surroundings seemed to be attracted by something, and all of them surged towards the center of the ring. All of you are Tongxian realm cultivators, and you boast that you have nothing to do with the world, and only focus on comprehending the way of heaven. Now, just like your ancestors, you have committed such an ungrateful and despicable act. It can be imagined that you, the upper echelons of the Tongxian realm, have paved the path of death with the corpses of your disciples. Unlike your ancestors, this time, the way of heaven has been reincarnated, and retribution has come. The three only felt their bodies stiffen, and a huge force of confinement emitted from the ray of light, and sank into the Dantian spiritual sea and divine sense sea respectively. Lu Ming's face darkened, and with a casual wave of one hand, a black light flashed, and the two white flying swords suddenly stopped halfway, and with two bang sounds, they broke into pieces. The power of the five-colored restriction was greatly reduced, the golden book suddenly emitted a golden light, and the next moment, a golden beam of light shot out, bombarding towards Lu Ming. The one who made the move was Haran Academy's Chief Hao. The five-colored lightning of the heavenly thunder restriction shone, and the damaged array was restored to normal within a few seconds. Lu Ming sneered, and he raised his other hand. Suddenly, a five-colored lightning burst out from his 5 fingers, turning into a fist-sized five-colored thunder ball, and it slowly rotated. This is impossible, you, thinking that 10,000 years of hard work was about to be wasted. The mood of these well-known Tongxian realm cultivators at the moment was no different from mice seeing a cat. More than 20 Tongxian realm cultivators present were also shaken by a counterforce, and their bodies flew out. They fell heavily on the ground, and blood spurted from their mouths. Lu Ming groaned and punched out. It seemed to land on the surrounding restriction silently. The stone slabs turned into 4 black lights, and they went into the 9-heaven thunder array restriction. Ungrateful, showing your ugly side. Yi Tianmei at the side said coldly. Lu Ming shook his head, and a green light flashed in his hand. The demon damaging whip appeared in his hand, and he suddenly whipped it. Chief Hao seemed to have reminded them that there was no way out now, and they might have a chance of survival if they gave it their all. The smile on Lu Ming's face slowly dissipated. He said 3 sentences in a row, and his voice became louder with each sentence. Lu Ming snorted and waved one hand. The talisman chains that bound his body were suddenly broken, and the 9-heaven thunder restriction around Lu Ming seemed to have most of its spiritual power suddenly absorbed, and the light quickly dimmed. Lu Ming did not speak, and the people in the hall naturally did not dare to make a sound. Just as more than 20 Tongxian realm cultivators present were arguing about how to deal with Yi Tianmei and Callan, Lu Ming and the Nine Heaven Thunder Array laughed loudly. More than 10 magic treasures dimmed and scattered in all directions, and their spiritual power was not small. Even the 3 magic treasures of the sect were no exception. Lu Ming stood with his hands behind his back, and quietly looked at the cultivators who fell on the ground. His eyes flashed, and no one knew what he was thinking. When they reacted, a figure blurred, and Lu Ming appeared in the hall with Callan and Yi Tianmei in each of his hands. Since the 3 of you insisted on killing Tianmei and Callan, I will return the favor now. I will not kill you, but I will imprison you here forever, and you will suffer the pain of killing souls day and night, until your lifespan is exhausted, and you will not be able to reincarnate. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and said casually. There was a sudden explosion in the void, and a green whip shadow shot out, and fiercely hit the torrent of magic treasures. There were 2 flying swords in the white light, and their speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they came in front of Callan and Yi Tianmei, and suddenly slashed down. You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Everyone looked at Lu Ming with a green whip in his hand in horror. Until now, they seemed to really recognize the true strength of Lu Ming. Go. Lu Ming bent his finger and flicked. What you are doing today is just using the righteousness of the human race to subdue the demon, but in fact, you want to kill people and rob their treasures, and spy on the power of law in my body, right? What do you want to do? Chief Hao's expression changed greatly, and he shouted loudly. Ancestor Xianxia and the other 2 from Taiqing Gate looked at each other, and saw a trace of helplessness in each other's eyes. Lu Ming shouted in a low voice, and his body suddenly struggled. When everyone heard this, and saw the 5-colored thunderball that Lu Ming casually took out, their faces became extremely ugly. Madame Zhen, Chief Hao, and the other leaders' faces were extremely miserable. The 3 of them suddenly became extremely ferocious, and they let out a ghost-like wail and wolf-like howl. They looked like they were in extreme pain, but their bodies could not move at all. When the last sentence fell, everyone present felt as if their divine soul had suffered a heavy blow, and their faces were ashen. Kacha. The restriction was like a glass plate, shattering loudly. The 9 heavens thunder may have a strong restraining effect on other demons and even the ancient demon race, but it is nothing to me. As for your plot, I have already predicted it. I just wanted to let my 2 wives see what kind of good show you can put on. A series of dramatic changes happened in a flash. The metaphysic realm experts who had been talking fiercely were stunned on the spot, and they did not have time to react. Dozens of magic treasures shot out and gathered into a huge torrent of light. Wherever it passed, the void trembled, and space cracks were torn. At the same time, it bombarded toward Lu Ming with amazing momentum. You overestimate yourself. He suddenly bit the tip of his tongue, opened his mouth, and spat a mouthful of blood on the golden book. With a whooshing sound, the divine thunder restriction formation suddenly expanded several times. A 5-colored light shot out from the formation and turned into a huge light hand. It grabbed Madame Zhen of the Heavenwork sect, Elder Hao Yu of the Howren Academy, and the skinny elder of the Demon Mystic sect, and pulled them into the restriction formation. For a moment, the hall was completely silent. Everyone else had the same reaction. They looked at Lu Ming as if they were looking at a monster, and their faces were pale and full of horror. Lu Ming's seemingly ordinary whip attack contained a terrifying fluctuation of the law. The torrent of magic treasures that gathered the metaphysic realm experts present was smashed by the whip and collapsed in an instant. The other 2's faces were also drained of blood. The sound was not loud, but everyone present had amazing hearing, so they naturally heard it clearly. The other metaphysic realm experts present were stunned, and hesitation flashed in their eyes. Then, they each took out their strongest magic treasures. A black light flashed in the other hand, and 4 triangular stone slabs were taken out by the black hand. As soon as Lu Ming said this, the metaphysic enlightenment realm cultivators, who were originally dumbfounded, shuddered. Although Lu Ming said it was for Yi Tianmei and Callan, in fact, he had already seen that the 3 of them were the masterminds of this incident. Although he did not kill Madame Zhen and the other 2, his methods were undoubtedly more frightening than killing them. One had to know that with the long lifespan of a metaphysic enlightenment realm cultivator, they would probably have to endure this inhumane torture for the next countless years. And after being tempered by the 9 heavenly thunder for such a long time, the soul essence would eventually dissipate along with the exhaustion of its lifespan. At this moment, the rest of the metaphysic enlightenment realm cultivators present had a faint glimmer of hope in their eyes. They were glad that in the end, they were wise enough not to agree with the 3 of them and kill the 2 women. At the same time, they were secretly glad. The 3 who were trapped had long been at the peak of the middle sky continent, and their understanding of the laws of heaven and earth had also reached an astonishing level. However, their tens of thousands of years of cultivation had been wasted in the blink of an eye. As the saying goes, a lifetime of scheming, a single thought will eventually lead to a missed reincarnation. After doing all this, Lu Ming casually cast a soundproof shield, completely isolating the screams of the 3 in the middle. No matter how painful their expressions were, not a single sound came out, making the scene even more bizarre. Then, he did not look at the 3 who were trapped in the restrictive shield. Instead, he slowly turned his head and slowly swept his gaze across the faces of the Ouyang family, the 8 great families, the Big Dipper Pavilion Master, and the Sky Demon Valley Master. These people were originally quite emotional, but at this moment, when they were swept by Lu Ming's gaze, their faces immediately turned pale. How could they still have the time to sympathize with Madame Zhen and the other 2? They all cupped their hands and opened their mouths, wanting to say something. However, at this moment, purple light flowed in Lu Ming's eyes, and then a huge spiritual pressure suddenly erupted without warning. The spiritual pressure was so strong that it was somewhat unbelievable. Apart from the 3 from the Taiqing Gate, more than 10 metaphysic enlightenment realm cultivators felt their bodies sink, and their vision darkened. They all directly knelt on the ground with a plop. Those who reacted a little slower and tried to activate the magic power in their bodies to defend themselves were even more affected by the backlash. There were faint traces of blood flowing out of their 7 orifices. These people naturally swallowed back the thousands of words that had surged to Dan's lips. I know what you're trying to say. You're just trying to distance yourselves from me. Although you are not the mastermind of this matter, you are still an accomplice. No matter what the reason is, when you talked about Tian Mei and Callan, you still left some leeway. Lu Ming's expression didn't change and he said lightly. Upon hearing this, the dozen Tongxian realm cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. However, right at this moment, Lu Ming slowly raised a hand, and a crackling sound rang out from his palm as 5-colored lightning surged out in a frenzy, condensing into a 5-colored lightning ball again. At the same time, the 5-colored lightning seal on his chest shone brightly, and the surface of his body rumbled. Streaks of 5-colored lightning curled up and quickly gathered into the 5-colored lightning ball in his palm, causing it to expand continuously. In an instant, it became the size of a wash basin. This caused the dozen or so Tongxian realm cultivators, including the white-browed elder from the Ouyang clan, to instantly turn pale with fright. However, due to their bodies being unable to move at all, they couldn't even utter a single word. Lu Ming turned a blind eye to the changes in these people's expressions. His hand seals changed, and then he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, which turned into more than 10 strange runes that flashed and disappeared into the lightning ball. Every time a strange rune entered the 5-colored lightning ball, a small lightning ball the size of a fist, with a few traces of blood, was separated from the 5-colored lightning ball. The 5-colored lightning ball also shrunk a little. A moment later, there were more than 10 blood-colored 5-colored lightning balls floating in front of Lu Ming. The number of blood-colored lightning balls was surprisingly the same as the half-kneeling Tongxian realm cultivators. At this point, how could these Tongxian realm cultivators not know that this was some kind of restriction that Lu Ming had prepared for them, and that it seemed to contain the power of several laws? When they saw the miserable state of Madame Zhen and the other 2 in the center of the hall, these people were filled with regret. Don't resist, or else you'll have to bear the consequences. Lu Ming pursed his lips and said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand. Immediately, the dozen or so lightning balls scattered in all directions and arrived in front of the kneeling Tongxian realm cultivators at an unbelievable speed. In a flash, they disappeared into their dantian without a trace. When these people heard Lu Ming's words, they felt their bodies lighten, and they instantly regained control of their bodies. However, under the shock in their hearts, they naturally didn't dare to resist, and could only obediently let the lightning balls enter their bodies. The next moment, they felt that their dantian was empty, and their golden core was actually wrapped by a layer of 5-colored lightning cloves. Immediately afterward, everyone's expression changed greatly. Because they immediately discovered that the connection between them and the golden core was almost completely cut off. Only a small hole smaller than the eye of a needle was left on the 5-colored thunder robe, which could reveal a trace of almost negligible magical power. At this moment, Lu Ming's voice sounded in everyone's ears. The law seal imposed on you will last for 1,000 years. During this period, the spiritual power you can use will be less than 1 in 10,000. This is my punishment to you. Of course, in this 1,000 years, if the Middle Sky continent really encounters any catastrophe, there will be someone to break the seal for you. When the people in the restriction heard this, their expressions became uncertain. Usually, when facing low-level cultivators, most of them liked to deliberately conceal their aura, or even act like a mortal, so that people couldn't see through them. Now, they didn't have to deliberately conceal their aura, and they didn't have any aura. Of course, with their reputation, the prestige of metaphysic realm was still there. Naturally no one would dare to attack them, but this kind of bitterness was indescribable. At this time, there was no exception in these people's hearts, that was, leave here, return to the clan, and immediately cultivate in seclusion for 1,000 years. 1,000 years, for them, was not too long, but the spiritual power they could use now was meager. Except for barely being able to fly, they couldn't do anything, let alone cultivate. Thinking of this, these people felt bitter in their hearts, but they had nothing to say. They left a leeway for Yi Tianmei and Callan, and Lu Ming did indeed leave a leeway for them. After Lu Ming dealt with these people, he finally looked at the 3 metaphysic realm cultivators of Taiqing Gate, Xianyu, Fengqing, and Huiyi. Senior Lu, we were blind to do such an ungrateful thing, and we are ashamed. We will listen to Senior's punishment, we have no complaints. However, this matter has nothing to do with the other disciples of Taiqing Gate. I hope Senior will not vent your anger on the innocent. Ancestor Xianyu sighed and cupped his hands. The other 2 also cupped their hands, and did not speak. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming released a layer of soundproof restriction, enveloping the 3 of them, and then said lightly, since the beginning of my cultivation, I have formed an indissoluble bond with Taiqing Gate. Now that I was lucky to obtain immortality, I wanted to return to my roots and repay the kindness. Unfortunately, things did not go according to my wishes. Fortunately, you still have some kindness, so I will not make things difficult for you. However, from today onwards, I, Lu Ming, and Taiqing Gate do not owe each other anything. In the last sentence, Lu Ming said it word by word, with an unquestionable tone. When Ancestor Xianyu and the other 2 heard this, their bodies trembled. They looked at Lu Ming and wanted to say something, but Lu Ming waved his hand to stop them. Under the surprised and doubtful gazes of the surrounding people, the soundproof light curtain dissipated. Lu Ming did not look at the people around him again, and a trace of interest flashed in his eyes. He held Callan and Yi Tianmei's hands, and said lightly, let's go. Looking at Lu Ming's expression, Callan and Yi Tianmei seemed to understand something, and nodded slightly. A faint smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. With a wave of one hand, a black light appeared on his body, enveloping the 3 figures. With a flash of the black light, the 3 figures disappeared from the hall, leaving only the 20 metaphysic realm cultivators looking at each other. In the sky above the 1,000-spirit mountain range, Lu Ming stood in the air with his hands behind his back, while Yi Tianmei and Callan stood on each side. The 3 of them were shrouded in a layer of faint green light. From the outside, not only could one not see their figures, but even their breath could not be detected. At this time, in the 1,000-spirit mountain range, the immortality ceremony was still in progress, and they did not notice what happened in the main hall. Husband, why don't you kill all those ungrateful people? Callan asked with a puzzled look. So what if I kill them? Who can guarantee that their successors will be more moral than them? Lu Ming turned his head to look at Callan's beautiful face and said with a faint smile. Yi Tianmei and Callan were both stunned, and they seemed to be in deep thought. The cultivation world is like this. If these superiors pay attention to kindness, then I'm afraid the people you see today are not these people. Lu Ming said lightly. When the immortality ceremony finally came to an end, the cultivators who came to visit returned in high spirits. The rumors about the immortality ceremony that day quickly spread throughout the Middle Sky continent. The most important thing was naturally that after the Eternal Life Realm cultivator Lu Ming appeared, he actually preached in person. This made those who could not participate in the immortality ceremony for various reasons feel regretful. However, the cultivators who participated in the immortality ceremony that day were extremely lucky. In order to save the people of Middle Sky Continent, Lu Ming did not hesitate to sacrifice 2 unparalleled Xianling treasures. The story of more than 20 metaphysic realm cultivators of Middle Sky Continent taking advantage of the immortality ceremony to recast the artifact weapons for him was also spread with embellishment. It became a popular story in the Middle Sky Continent. It was said that Lu Ming also personally instructed these metaphysic realm cultivators for this, so that when these people realized something, they returned to the sect and announced that they would retreat for 1,000 years to comprehend the natural law. No one was allowed to disturb them. Among them, Madame Zhen of the Nature Work sect, Chief Hao of the Howren Academy and Elder Situ of the Demon Mystic sect were said to have an epiphany on the spot. They decided to retreat in the main hall of Taiqing Gate on the spot to seek a breakthrough in the way of eternal life. For this matter, Grand Elder Xianxia of Taiqing Gate personally came forward to confirm and announced that he was willing to move the main hall. The original main hall where Lu Ming once stayed and preached was renamed Immortality Hall for the retreat of the 3 metaphysic realm cultivators. At the same time, it became the forbidden area of Taiqing Gate. No one was allowed to approach. Of course, these were later. One day later. Tongguang Mountain, the first floor of the 9-story ancient tower. The space here was dim. Only the faint light emitted by the 8 ancient lamps in the center surrounded a handsome young monk sitting cross-legged with his hands clasped in front of his chest. 10 meters in front of the young monk, the figure of a young man in a green robe flickered under the flickering light of the ancient lamps. He was also sitting cross-legged. Because the light was too dim, his face could not be seen clearly. The two just sat looking at each other without speaking. After a long time, the young man in a green robe looked slightly relaxed and broke the silence. "I understand." The young monk did not answer, but he whispered the name of Buddha. The expression on his face did not change at all. "Then, I will leave this matter to Master." As the young man in a green robe said, he stood up and bowed slightly to the young monk. "It seems that you have decided." The young monk said lightly. "Yes." As the young man in a green robe said, he turned around and walked out without looking back. His figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. Half a month later. In the sky above a desolate island in the sea region, a black light flashed, and 4 figures emerged out of thin air, standing in the void. These 4 people were Lu Ming, Callan, Yi Tianmei, and Qian Ruping. Sea region, we are back. Qian Ruping seemed to be quite excited. She flew into the air, looked around, and said with a sigh. Lu Ming smiled slightly, looked around, took a deep breath, and the salty sea breeze came to his nose. This was a sea area near the Sea Emperor Palace. The 4 of them returned to the sea region after some twists and turns through the ancient teleportation array of the southern wilderness. According to Lu Ming's original plan, he wanted to directly activate the heaven-seeking slate and return to the sea region. It was just that on the way to the South China Sea, Qian Ruping woke up from a coma and insisted on repairing the 2 teleportation arrays connecting the southern wilderness to the Middle Sky continent, which delayed them for more than 10 days. Qian Ruping's profound array attainments, coupled with Lu Ming's current spiritual power, they finally completely repaired the ancient teleportation array that was about to collapse. In this way, after Lu Ming ascended, it would be much more convenient for Qian Ruping and the others to go to the Middle Sky continent. Of course, Lu Ming also placed several restrictions on the teleportation formations on both sides to ensure that no one would discover them. "Husband, what are your plans after returning to the sea region?" Callan asked. "Let's go back to the barbarian ghost sect first. For the rest of the time, we will find a quiet place." Lu Ming's eyes moved as he spoke indifferently. Recently, he had used the power of the Yang attribute law more than once, causing his ascension to be half a year ahead of schedule. Although he didn't say it, Callan and Yi Tianmei seemed to feel it. A trace of sadness flashed across their faces. They each hugged one of Lu Ming's arms and snuggled up to Lu Ming. Lu Ming had an apologetic look on his face as he gently hugged the two girls. Cough. Brother Ming, you only care about your own intimacy, don't forget me. Qian Ruping's somewhat dissatisfied voice came over. How could I? Lu Ming said to Qian Ruping with a smile. AI, looking at you like this, I won't stand here as a candlestick. Qian Ruping said with a smile. Her figure turned into a white light and flew in one direction. I haven't been back to the sea region for a long time, so I'll wander around by myself. But remember to inform me before Brother Ming ascends. I will go and see you off. Qian Ruping's voice came from afar, and the light quickly disappeared into the distance. This girl. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled, but he didn't stop her. With Qian Ruping's current cultivation and several powerful magic weapons, even if she encountered a celestial state cultivator, she could easily escape. It could be said that there was no danger in the sea region. Let's go. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The black light on his body shone, wrapped the three people, and flew toward the direction of the Yunchuan continent. With the speed of Lu Ming's current light, he arrived at the mountain gate of the barbarian ghost sect after half a day. The dozen or so giant mountains that were connected together were the same as when he first came here 1,000 years ago. There was not much change. It was just that there were a lot more buildings on the peaks, and the number of cultivators in the sect was nearly double than before. It seemed that the resources he left behind in the past played an effect. He looked at the mountain gate below a few times, and with a thought, a huge divine sense spread out, covering the entire barbarian ghost sect. After a while, Lu Ming's face was first happy, but then he sighed faintly. He sensed with his divine sense that the strength of the barbarian ghost sect had greatly increased compared to hundreds of years ago. There were as many as 4 or 5 crystallization period cultivators. What side was that almost all the old people had passed away? Only 1 or 2 crystallization period cultivators looked slightly familiar. They should be some of the young disciples that he had met in the past. Seeing the current situation of the barbarian ghost sect, Lu Ming was touched by the scene, and his heart was quite touched. After all, this was the place where he first entered the world of cultivation. At this moment, when he suddenly looked back, it was as if it was just yesterday. He could only sigh, it was so far away, 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The things were the same, but the people were not. In this big world, there were countless living beings, and among them, people with spiritual roots were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. These people joined the path of cultivation with longing, and after a long time, how many of them were ordinary? Husband, hundreds of years have passed, and today, this place is no longer the barbarian ghost sect of the past. Callan held Lu Ming's hand and sighed softly. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He naturally understood these principles, but the closer he was to the day of ascension, the more nostalgic he was for the past. His mentality had also subtly changed. Although the barbarian ghost sect has changed a lot, there are still 1 or 2 old acquaintances, and one of them is an unnamed disciple that I took in when I came back last time. Before I leave, I want to see him. You two wait here for me for a while. Lu Ming said with a faint smile. Yi Tianmei and Callan nodded, and Lu Ming's figure flashed and disappeared in midair. On the peak of a certain mountain in the barbarian ghost sect, in a secret room within the cave, a burly, bare-chested, dark-skinned man was sitting cross-legged. His body flickered with waves of black light, emitting a chilling black fog that filled the entire secret room. This person's cultivation had impressively reached the peak of the crystal level. At the same time, the bones in his body were huge, and his muscles bulged. It was obvious that he was a physique cultivator with extremely strong physical strength. The big man breathed for a moment, and stopped the technique. The black fog that filled the room entered the top of his head like a whale sucking in water, and disappeared without a trace. As a result, as soon as he opened his eyes, his expression suddenly changed. He saw that a man in a green robe had appeared in front of him, looking over with a smile on his face. However, he didn't notice this at all, and couldn't help but be shocked. "Who are you, the big man in a black robe?" suddenly stood up, and shouted sternly. Black light flashed on his body, and just as he was about to attack, his face suddenly froze, and his raised arm abruptly stopped in midair. The appearance of the person in front of him was extremely familiar, and it vaguely overlapped with a figure from back then. You are. The big man in a black robe pointed at Lu Ming, and said with some uncertainty. Wen Dao. Lu Ming smiled faintly, and said a sentence. Master, it's really you. The big man in a black robe's face was full of joy, and hearing Lu Ming's voice, there was no longer a trace of doubt. He quickly cupped his fist, and knelt down in front of Lu Ming. No need to be so polite, get up. Lu Ming accepted his bow, and gently waved his sleeve, and a wave of potential lifted the body of the big man in a black robe. Master, where have you been all these years? There was no news at all, and Wen Dao has been very worried. The big man in a black robe stood up, and said respectfully. This is a long story, and I won't tell you in detail. Lu Ming said faintly. Hearing this, the big man in a black robe's heart trembled, and he didn't ask any more questions. Long story short, I don't plan on staying for long this time, and I will leave again soon. If there are any troublesome matters in the sect, I can help you deal with them. Lu Ming said faintly. Hearing this, the big man in a black robe's face slightly darkened, and he seemed to be a bit disappointed. However, after hearing the latter part of Lu Ming's words, he hurriedly shook his head and said, No, back then, Master left a large amount of cultivation resources for the sect, and since then, the barbarian ghost sect's power has been flourishing day by day. Also, because of Master, the other sects are now exceptionally courteous to our barbarian ghost sect. Right now, everything is fine in the sect. That's good. If that's the case, I can also leave with peace of mind. Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded slightly. After saying this, he flipped his hand, took out 2 black storage rings, and handed them both to the big man in a black robe. Inside are a batch of cultivation resources, materials, pills, ancient books, and treasures. Moreover, I have used jade slips to mark out the specific instructions. They should be of great use to the sect, and I hope you can handle them properly. Lu Ming said faintly. The big man in a black robe's face was overjoyed, and he hurriedly and respectfully received the 2 storage rings. His divine sense probed inside, and his body suddenly stiffened. The space inside the 2 storage rings was extremely large, with a radius of 100 feet. It was almost filled with all kinds of rare treasures, and each of them was filled with spirit qi. Almost every item was an extremely precious item in the Yunchuan continent. Many thanks for the treasures, Master. The big man in a black robe roughly looked through them, and his divine sense withdrew. Then, he once again bowed towards Lu Ming. These things are already useless to me. I originally planned to divide them into 2 parts, but now that the other part is useless, I will leave them all to the sect. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then, he flipped his hand, took out a storage bracelet, and handed it to the big man in a black robe. Although you are only my registered disciple, it can be said that there is a great deal of fate between us. I see that your dark bone method is quite good, and you have already cultivated to the peak of the 9th level. The next step is to condense the Jing Dan. This is a big watershed for a cultivator, and if you can cross over it, you will reach a new realm. In this bracelet are all the cultivation methods of the dark bone method, as well as some magic treasures and pills. These are all given to you, and they will be enough to help you cross over this threshold. Lu Ming said. The big man in a black robe's body shook, and he took the bracelet with trembling hands. Many thanks, Master. He once again knelt on the ground, and bowed. Lu Ming smiled, and waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to stand on ceremony. Master has given me so many treasures. I shouldn't have any other thoughts. It's just that. I've always had a wish in my heart all these years. The muscular man in a black robe didn't get up. He seemed to be hesitating to say something. I know. I promised you before that if you can cultivate to the crystal level, I'll officially accept you as my disciple. Although I'm leaving soon, if you're still willing to accept me as your master, I'll accept you as my disciple. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said. Disciple greets master. The muscular man in a black robe was overjoyed. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed 9 times to Lu Ming. Okay, you can get up. Lu Ming smiled and nodded, but he sighed. Although Zhong Wendao's spiritual root wasn't good, he had a rare in-bone spiritual body. In addition, he was quite hardworking. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cultivate to his current level. Moreover, he was the descendant of Master Zhong. It was reasonable for Lu Ming to accept him as his disciple. After 1,000 years of cultivation, he could be considered to have left behind an inheritor. Although I'm your master, I haven't given you any pointers in these years. Fortunately, your comprehension is not bad. Take this as a gift for me to accept you as my disciple. Lu Ming flipped his hand and took out a jade box. After thinking for a while, he took out another jade box and handed it to the muscular man in a black robe. The muscular man in a black robe received it with both hands and opened the jade box. There was a set of purple armor inside. It seemed to be made of some kind of ore. Its whole body was emitting bursts of fluorescent light. It was obvious that it was a very spiritual item. In the other jade box, there was a black ball and a jade slips. The surface of the ball was engraved with dense small runes, emitting strong spiritual power fluctuations. This dazzling light armor is made of dazzling light stone. Its quality is quite high. When you wear it, even if you're attacked by a Jin Dan stage master, it's enough to protect you. In addition, it can also increase the speed of your yin qi absorption. It's also very beneficial for your dark bone method. Lu Ming said faintly. The black-robed man was overjoyed when he heard this. As for this ball, it's a celestial phenomenon realm puppet. If you spend some time refining it according to the jade slips, you'll be able to use it freely, and it'll be able to exert the strength of an early-stage celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. However, in order to activate this thing, top-grade crystals were needed, and there were some in the box. Without the spiritual power provided by the crystal, the puppet is nothing more than a dead object. Lu Ming continued to say. The black-robed man was shocked to hear this. A celestial phenomenon stage puppet was simply unheard of. With this item, the barbarian ghost sect wanting to dominate the vast sea region would be as easy as lifting a finger. I didn't give you this item to show off your power. Do you understand? Lu Ming had seen through the black-robed man's thoughts. Yes. The black-robed man shuddered, and hastily replied in a respectful manner. This puppet can be regarded as the treasure of the barbarian ghost sect. You only need to let the previous elders know that this item exists for a while, and it can't be used at will unless it's a last resort. I gave it to you just to leave a protective force for the barbarian ghost sect. I don't think I need to say it, but you also know the truth. The vast sea region is not as simple as you think. Lu Ming said faintly. Yes, Master's teachings, I will definitely remember. The black-robed man's heart shook, and he hastily and respectfully agreed. Lu Ming smiled faintly, and his figure flashed, disappearing from the secret room without a trace. You can only let a few elders in the sect know about my return. Don't spread it. Lu Ming's voice sounded in the black-robed man's ear, and then quickly dissipated. The black-robed man's body stiffened, and he stood in the same place. After a while, he solemnly and respectfully bowed 3 times to the place where Lu Ming just stood. In a pavilion of the barbarian ghost sect, the memorial tablets of the past elders, the leaders of the peaks, and the spirit masters were placed. It was the ancestral worship ground of the barbarian ghost sect, and its position was very important. There was a crystal-level elder in the pavilion all year round, so there were no ordinary disciples patrolling. At this moment, the air in the pavilion moved, and a green-robed figure appeared without a sound. It was Lu Ming. His gaze calmly looked around at the many memorial tablets in front of him, and unexpectedly saw the memorial tablets of many familiar people. Back then, the crystal-level elder Master Yin worked his heart out for the sect, Master Wan who gave him the dark bone method, the leader of the 9 infant faction, Gui Ruchuan, the sect leader Huangshi. These people who were once familiar with all had now exhausted their lifespans, and finally passed away, becoming a pile of dirt. After a while, his gaze fell on a black memorial tablet, and on it were the 3 ancient words Zhonglingxiu. Zhonglingxiu had passed away many years ago, so he was not surprised, but at this moment, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. After a light sigh, he picked up a bunch of incense from the table beside him, lit it, and bowed respectfully, paying his respects to his former master. In the sky above the barbarian ghost sect, Callan and Yitian Mei stood side by side, and they seemed to be discussing something softly. At this moment, a figure blurred beside the 2 girls, and Lu Ming's figure appeared. Husband, is the matter done? Callan asked. Lu Ming nodded, looked at the two girls, and asked, "Do you want to go back and see your old friends?" "I don't need to. The few familiar people in the clan should be long gone. But Sister Tian Mei should go back to the Heavenly Moon sect, right?" Callan shook her head, looked at Yi Tian Mei and said. Yi Tian Mei's beautiful eyes flashed, revealing a trace of reminiscence, and nodded lightly. "That's good too. I also have one or two acquaintances in the Heavenly Moon sect, and I can take this opportunity to meet them," Lu Ming said, and Zhang Xionyang's figure appeared in his mind. This woman had the sword communication spirit body, and was already at the peak of the liquid level late stage. She was also regarded as one of the 3 truths and 6 sons by the Yunchuan alliance, and enjoyed generous cultivation resources. Now that hundreds of years had passed, with her talent, she should have advanced to the crystal level. The Heavenly Moon sect's mountain gate. In these hundreds of years, the Heavenly Moon sect, as the #1 sect in the Daxian country, had also developed rapidly. Although the barbarian ghost sect had suddenly risen in power, the Heavenly Moon sect was still firmly ranked #1 in the Daxian country. Near the mountain gate, a group of patrolling disciples was riding a flying boat, patrolling the mountain gate. Suddenly, a white light shot out from within the mountain gate and shot into the distance. After 2 flashes, it disappeared into the horizon. The white light stirred up a gust of wind, causing the flying boat to sway continuously. It took a while for it to stabilize. That streak of light just now should be Elder Zhang Xionyang's. On the flying boat, a late spirit apostle in a white robe looked in the direction of the streak of light and said with an envious expression. Apart from Elder Zhang, in the entire Daxian country, who else could have such speed on a flying sword? Another person nodded and said, his words full of pride. The few people on the flying boat revealed longing expressions. Zhang Xionyang was now the first elder of the Heavenly Moon sect, and her cultivation had already reached the peak of the crystal level. Her imperial sword technique was known to be second to none in the Yunchuan continent, and could almost be compared to the crystal level elder Yi Tianmei. This woman and the barbarian ghost sect's grand elder Zhong Wendao were known as the most promising cultivators in the Yunchuan continent to step into the Jingdan stage. Moreover, Zhang Xionyang's appearance was unparalleled. For hundreds of years, who knew how many young crystal-level cultivators from various sects had come to ask for her hand in marriage, but they were all rejected outside the door. Elder Zhang seems to be in a bit of a hurry. Where is she going? The white-robed youth said to himself. Elder naturally has her reasons for her actions. We will continue to patrol the sect and do our job well. The cultivator who had been silent on the flying boat said lightly. When the others heard this, they hurriedly closed their mouths. Zhang Xionyang's streak of light flew out of the Heavenly Moon sect's mountain gate and flew eastward without stopping for the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. She landed in a mountain range. The sword light faded, revealing a beautiful face with a heroic spirit. She looked around excitedly. Hundreds of years had passed, but this woman did not seem to have changed much. There was only a bit more determination in her eyes. Xionyang. A figure blurred, and in front of Zhang Xionyang, a beautiful woman with eyes as clear as stars appeared. It was Yi Tianmei. Yi. Martial Auntie. It really is you. I just received your divine sense transmission. I really can't believe it. Zhang Xionyang's face was filled with joy and she said excitedly. In the next moment, 2 more people appeared beside Yi Tianmei. They were Lu Ming and Callan. You are. Lu Ming, no, Senior Lu. Zhang Xionyang saw Lu Ming's figure and was startled. She murmured softly and took a step back. Fellow Zhang, long time no see. Lu Ming nodded slightly and said with a faint smile. Zhang Xionyang's beautiful eyes flashed, and her gaze fell on Callan, who was beside Lu Ming. This is Callan. She used to be a disciple of the barbarian ghost sect. Like Tianmei, she is now my dual cultivation companion. Lu Ming said with a faint smile. Companion. Martial Auntie is also. Zhang Xionyang's expression froze and she looked at Yi Tianmei. Yi Tianmei's face was slightly red and she nodded. So that's how it is. No wonder Senior Lu has been trying to find out Martial Auntie's whereabouts the last time he returned to the Yunchuan continent. Zhang Xionyang was startled, and then she smiled slightly. A hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. This time, we will not stay for long. We will immediately leave after seeing our old friends. Xianxia, here are some cultivation resources and some sword cultivation books. I will leave them for you. Yi Tianmei's expression quickly returned to normal. She took out a storage magic tool and handed it to Zhang Xianxia. Thank you, Martial Auntie. Hearing this, Zhang Xianxia's expression darkened. She then respectfully said. Her gaze turned and quickly swept past Lu Ming. After a quarter of an hour, a streak of light shot out from the mountain range near the Heavenly Moon sect and headed in a certain direction. Zhang Xianxia watched the streak of light disappear into the distance, lost in thought. After a moment, she sighed. A wave of bitterness arose in her heart. She turned and flew in the direction of the Heavenly Moon sect. Dexian Country, N. Yuan City. This was a small city in the Lu province of the Dexian Country. There was only one main street in the city, but because in Yuan City was located on the main road, there were many merchants that came and went. Therefore, this small city could be considered quite prosperous. The majority of the residents in the city were mortals, but there were a few cultivator clans that were hidden in the market. Occasionally, one or two cheap practitioners could be seen on the streets. Most of them had an arrogant look on their faces. There was a 3-story restaurant in the center of the city, and it was called the Fragrant Taoist Restaurant. It was the largest restaurant in Yuan City. However, those who could afford to dine here were either wealthy merchants or high officials. There weren't many commoners here. At noon, a man and 2 women walked into the house of Dao Xiang. The 3 of them looked very young. The man's appearance was a bit ordinary, but the 2 women were extremely beautiful. Some of the customers in the restaurant were a bit dazed. Please come in. Would you like to have a meal or stay here? The shopkeeper was a 40-year-old middle-aged man with a lot of experience. He pushed away the waiter who was still in a daze and welcomed them with a smile on his face. Arrange for a high-class private room and bring us some local specialties. The young man glanced at his surroundings. A look of reminiscence flashed across his eyes as he said faintly. All right, please come in. The shopkeeper respectfully led the 3 of them to a private room on the 3rd floor. The private room was quite spacious and the decorations were elegant. Looking out from the window, one could see everything in the city. Is this where my husband lived when he was young? Callan looked out the window and asked curiously. That's right. It's just that after so many years, this place has changed a lot. The old scenery is almost gone. Lu Ming sighed as he spoke. At that time, he was still young and his memories of this place were already fuzzy. The few places that he could vaguely remember no longer existed. However, he could still faintly feel the feeling of home. Lu Ming looked at the stream of pedestrians outside the window, and an indescribable emotion emerged in his heart. He hadn't personally visited the mortal world for a long time. Now, as he gazed at these mortals that were like ants in the eyes of cultivators, and they were busy all day long for the sake of making a living. Most of them had no choice but to bow their heads helplessly before fate, and their lives were filled with ups and downs, joys and sorrows, so they were naturally unable to escape their final fate of growing old, getting sick, and dying. For some unknown reason, he felt slightly envious. For mortals, a few decades seemed short, but it was far more colorful than the hundreds of years, even thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years of boring time for cultivators. Since this is my husband's hometown, why don't we find a place to stay here? My husband has been accompanying us to tour around these days and hasn't prepared for the ascension. It's a good opportunity to prepare. Yi Tianmei's eyes flashed and she said softly. At the side, Indigo nodded repeatedly. Although they did not know much about ascension, they knew that such a great calamity would definitely not be smooth sailing. Lu Ming did not mention this, but with their intelligence, they naturally knew something about it. All right. There is a big valley outside the city. It's near the mountains and the sea, and the environment is quite quiet. It's a quiet place. Lu Ming was slightly moved. He looked at a barren mountain outside the city, and he vaguely remembered that he had been there when he was a child. Sir, here are your dishes. At that moment, the waiter ran up the stairs with a tray in his hands. In the afternoon. The lazy sunlight poured on the muddy bluestone pavement in the city, stretching the shadows of a man and two women walking side by side. The three of them were Lu Ming and the other two who were strolling here after dinner. Accompanied by the noisy shouts of the shops along the street on both sides and the whispers of the passers-by, the three of them were talking and laughing along the way. They were quite content. At this moment, a few young children's voices by the roadside attracted their attention. The three of them stopped and looked in the direction of the voices. It was two boys and a girl. The two boys looked to be around 6 or 7 years old. One of them had dark skin and a simple and honest face. He was also a bit taller than his peers. The other was thin and weak, with ordinary features. The girl was slightly younger, around 5 or 6 years old. She had a lively appearance and a pair of big eyes that were extremely lively. The two boys seemed to be arguing about something, while the girl stood to the side without saying a word. She seemed to have a bit of indifference that did not match her age. This time, the old deity from the barbarian ghost sect said that I, Feng Yao, have a rare earth spiritual pulse. In a few days, he will come to take me as a disciple. When that time comes, I will learn great skills that can fly to the heavens and dive into the earth. Then, I will come back and marry Sister Luan Er. The simple and honest boy puffed out his chest and said with a proud tone. I also have a spiritual pulse. I will also learn skills to protect Sister Luan Er. The thin and weak boy stood in front of the girl and shouted. Haha, Mo Yue Kong, I heard from the old deity that you only have the worst 3 spiritual pulse. Even if you can barely cultivate, you are still trash. No one will be willing to take you as a disciple. When you meet bad people, can you protect Sister Luan Er? Feng Yao put his hands on his hips and laughed. 3 spiritual pulse is 3 spiritual pulse. I can still protect Sister Luan Er. Mo Yue Kong replied without hesitation. Her young and tender face was full of determination. Humph, you always like to talk big. The simple and honest boy seemed to be a bit annoyed. He went forward and pushed the thin and small Mo Yue Kong to the ground. Seeing this, the lively girl hurriedly squatted down and wanted to help Mo Yue Kong up. In the end, because she did not have enough strength, they both fell down. Because there was a small puddle behind them and the ground was quite muddy, the two of them were splashed with mud. The simple and honest boy's face was full of pride. He looked at the lively girl and said, Sister Luan Er, why are you helping this trash? He can't protect you at all. When I finish cultivating, I will come and marry you. At that time, I will protect you. At this moment, there seemed to be an adult calling from not far away. The simple and honest boy hurriedly responded, turned around, and ran away. Brother Yue Kong, are you all right? The lively girl squatted beside Mo Yue Kong. A trace of concern appeared on her originally indifferent face. Sister Luan Er, I am fine. Believe me, I will definitely find a master and learn to protect you. Mo Yue Kong held the lively girl's hand and said seriously. I believe you. The lively girl nodded hard. At this moment, the two of them felt a soft force supporting their bodies. The two children couldn't help but stand up. Then, a light breeze brushed past their faces. In the next moment, the mud and dirt that was originally covering their bodies and faces instantly disappeared. Mo Yue Kong was delighted at first. Then, he noticed that Lu Ming and the other two were smiling at them not far away. He quickly realized that it was them who helped him just now. Thank you for your help, Immortal. I am Mo Yue Kong, the third son of the Mo family in the east of the city. This is the eldest daughter of the Gue family in the west of the city, Gue. Malwan. May I know your names? Although he expressed his gratitude, his little face was full of vigilance. At the same time, he pulled the lively girl behind him. I am Lu Ming. This is my wife, Yi Tianmei, and Callan. We just happened to pass by this place. It was nothing, so there is no need to thank us, Lu Ming replied with a smile. However, he could not help but look at the thin boy in front of him. This boy was indeed a 3 spiritual pulse. What was rare was that he was so young, but he had a rare and precious determination and vigilance. The two children's family should be a cultivation family in this area. If they really encountered bad people, they could first report their family's name. This could indeed deter people from acting recklessly. He vaguely saw the shadow of himself in this thin boy. If I heard correctly, you just said that you want to cultivate? Thinking of this, he asked again. That's right. Mo Yuekong said without hesitation. For what? To protect Sister Luan Air. Good. I hope you will not forget what you said today and not forget your original intention. Today, I will show you a clear path. Take this item and find an immortal called Zhong Wendao in the barbarian ghost sect. He will accept you as his disciple. As Lu Ming spoke, a white light flashed in his hand. A white jade slips appeared in the air, and he handed it to Mo Yuekong. Mo Yuekong took the jade slips doubtfully and looked at them carefully. Mo Luan also moved closer out of curiosity. However, at this moment, Mo Luan felt a chill on her neck. A necklace with a green jade pendant on it appeared out of nowhere. When she looked up in shock, she found that the three people in front of her had already disappeared. At the same time, a clear female voice rang in her ears. You have the sword communication body. If you want to cultivate with your brother Yuekong, you can take this jade pendant and find an immortal called Zhang Xionyang in the Heavenly Moon sect. She will accept you as her disciple. Outside of Yuan City, in a nameless valley between the mountains and the sea. The forest in the valley was flourishing, and there were many wild beasts in the forest. Nearby villagers would occasionally send hunters to hunt in the valley. Occasionally, hunters would pass by halfway up a mountain in the valley and were surprised to find that a few seemingly ordinary thatched huts had been built there. A man and two women lived in the huts. The three of them had a unique temperament, especially the two women. They were so beautiful that they didn't seem like mortals. Most of the passing hunters were stunned by the three people's temperament and didn't dare to come close. Occasionally, when they passed by the area, they would take a detour. These three people were naturally Lu Ming, Callan, and Yi Tianmei, who had settled down here. As time passed, they had already lived here for more than a year. At this moment, in the largest thatched hut, a green-robed Lu Ming sat cross-legged in a magic array. His eyes were closed, and his body was faintly glowing with black light. 4 or 5 magic treasures with different lights were floating beside him. They were all Xianling treasures. The damaged demon whip, the dust ox shepherd's flute, and the eternal Chuyao sawtooth sickle were all here. The remaining few were also taken from the primordial demon lord in the rebirth land. Obviously, a special restriction was placed in the thatched hut to isolate spirit chi. Otherwise, the spiritual power emitted by any of these treasures would be enough to stir the spirit chi of heaven and earth within 100 miles. Speaking of which, for more than a year, Lu Ming spent most of his time accompanying Callan and Yi Tianmei. When he was free, he would follow Luo Hu's instructions to rest, meditate, comprehend the heaven and earth, and refine magic treasures to prepare for the great tribulation of ascension. Lu Ming sat quietly for a moment, and the black light on his body slowly faded away. Several Xianling treasures also flashed and disappeared into his body under his mind. He slowly opened his eyes, stood up, and slowly pushed the door open and walked out of the hut. Accompanied by a fresh breath, a crisp and melodious sound of stringed instruments drifted over. On the lawn outside the hut, Callan and Yi Tianmei were sitting on the meadow playing the zither and flute. When they heard the sound, they quickly looked over. Husband. The two women quickly put down the zither and flute in their hands and greeted him with a smile. When the two women walked, their steps were a little strange. Their waists were obviously a little thick, and their lower abdomens were slightly bulging. Be careful. Lu Ming quickly greeted them and held their slender hands. In this more than a year, the three of them in this quiet and secluded mountain enjoyed the happiness of husband and wife. Just half a year ago, the two women almost became pregnant at the same time. Although Lu Ming was happy about this, he was also faintly disappointed. He was about to ascend. According to the remaining time, he might not have the chance to see the birth of his own children, let alone accompany the growth of his children like ordinary parents. Husband, how are your preparations for the ascension? The three of them sat on the stone bench outside the hut, and Yi Tianmei asked softly. Everything is going according to Senior Rahu's plan. There should be no problem. Lu Ming said softly. That's good. Yi Tianmei and Callan heard this and their expressions relaxed. Lu Ming looked at the two beautiful wives beside him, and a trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. Husband, you don't have to be like this. You have left us the most precious treasure in this world. Look, the little one is moving again. Callan gently stroked her lower abdomen and said. I will definitely successfully ascend to the upper realm and wait for you there. A trace of excitement flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He reached out and took the two women into his arms. At the same time, he secretly made a decision in his heart. Both women nodded heavily. The three of them knew very well that if Lu Ming really ascended to the upper realm, regardless of whether he succeeded or not, they would never see each other again. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. On the peak of a certain mountain in the nameless valley, Lu Ming, who was dressed in a green robe, sat cross-legged and motionless like a statue. At that moment, his body was wrapped in white light, and the space around him was slightly distorted. There was an invisible force coming from all directions at every moment, suppressing his body. In the void above his head, a dark cloud that could blot out the sky had already gathered, and an incomparably dark vortex was faintly appearing within it. The veins on Lu Ming's forehead bulged, and a pained expression appeared on his face. The omnipresent oppressive force in the surrounding space was getting stronger and stronger. Even if his physical body was extremely strong now, he felt a little overwhelmed. The time of ascension was obviously imminent. If he didn't deliberately resist the repulsive force of this boundary, he would be directly swept into the void between the two realms in the next moment and face the test of the power of the upper realm's law. His eyes couldn't help but look at the huts on the mountainside. There were 3 figures standing in front of the huts. One of them was a purple-robed girl who was standing in front of the hut with an anxious expression. She looked at the peak from time to time, and then looked into the hut behind her. The other 2 slightly shorter figures were a green-robed boy and a black-veiled girl. Their faces were also full of complicated expressions of anxiety and excitement. The purple-robed girl was Jian Rupiying. The other 2 were naturally Lu Ming's 2 spiritual pets, Fei Air and Scorpion. Lu Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. Callan and Yutian Mei were about to give birth at the same time today. 5 months ago, he began to feel that the power of the boundaries law began to push him away bit by bit. In order to see his child with his own eyes and hold his child with his own hands, he ignored Luo Hu's reminder and insisted on using his own strength to resist the repulsive force of the entire boundaries law. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. With the increasing power of the law, he had to be forced to stay away from Yutian Mei and Callan 3 months ago. Otherwise, the power of the law that could erupt at any time might affect the 2 women's childbirth. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly rose in midair, and the vortex in the dark clouds gradually formed. For a time it swept across the world, and the sky changed color. The white light on Lu Ming's body suddenly flourished, and the oppressive force of the surrounding space suddenly increased by more than 10 times. Lu Ming's body shook, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. A trace of blood was left on each of his 7 orifices. The dark clouds in midair expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the entire sky was dyed black, as if the night had arrived. No, if you continue to hold on, your body will explode and you will die. Luo Hu's voice suddenly sounded in Lu Ming's ears. In front of the hut, Fei Air and Scorpion saw Lu Ming's current state from a distance, and a trace of anxiety flashed across their faces. What should we do? Master seems to be unable to hold on. Fei Air looked at the peak, and then looked back at the hut that did not move, and said anxiously. It seems that after all, we still can't wait until the child is born. We should return to Master first, otherwise, we will delay the opportunity to ascend. Scorpion calmed down a little, hesitated for a moment, and made a decision. Fei Air glanced at the hut unwillingly again, then stomped his feet. He and Scorpion turned into 2 black lights, flew toward the top of the mountain, and flashed into the yin gourd on Lu Ming's waist. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He turned his gaze to the sky, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. The dark clouds in midair became deeper and deeper. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the clouds, and an indescribable dignified aura emanated from it. Buzz buzz buzz, countless black runes appeared in the dark clouds, and a huge fluctuation of the law suddenly spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it spread across the entire sea region, and it did not stop at all. It continued to spread in all directions quickly. In an instant, it spread to the South Sea region, then the entire Middle Sky continent, and even the wild continent was affected. At this moment, the entire Middle Sky continent seemed to freeze in an instant. It suddenly became quiet. There was no wind between heaven and earth. The clouds in midair also stopped fluttering. The rivers and oceans stopped flowing. In some places where it was raining, the raindrops actually stopped in midair. For a time, all the mortals in the Middle Sky continent and Yunchuan were shocked by this kind of apocalyptic phenomenon that they had never seen before. They were terrified, and all the beasts and monsters were lying on the ground, trembling all over. At the same time, the cultivators of the entire Middle Sky continent and Yunchuan suddenly solidified at this moment, as if they were imprisoned by an invisible force. However, this sealing force wasn't too strong. Cultivators at the celestial phenomenon realm and above circulated their energy and swiftly broke free. Staring at the phenomenon in the sky, their faces were filled with shock, not knowing what was going on. Wild continent. On the main peak of Thousand Waves Mountain, the original ruins were replaced by a huge bluestone palace. A beautiful young male and female beast king cultivator shuttled between the buildings. This was the rebuilt base camp of the Heavenly Fox clan, the Thousand Waves Palace. In one of the secret rooms of 10,000 Wave Palace, a beautiful girl was sitting cross-legged. A green bead floated in front of her, slowly rotating. There seemed to be a miniature nine-tailed spirit fox within the bead. This girl was Yaoji. Suddenly, Yaoji opened her beautiful eyes. She waved her hand and put away the green bead in front of her. Her body shook again and disappeared from the secret room. The next moment, over the main peak of Thousand Waves Mountain, a white light flashed, and Yaoji's figure emerged. She looked at the strange phenomenon that had appeared in the sky and frowned. Then, she slowly relaxed and muttered to herself, "You're right. No matter where you run, one day I will find you." Demon's Continent, Yuzhou. In a magnificent side hall of the Central Imperial Palace, Zhao Qianying was discussing something with Huang Fuyupa. At this moment, Zhao Qianying suddenly looked startled, and the words in her mouth stopped abruptly. "Inger, what's wrong with you?" Huang Fuyupa asked. "Master, it's nothing. Let's continue." Zhao Qianying immediately came back to her senses and said so, but there seemed to be some uneasiness in her eyes. "Are you thinking of him again?" Huang Fuyupa seemed to have guessed something and asked. Zhao Qianying remained silent. "If you knew this, why didn't you?" Huang Fuyupa asked in confusion. "I can't give up the whole Huangfu clan and the Central Imperial Dynasty, and with his current cultivation, this place can't keep him. Since we can't satisfy both sides, it's better to forget each other in Jianghu." Zhao Qianying sighed and said faintly. At this moment, the black clouds above Lu Ming's head suddenly split in all directions, and a thick white light beam shot down from it, trying to cover Lu Ming's whole body. At this moment, Lu Ming roared at the sky, and two black and white shadows of the Dharma form appeared behind him. Their four arms crossed and formed a huge Jing character. In the center of the Jing character, a black and white 8 trigrams pattern appeared and slowly rotated. When the white light beam landed on the 8 trigrams, it was blocked by force. However, the surface of the two Dharma form true bodies flashed with spiritual light, and they dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were about to collapse. At this moment, a baby's cry came from one of the thatched houses below. It was not loud, but with Lu Ming's hearing, he heard it very clearly. Lu Ming was stunned at first, and then a look of disbelief and ecstasy appeared on his face. At this moment, he had an indescribable, complicated feeling in his heart. It was as if all the sounds in the world had disappeared at this moment, and there was only this cry. At the same time, his eyes shone brightly, as if he had suddenly understood something. He felt as if he had been enlightened. Subsequently, he laughed out loud in a carefree manner. At the same time, he retracted his hand seals, and the two Dharma form true bodies that were hundreds of meters tall behind him disappeared in midair. The white light beam was no longer obstructed, and it quickly descended, completely covering Lu Ming's body. Dazzling white light suddenly radiated from Lu Ming's body, turning the area hundreds of kilometers around in Yuan City into a world of white. The dazzling white light quickly dissipated, but the white light beam in the sky above the barren mountain didn't disappear. At this moment, it had turned into a white cloud with an area of several kilometers, and Lu Ming's figure was wrapped within it. It slowly rose up. Rumble, bursts of colorful light appeared in the white cloud, and from time to time, beams of light shot out. A series of loud noises rang out from the cloud, and it seemed that something huge had happened inside. Waves of terrifying magic power rippled out. Qian Ruping looked at the top of the mountain with a worried face. At this moment, a layer of restrictive light also lit up near the cottage, blocking the magic power ripples from the outside world. After half an hour, the cloud in the sky slowly dissipated, and a huge blurry figure gradually emerged in the air. It was the silhouette of Lu Ming, and he was looking at the cottage halfway down the mountain. At this moment, another baby's cry sounded from it. After a while, Callan and Tianmei walked out of the cottage with a baby in their arms, looking a little weak. They immediately looked at the huge figure in midair. At this moment, the rolling black clouds in the sky suddenly dissipated, and a huge space vortex appeared. A huge force rolled out, sucking the figure in midair like a silk cocoon. The black cloud vortex in the sky slowly dissipated, but after the last bit of black gas dissipated, two streams of light suddenly shot down from midair, flying toward the cottage. The next moment, the babies in Callan and Tianmei's arms flashed slightly, and a necklace appeared on each of their necks. One of them was snow white, and the other was as black as ink. Seeing this, Callan and Tianmei's beautiful eyes flashed, and two lines of tears flowed down at the same time. The two raised their heads again and looked into the sky, as if they wanted to see a figure through the sky. End of chapter 1552. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.